What's going on, Censored Thought? What's going on, everybody? Topics to cover, news to cover. Um, we're going to get into it. Um, I want to address some stuff, right? If if we all, including myself, sit back and look at what's going on, uh, and keep track of the announcements we've had, or considered news we've had, game developments we've had, whether it has been release dates being announced, games being pushed back, games being delayed, games not being greenlit, games getting a sequel. Um, you know, peripherals like the PlayStation 5 VR controllers. PlayStation, without having any of those loud um, showcases that Microsoft has had to brag about Bethesda, they've actually given us a lot of information. Whether it's new studios we've never heard of, making new IPs for them, and being able to see the gameplay just, without a cinematic teaser. PlayStation has done what they needed to do in their way. Now, times have changed, and it seems that PlayStation fans, just as the console or just as normal fans, we are tired of hearing Xbox fans bragging about certain things. Uh, and we want PlayStation to have enough news to counter them bragging. We need PlayStation to have enough news to stop them from talking. The thing is, that's all they're doing. They're talking. This is a gaming industry. I, as many of you guys are, what's going on, Aziz? Uh, no, I'm not sad. I'm just was thinking. My mind was somewhere else. Um, but yeah, I just like many other PlayStation gamers. We've joined the community to talk about games, to play games, to show them off. News is icing on the cake. Like, we get development, maybe we don't have to wait until June every year for E3 or something like that. So we know what's going on with a game. We know if multiplayer is coming. We know if a game is getting a sequel. We know if a studio is being acquired. That's all icing on the cake outside of what we as gamers are supposed to be about, which, you know, we're gamers. We play video games. We have tons of them. you know, um, I can speak for myself. I got tons of them that I haven't completed. You know, so I have tons of games to look back on and say, hey, bro, well, you know what? You don't got this. Let me go play this. Got tons of free games that they've given, whether it's a PlayStation Plus subscription or the PlayStation Now subscription. But that is what I'm seeing from my standpoint. Just sitting back, looking at the whole thing go down, it does seem to be uh, the PlayStation community is frustrated with Sony because we don't have shit to talk about. Um, Again, not a bad thing because we have games and we know we have games. But I guess again, it seems like PlayStation fans strive to be like Xbox fans. We want Sony to do a Game Pass. We want Sony to keep talking and giving out announcements. We want Sony to acquire studios. These are things that put Xbox on the radar and keep them in the discussion. These are things they have to do. Now imagine if they didn't do any of that. They're already losing where it counts. Selling games and selling hardware. They lost. They lost that last gen and they're losing it now. As we speak, they're losing. And what matters the most? Making the company money. If you want to compare their quality of games to our quality of games, it's a no contest. We have more awards for our games and studios than they will ever see for the remainder of the time that they stay a part of the competitive gaming industry. So why do we want to be like them? These are questions that I think that I can't answer because I'm just a different breed of a PlayStation fan or gamer. Um, I never really understood attempting to be like someone else. Like you should always have your own style because people can call you out on that shit quickly. They can find out if you're copying off of someone else. That's why I have my own voice, and that's what I say, what I want to say, when I want to say it. Um, Welcome to 36 people that are here now. I'm pretty sure the room is going to fill up. Um, Panel members will be here. We do have an open invitation today because I do want to hear from other PlayStation fans. I honestly I don't want to get into the PC fans today. I wouldn't mind hearing from them or Xbox fans, but they're so crazy now. I don't think they can actually have a mature conversation about um, what's going on. Obviously, they would be biased. So, you know, when it comes to Xbox fans, their line of thinking is PlayStation needs to go. If PlayStation goes, Microsoft has all this money, they will buy the studios. PC fans, they believe a similar thing, that if PlayStation leaves, all their exclusives will go to PC and their studios will make these big, amazing sequels to these games they first wanted. It just doesn't happen that way. PlayStation is where games are selling. We're holding up the industry. I'm not being cocky on this. Look around the room. We know games don't sell on PC. We know PC community is very picky. They like what they like, and if they don't like it, they're not going to support it. Xbox fans, they have been conditioned over the last couple years to not buy games. They have been conditioned over the last couple years to not buy games. So if you have two sections of what is a revolving door of the big three not pulling their weight, how important is the PlayStation section? It's much more important than the other two. Because third party developers, second party developers, indie developers, first party developers, they're making money over here. They don't have to wait. They're making money. People pre order games over here, people buy games over here more than the other side. So it's not realistic for either of those other sides want Sony to go down or not be good. It's not beneficial to you guys. It's just not. Nintendo is what I was talking about when I talked about a revolving door of the big three. Sometimes people regard the big three of PlayStation, Nintendo, and Xbox, and sometimes it's PlayStation, PC, and Nintendo. It really kind of all depends on the game and how the revenue is coming in for a certain developer. Um, Again, the top three. That's what it's really all about. Who's making the most money right now? Sorry, PlayStation. When it comes to gaming, they're making the most money compared to Xbox or Nintendo. They're the top. So I need to understand how the person that made more revenue than the other two combined, how are they magically going to fall? Why do people want them to fail? What's going on, Gamer Goon? Yeah, Jeff. Yeah, you can jump in, man. I'll verify you. I'm not trying to have no crazy shit. So if I hear any of that crazy shit, I'm cutting the fucking mic real quick. So let me make sure that that mute button is ready and that's lined up. So yeah, if anybody jumps in this shit with the crazy shit, just know you getting. We're gonna cut the mic for the Discord until I situate what's going on. Um, it makes sense. PlayStation The name says it all. Exactly, Crumper, man. The name says it all. So I'm just saying, we got a part of the topics right here. It says Sony taking L's, right? So Sony is only taking L's because they're not putting out as much news as the other guy. That's just it. That's in the court of public opinion, in the eyes of fanboys, PlayStation is doing bad because they're not doing what Xbox is doing. PlayStation is doing bad because they don't have a Game Pass of their own. PlayStation is doing bad because they're not acquiring studios like Microsoft. PlayStation is doing bad because they don't have news. That's why PlayStation is doing bad? Really? They have games. That's what this shit's all about, is video games. And that's one thing we still have more than anybody else. So if they have games and they're not relying on third party, these motherfuckers can sell a console to you off of one fucking game alone that they produce. And they have that type of power. How? How are they doing bad? Again, I'm gonna tell you right now, if you're a PlayStation fan, like a hardcore PlayStation fan, and that's your thought process, is that PlayStation's doing bad because they're not countering what Xbox is doing, right? They don't have Game Pass, they're not buying studios, they're not dropping news every fucking week. If you think that they're doing bad, you should go to Xbox, because Xbox is doing something that obviously you want PlayStation to do. And if PlayStation's not doing that thing, which is very trivial, go over there. You can be with the Xbox fans and you can get news for Game Pass. You can get deals for Game Pass. You can get announcements of acquisitions. If that's what you really want to be a part of, I don't think anybody's going to stop you from going over there. But if you're like a real gamer, you know where the games are, and that's why you're over here. Nobody signed up
Okay.
to be a PlayStation fan because of fucking announcements. I mean, that's just me. What's going on, man?
Hey, I'm a Nintendo fan. Just thought I'd drop by.
What's going on, man? I don't talk to a lot of Nintendo fans. My background is Nintendo, so it's pretty awesome that get somebody on a mic.
I actually own all the consoles. I prefer Nintendo over all of them. I even have a high-end PC as well.
Okay,
So yeah, I've been kind of checking out what's been going on in the news lately. I think people are overreacting just a little bit.
I think they are too. I mean, the thing is, nobody's pure in this world, right? So when you get a news report, you can't think of the journalist or the writer um, as being like impartial or non-biased. They have an agenda when they publish those articles. Um, Most of the time, I see a lot of clickbait. Like, these titles are designed to make you want to view their website. And what's the biggest thing that people really want is PlayStation. So anything related to PlayStation, obviously good or bad, will make people want to click on your website. So what happened with this Friday with what happened with Jason Schreier is, okay, well, he posted this article, makes PlayStation look bad. Hey, they want to only do big time AAA games. They want to do a remake to The Last of Us, which I don't find bad at all, because, like I said, the assets are there and they want to have to make sure they have a good story to go along with what's going on with the HBO, because they've already
We
confirmed HBO might change the story, so they don't want to piss fans off again. So I think that they're going to make sure this remake has the new story elements that the HBO show might have, just so it's
There's
canon.
one easy way to fix it, and I'm going to go off of Nintendo. Right? Nintendo has hundreds of IPs that they don't develop for anymore. Why? Because people don't buy them. If you don't want The Last of Us, the remake, if you want the Days Gone game, you have to speak with your wallet. It's a business at the end of the day. You have to buy the game if you want them to continue to support that game. It's that simple.
That's that's fucking awesome, bro. Cause I was telling them motherfuckers that shit yesterday. I was. Um, I wanna thank the 8 people that unsubscribed yesterday. We lost 8 subscribers because I spoke the fucking truth. I want to let you guys know I could go all the way down to 1 subscriber and I'm still gonna speak the truth. If you are bitching and crying about the prospect of Days Gone not getting a sequel, but you did not buy the game day one because you were hesitant to listen to other YouTubers that trashed the game or looked at the Metacritic and got scared away, and you didn't play the game until it was given away either on PlayStation Plus collection or the PlayStation Plus edition of April, you are part of the fucking problem. Like, sorry, I'm gonna get you. I'm horrible with names. Like Spring just said, or AKA Jeff, um, you speak with your wallet. If you waited until the game went free, you're part of the problem. They make these decisions if a game is gonna get a sequel very, very early on. Ghost of Tsushima, look at that shit, got a movie. We already know Horizon was gonna get a sequel. They waited a while to announce it, but we knew that shit was getting a sequel. God of War, same thing. It's not just the story. It's not just how it ends. It's how supported it is. Little Big Planet kept getting games because it was supported. It was picking up awards. It was celebrated. They wanted to only make one Last of Us game. Now they're on their third one. They're gonna make a remake. They had a remaster. They had the original. They had what is it? The Left Behind addition to it. Like, and then they're working really, really hard on this multiplayer. Why are they putting all this effort into a game that they plan to only make one of? Because we're supporting it. Like he said, if you guys don't want The Last of Us remake, I would advise you not to buy it. If you want them to start going in a different direction, I would advise you not to buy it. But like what Jason Schreier said, even though I hate this dude's guts, he's right. Sony might be going in the way of big blockbuster games. That doesn't bother me because we know these games are going to be great. But these are the games that are selling. I definitely believe they will continue to make new IPs. They will partner up with indie developers. They will give us new shit all the time because some of the new shit is the stuff we're talking about right now. Like Ghost of Tsushima, new IP. Spider-Man, new IP. Horizon Zero Dawn, new IP. Like, they dropped some big, heavy hitting new IPs. Bloodborne, new IP. So people can't say the PlayStation doesn't care about creating new experiences, because they do. They took a risk on VR when Microsoft ducked out. I still got the audio on my fucking phone where Phil Spencer confirmed that they were going to go into VR with a better VR solution than PlayStation, and then they ended up not doing it. And then they never revisited VR. So before you say PlayStation is not taking risks or anything, you gotta look at a lot of the shit that they've been doing, and the shit they're gonna continue to do. Off of this list you guys are looking at, right? Destruction All Stars new IP, Kenna new IP, Returnal new IP, uh, Deathloop, that's a new IP, right? So out of this whole list, half of the list you're looking at is new IPs, and either they're exclusive, which is Returnal and Destruction All Stars, or in the Kenna case and Deathloop case, they are timed exclusive, meaning they heavily invested in those games and they believe that they will be successful. You don't do that shit if all you want to do is milk the games you have. Now, we're always going to get a Gran Turismo. Ratchet and Clank seems like he's always going to be there. I'm glad he was able to come back and be successful last gen. God of War, we only got one of them last gen also. So one Ratchet, one God of War. Successful enough to get the sequels. So this is a different fucking beast right here. Horizon, new IP, successful enough to get a sequel. So if you isolate these 4 games that are very familiar now, including Horizon, which just got on the radar, 3 of them really only got a sequel because they were so popular last gen. Yes, they're
I,
AAA, but they were just really, really popular. Gran
I didn't
Turismo
mean
is always gonna be there. Yep.
y'all better cop Kenna. That game looks amazing. I'm even getting it.
Hey, Kenna's day one. It's already pre-ordered. Returnal's pre-ordered. Destruction All Stars, I had it when it was on PlayStation Plus. Got the platinum. I'm possibly skipping Deathloop, but my friend is getting that shit, so I'll be playing it. Um, yeah, it's a good amount of games I want to pick up or got a pre-order. But yeah, Kenna is one of the games where I first saw that shit and I felt the same way I felt about Destruction All Stars. I was like, I want to buy this game. I want to support this game. It looks different. It looks amazing. You know. So, um, I'm letting y'all know, man. He spoke the truth. You gotta speak with your wallet. If you like something, buy it. Don't let anybody stop you from buying something that you want to buy. Do you know how many people I saw shit on Days Gone? I still went forward with my purchase and I still played that shit almost every day until I got the platinum. Same shit with Death Stranding. Got that shit day one, played it every day until I got the fucking platinum. That's just, it is what it is, man. You can't let somebody else stop you from buying a game or buying a system. This goes the other way around too. If you're an Xbox fan and you love Xbox, just because PlayStation is successful, don't come over here. Stick with Xbox. Maybe they'll turn shit around. Now, I know a lot of people that didn't. Now they're over here speaking on behalf of PlayStation, but you're not actually fucking legends. You're not veterans. You've been flip flopping because of the side that's popular, and that's just not what a gamer is all about. Now, if you coming over here because the games are here, but then you go back over there and there's no fucking games, that's a fucking problem. I need to understand why you going back somewhere that has no fucking games, or has games that are available on another platform that you could play on. So, if you got the money for PC, you got lots of options over there, including every game released on Xbox One or every game released on Xbox Series X. So you got options. I just got a question on the PSN. Let me go read that one off. Now, guys, I'm gonna be doing something new too. We're gonna try to do a orderly call in, and if you guys got questions, I will be reading them off. Um, so my PSN name is JaytechTV 4K60. So if you want to add a question over there, I can read it off. So this comes from Gamer. What up, Game Raider 404. He says, "What's the game you want to get a PS4 patch the most?" That's a great question because obviously it's not even Horizon getting a platinum the game, but I do want it to be here so people can shut up about it. Um, it would probably be a PS5 patch for an older game. Damn.
I can do that for you.
I would say Bloodborne, but I want a remake. I want them to wait a couple more years and put out a remake. So I
Yeah,
don't know.
that was my Bloodborne. Yeah,
Bloodborne, yeah. I think if they wait a couple more years, because the game's 6 years old, they can be eligible for a remake. I don't think they have to put out a remaster. Yeah, I think they're good. I mean, there's no real talks about a remaster. There are rumors about a remaster, but I'm pretty sure if the remaster was in the works, I think we would have known by now. So I'm gonna just say it this way: when we get to June and we see the Sony event and they don't talk about Bloodborne at all, then there's probably no chance we're getting that remaster because I think Sony and From Software are gonna have to have open schedules to get that shit done. And I think that it probably is in Sony's best interest to keep it on the back burner until it can be eligible for a remake and have Bluepoint work on that shit. If they're not already working on it, that would be great. Um, yeah, man. I don't think PlayStation fans need to have to. You don't have to worry about being like Xbox fans. Like that's not what we're here for. Like we're here to play games. If you go play games, play them. The news is gonna come. You're gonna get good news and you're gonna get bad news. Every side has it. Like if I was just to say Nintendo, there are some games that I feel is bad. That we haven't got news on. Metroid 4, I'm excited for. I played Metroid Prime 1 and 2 on a GameCube growing up, and Bayonetta 3, we know Bayonetta 2 was very successful on the Switch, but we have not heard news about it. Like if we were to look at Xbox, everything, literally like everything. There's no Fable gameplay. Avowed had gameplay for the last couple seconds of the cinematic trailer. They're fucking perfect dart. Everything was cinematics. Like you have to wonder as a gamer, someone that has been gaming for a long time, watching these events and knowing what cinematics mean in the year 2021 or 2020. That means a game is not ready to be shown. That means the game is early in the early stages of development. So, if you were an Xbox fan, you're getting excited about these games you can name. That's cool. I can name a lot of games too. But the games I name either have a release date or have already shown me gameplay, which I mean, I know they're a little closer. Um, yeah, man. This is just for everybody. Like, if you see cinematics before you see gameplay, that's a sign that the game's not ready.
Yeah, that's always been my. Oh, what's up, Jay? By the way.
You
But
outside or you in a car?
oh yeah, I'm in the car. It sounds like it, huh?
Yeah.
Hey,
uh,
it ain't too jarring. It ain't too jarring, is it?
yeah, it's jarring.
All right,
But you
I'll go
can
ahead
you can
and hop
stay
up.
in. You just mute your mic until you get like home or something. But yeah. Um, Speaking of, I just wanted to we got to classify this as a heavy rumor, and what I mean by that is it seems like it's a very very heavy possibility that everything I'm about to read off is factual. Um, it is not good news, but I just want you guys to really pay attention to some of the stuff that happens in Xbox Line. I'm not gonna run around and say media bias because it's already obvious. Um, but people really want Game Pass to be popular. Um, and a lot of people in the media are championing that shit to holy hell. It's like,
Okay, before you get into it, I did want to say one thing
mm,
about this Xbox situation. Now, I hear a lot of people, and this is just my opinion here. I hear a lot of people talk about like the money Xbox and Microsoft may be bleeding, but as somebody that works in IT professionally, I just want to say I think you might go a little too hard on them for that because we have to realize Xbox has money on top of money on top of money. They will take L after L after L if it means in the long run they make a profit at the end. And I think that's one thing that Sony won't be able to have. They just don't have the same capital to battle with Microsoft on. And I think Microsoft has taken that pill and they're gonna go all the way with that and spend as much as necessary. So I would definitely make sure you guys keep your eyes open on that because I think like I said, I'm a Nintendo gamer, so but I keep my eyes open throughout the whole thing. I own all the consoles, and I'm thinking to see. It seems like they're trying to lean towards that way of spending whatever it takes to compete and get back in the market. So I do think that Sony's going to have to blow out June or sometime to try to get some of that hype back. Try to get their fans a little bit more excited about something.
I am gonna actually agree with you on this in certain areas. Yeah, Big Daddy Microsoft, yeah, they have more money than Sony and PlayStation, but that's big money Microsoft. If Xbox division continues to bleed money and does not make a profit in a reasonable time, I don't see a reason why Big Daddy Microsoft will continue to give money just for it to be burned and not make a return on it. So, if you know the story, there were no games being sold on Xbox, so they had to be very desperate enough to come up with something like Game Pass to get any amount of money from their gamers. And it seems to be working out well. I mean, they seem to be happy about Game Pass. The gamers seem to be happy about Game Pass, but we know that you can't split $1 2 or 300 ways, right?
Right,
From
absolutely.
developers that end up spending either 20 or over $100 million in their game development. So yeah, we know about the contract money that they give to a certain developer, similar to Netflix, in order to put their content on the service. But that does come with a expiration date, and again, after that, how do the individual developers, small or big, continue to make money?
I'm gonna hit you with this right here.
Jackster,
Having
talk to Dex.
subscription services
Yeah,
are lucrative
but
in
those
more
are
than
big
one
deal.
way than just selling games. Having a subscription service can be lucrative in many, many ways.
Guy
Don't
certainly
be
knows how to
surprised if you
protect
see
his biz.
advertisements
Wants to put
later
us
down
on
the
a few
road
small
in your Game Pass
prep
app
work,
or
like
on your computer
or lining us up
and things
big
like that.
check.
It's just so many ways
There's this
to get money off
combat bot
subscriptions.
military prototype. Maelstrom cleft it. Then Dex paid to take it off their hands just before the Gangoons had a switch up in management.
True Eddie, are you playing audio?
Royce versus Brick. Hostile take.
What?
True Eddie, are
Oh,
you playing
thumbs up.
audio? It seems like audio is coming from your mic. Like we're hearing
Oh
something.
shit. Oh, sorry, my bad. I was saying something.
Okay. Just hold on, True Eddie. I want to hear more what you're saying. Can you repeat that real quick?
Yeah, I
Sprague?
just want to mention that subscription services are lucrative in more than one way. You can make a lot of money with someone's subscription service, especially. Don't be surprised if the Xbox fans start complaining about seeing advertisements. Don't be surprised if you find out that third-party data is being sold. Having a subscription service is very, very lucrative outside of just game sales. Look at what the streaming services do for music now. They make tons of money off that. Apple Music, Amazon Music. It's a good way to go into the future, and I'm just saying that there's potential there. So I wouldn't downplay it.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna address that in just 1 second.
Yeah,
Cyber. Hold on.
breaking up.
True Woody. Cyber Dragon with the $5 super chat. Play the games you buy the games you play. Simple, very simple. Yeah. This is all I'm gonna ask, right? We can all admit that games weren't selling, that they had to get down in the dirt and do something like this. You know, like their games were not selling. They had to do this before anyone. Like they did it before Stadia came out. They did it from before the Amazon version of Stadia came out. They didn't do it before PlayStation, but PlayStation didn't do it for that reason. They already had their streaming. They eventually allowed you to download games from that service that was only supposed to be streaming. But they're not pushing PlayStation Now, which could be a competitor to Game Pass because they're still making tons of money per individual that spends $60 or $70 or more, depending on the collector's edition or digital deluxe per game, right? So, whenever someone can tell me a subscription, like let's say a subscription on Game Pass, that's $10 a month, right? And you get a shitload of games. Versus a gamer on PlayStation that's giving you $60 or $70 per game. Isn't Sony making more money per gamer than Microsoft is per gamer? I mean, we saw the revenue, so we know that's true, but so how right now, in reality, right now, today, which is April 11th, 2021, right now, how are they making more money from individual gamers that have a pass to play a lot of games without paying the raw price compared to
They're not.
Sony's gamers that are paying a raw price?
They're not making more money. They're bleeding money. However,
That's
if
all
they
I'm going to
tap-
say. I'm not saying it's not going to change in the future, but their numbers have to go up dramatically. And we all admit that. We all acknowledge that their subscription numbers have to go up. They are not at 20 million. And whenever they do get to 20 million, by December of this year, they need to double that shit. They can't be on a slow pace to fucking 40 million in the next 3 fucking years.
Here's what I want you to think about. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick, but I'm gonna leave you with this. I'll be right back. But how bad will it be if Xbox is able to really tap into the mobile market with their xCloud?
I mean,
That's
if that's what they want to do, then that's good for them. So I don't know how that's gonna benefit me as a PlayStation gamer or a gamer in general, because I don't play on cell phones. But if that's good for them and they're making the money that they set out to make, whether it's Game Pass or mobile market, cloud gaming, however they want to make money, that's cool. But the fans of Xbox, the console, need to understand that they are going through these avenues. And I appreciate you bringing all of this stuff up because some of this shit slips my mind because I just don't care. As just a hardcore traditional gamer, these other avenues are going to be approached by Microsoft if they haven't already. That leans away from console gaming. They're still going to make enough money to be happy and keep their investors happy and keep Big Daddy Microsoft happy. But I don't know if their gamers going to like everything, like the advertisements or their data being sold or a decrease in quality from some of the games they know and love. I don't think they're gonna be happy. Now, you can only celebrate games going to Game Pass so much. You can only celebrate the value of Game Pass so much until these other things take effect, and you kind of just like, I don't know if it's worth it.
I mean, it's a game anyway. You think they're going to keep the same pace they're at now once they hit that 50 million subscriber mark? No, they're going to go up in prices, and they're going to have less and less available over time, just because
Well,
they're not
yes,
going to be
they're gonna
spending
have
that
to go
money.
up in price.
Mm.
They're gonna have to go up in prices. These games
I mean,
aren't
well,
cheap.
that's what I want to say, True Eddie. Thanks for joining in. When they go up in price, how many subscribers do they plan to have before they go up in price?
They're gonna have, as I said, they're gonna have to have at least up to like at least 50 million subscribers to be comfortable to say that we are going up in price. In fact, to be honest, I think it's might actually be less than that.
Don't be surprised when
they're
you see
making
30 million and they do it.
Yeah.
Well, look,
That's
right
what I'm saying.
now they can get the 30 million by next holiday season. And this is
Jay,
December.
Jay, the problem is they just bought Bethesda and they didn't go up much. They spent $7.5 billion and they didn't go up a lot.
And they won't.
So
because the service still has to speak for you. Do you see what's happening with Netflix? Yes, I'm a subscriber of Netflix and I have not moved over to Disney Plus, but Disney Plus is very, very enticing. HBO Max is very, very enticing. They bring the fucking content. There are other people that said, fuck Netflix, I'm leaving Netflix, I'm going to Disney Plus, I'm going to HBO Max. I'm not saying that Game Pass has a competitor, but if you don't see the content that you thought you were going to get, you might not have much of a reason to stay a loyal subscriber. I know that's what they want deep down inside. Yes, they brag about this number, which is 18 million subscribers to Game Pass, but I guarantee you it's not concurrent. Because if it was concurrent, they would be bragging about that fucking number. And it's not only Xbox gamers that are making up that 18 million. I don't know how much of the million is coming from PC, but let's say you sold 50 million Xbox Ones last generation and you're only at 18 million. You started the subscription service last gen. It is a very valuable subscription service when you're talking about gamers that are too lazy to buy games. But you don't even got half. You don't even got half of 50 million? You don't even got half of 40 million? So you're sitting at 18 million and a small percentage is from PC. That's not good. Like you said, you spent $7.5 billion to acquire ZeniMax so you could have everything that is Bethesda. And as far as we know, because we know how much they like bragging about shit when they're on top, they have not talked about an increase to the Game Pass subscription.
Because it's only gone up by 1 point something million subscribers. That's not a lot.
That's not good. Now again, if you're an Xbox gamer and you don't want to buy games no more, go get Game Pass. I mean, it looks enticing the way that Xbox fans talk about it every single day. I think that every Xbox fan should subscribe to it. It's a little bit cheaper for you guys. You don't want to buy games no more, get Game Pass. But
gentlemen, what's happening? Didn't mean to interrupt you, JayTech.
What's going on, bro?
The invite, brother. How you doing, man?
Doing great.
How's the panel? Shout out to you and the panel. Great job. You do your podcast, JayTech, while I'm at work, and I love being able to kind of dip in. You just got to turn your mic up a little bit while I'm at work, if you don't mind.
Oh, okay, man.
That way I can hear you. But yeah, always a pleasure. You and you with the uploading and things like that. I do appreciate that, especially being in the medical field up against it. Take that little 15-minute break in your own, bringing some news. So I do appreciate everything you're doing. Shout out to the chat as well. Hit that like button. 60 people in here. Got 16 likes. Come on, people.
Facts.
Come on now. So, now I have Game Pass on PC, and mine is running out in a couple days because there's nothing there. They did add EA Access, which if you're on PC, you more likely already have Origins. You have more stuff in Origins, So Game Pass isn't the EA Game Pass. Again, it's just they're adding volume, and EA's games that are in there aren't bad. I mean, but there's nothing. you know, they put Madden in there, but Madden's they're already making the new Madden. They're
Wait,
literally just
is that
waiting.
Craig?
Yeah, what's happening? They're already the
Is that
draft. The
Craig?
NFL was happening. The NFL draft is in a couple weeks. All the Madden coders are just waiting on that. Then once that goes in, the new Madden will be finished. They're always a year ahead, you know. So, and then they go on vacation for the summer, and then the soccer people take over. But yeah, I'm surprised that I'm not surprised at how much bitching's going on in the PlayStation community. Because what has happened is exactly what Sick Humor said months ago. Of course, they're going to talk about Game Pass all the time because it's all they have. There's been no new IP on the Xbox for over 500 days. So, and that's reality. So, what are you going to talk about except what you have? The problem is that they've convinced some people, and I've always said there's a difference in the Sony gamer and the Sony fanboys that game. They've convinced the Sony fanboys that game that what Microsoft is doing is what's important. And that's why Six said he don't know why you all are arguing with them, going back and forth with them, because that's what they were pulling you into. You know, that's it. I mean, I thought the Xbox One S would be a good seller because I was told it was targeting 1440p, 60 frames a second with ray tracing. But then NX Gamer did kind of a guerrilla build, and he was like, "No, this is a 1080p machine." And he said that months ago. And guess what? It's a 1080p machine.
Credible?
Yeah, he's credible because he built the machine, and guess what? We're getting out of the Xbox One S, 1080p. That's what you're getting, which is fine. Which is fine, you know. But yeah, they're going to keep talking because that's all they have. Even the MLB The Show thing. That was a deal between Sony still made that game and they published it to the PlayStation just like they did last year. They did the same thing last year. The difference is that Microsoft, because it was a new deal, went in and said, we want this on Game Pass, and MLB The Show, MLB Players Association, and MLB owners said, yeah, fine. That's what happened. That's what happened. So Sony still made the game. They still published it straight directly to their platform. But you have people saying, again, the PlayStation fanboys are saying, well, they shouldn't even make the game anymore. Why not? MLB wants you to make the game. Or no, that's stupid. But again, the gamers, the Sony gamers are like, yeah, whatever, that's fine. The Sony fanboys, that game again, degrees may vary, but the fanboys aren't the gamers. The gamers are like, whatever. Last of Us has a TV show coming out. Of course, Sony is going to go ahead and remake the game. That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, this is The Witcher, and we all know this. The Witcher came out in 2015, yet CD Projekt Red is going to go ahead and do what? Make a remake, a remaster, whatever you want to call it, because there's a TV show. I heard you all talk about Netflix. Yes, it's on Netflix. You know, so, and Halo is coming out, and there's a Halo TV show. So these games are just going to come. It makes sense. Sony makes movies. So, of course, they're going to make movies out of their games. Who doesn't want to see a Horizon Zero Dawn?
We got to understand also one major thing. Because they already have these studios and mocap studios and all of this shit that Sony has and PlayStation has, these movies will be a little cheaper for them because it'll be in-house. The quality will still be great, but the stuff will be cheaper. They won't have to outsource any of this shit. So, again, like you said, they got the TV division too. They're going to do good with this shit. Yeah, in a way it's a cash grab, but yeah, in a way it is to let more people know about these series. You get that HBO series, you officially announced The Last of Us remake this year. When people are watching the HBO series that are still not sold on any PlayStation system, by the time that they finish that series, they're going to want to get a PS5 to play The Last of Us remake.
Well, possibly, yeah. And even the Kenna game is coming out.
Yeah.
Do you not that Sony could make a movie out of that? They have a studio that won an Oscar for Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
So you don't think they could work with Emberlast possibly?
I mean, did you see the deal? This is another thing I know we have not talked about because it's not purely gaming, but that's a pretty big deal. So they're making a lot of movies, and they're saying that after their movies are done at the movie theater, or possibly at the same time, I know Sony's real stubborn about not making money when it comes to the subscription shit, even when it comes to money, movies. They're saying that after it leaves the movie theater, we gonna put this shit on Netflix. We gotta deal with Netflix. You know Netflix will pay out the ass to get content, bro. They will pay out the ass. They paid, was it Daniel Craig $100 million to come back and reprise his role for Knives Out the movie on Netflix.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
we
Netflix is
know
they're printing money.
exactly. We know when it came to this deal, we don't know how much money Sony is getting. We don't know if it's cut between individual movies, but however it is set up, they are making a ton of money off of this this Netflix merger or partnership. Again, they could have easily just put everything on Disney Plus. They could have divided it and put it on HBO Max, but I think we all understand people are locking shit down. DC Comics and Cartoon Network shit, they're on HBO Max, right? You got the Nickelodeon shits, that's on Paramount Plus. So, you know, like everybody's picking a side when it comes to this subscription service of streaming content like movies and TV show. So that was smart because, again, Netflix is the oldest, and we know they got the most money when they want to get your shit on their service. So that's smart. What you just said was smart. It's gonna happen. I just don't. Again, PlayStation fans and PlayStation gamers are different.
They're different.
I told Somatic this many years ago, right before the PS4 generation started. I was like, Somatic, bro, we gotta have a lot of PS4 dick riders. And he could tell you. He could come in here and let you know. I gave him a long ass fucking lecture, bro. I was like, bro, I just got a feeling we about to get a lot of people dick ride on PlayStation.
Well, but a lot of those people were originally on the PS2.
Yes.
But when Sony came out with the price of the PS3, they left. I was one of them.
Mm-hmm.
I remember going to McDonald's, and this is back when you could buy a newspaper. USA Today, the front page of USA Today had the price of the PlayStation with a big exclamation point.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me? And they compound things by saying it's so good that you'll go out and get a part-time job. No. No.
Oh,
no.
yeah.
And so people were like, no, we're not. And again, they won out in the end. But look, here's what I saw this week. Between you made a great point here between the gamers and the fanboys here. Sony this week, if this article is true, let me preface it because I don't want to come on your show and say this is true and then it'd be wrong. If this is true, Sony has announced in the last 6 weeks a brand new studio game with Jade Raymond, a AAA game for Sony Ben. Everybody was wondering where Factions was. According to this article, it's being made. Again, if the article's true, a brand new game by another Naughty Dog, the remake of The Last of Us. And then yesterday the news broke of London Studio with another AAA game, and the rumor of Remedy making a game. Again, that's a rumor, but let's just say all that's true. So 5 to 6 games have been announced in the last 30 hours.
You talked about Abandon. Well, I mean that's not a part of the 30 hours, but that was that week. That was just last.
Okay,
week.
yeah, okay. Yeah. So Abandon, yeah, that's another good point. So possibly 7 games are coming. And people are bitching. That's the difference in the gamers and the Sony fanboys. The fanboys are complaining. The gamers are like, oh well, hey, look, we got 5 to 7 new games coming out, so we're fine. You know, so but that's the difference. So I'm glad you actually did bring that up, and you've talked about it before in the past, like you said, Jay.
Exactly. I've been saying it for now 2 generations. There is going to be a divide. Look, no disrespect to people that left and came back, bro. I was with PlayStation, and but this was after Nintendo. I had a PS1 and an N64. Mm-hmm. I did move towards PlayStation, and playing PlayStation 1 games like SmackDown 2 and Mega Man Legends and shit like that. And then, because of the portability, I ended up going back to Nintendo real heavy. So when I left Nintendo, it was 2005. I got the PSP. My brother had a 360 in 2005, obviously. Next year, PS3 comes out, hesitates at all, not at all. Gets the PS3, says, I don't need a PS2 no more. I don't need 360 no more. Here, it's yours. I played Crackdown the demo. I played Fable the game. I'm like, I want to be more like my brother. I want to play these fucking games that he kept getting every week. These Japanese RPGs that kept coming out every week on PS2. Traded in the 360. Kept the PlayStation 2. Got a whole bunch of games. Nothing but PlayStation. So from 2005 to now, strictly PlayStation. That's where the games are that I like to play. There was no reason. So I didn't really get caught up in the transition from PS2 to 360 because I was still with Nintendo. So that shit really didn't affect me at all. You know, I was.
No, it was bad.
Yeah, I know
It was
how
bad.
bad it was because when I got my first official job, my first official full-time job in 2008, I had understood because we were dragged in, even though we weren't really right. Like my brother was there, but he didn't give a fuck about the shit was going on the internet. But when we started watching like people like El Presador and Solid Rev, the Trey Brotherhood, which inspired us to get on YouTube and do videos. It was like, whoa, bro, there's a whole fucking back and forth. Motherfuckers are lying and shit. The first video I got on YouTube about, me and my brother, the lie that Metal Gear Solid 4 was coming to 360.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yep.
And did you see what they trolled with?
Yeah.
Somebody brought a 360 and they put Metal Gear on there. They said, here's Metal Gear 4 on 360. And I thought that was the best troll ever. No, you're right. Yeah, there were games, because I asked about that. I did not even understand what a first party studio was. And way back in the day, and the guy at GameStop was like, no, those are Sony first party games. They're not going to go to Xbox. He said they'll go to PC. But he said, because Sony, and this is back, he said Sony does put their games on PC. He said, so they may go to PC, but they're not going to put first party content on Xbox. And he was right. He was 100% correct. Where Xbox got them was the one, they jumped out, almost a year in advance, but they put out a piss poor product to do it. They had the red ring and they almost got sued. The reason why they replaced everything for free was because they were facing a class action lawsuit. So Bill Gates stepped in and said, well, we'll just fix it for free. And that's what he did. And so everybody's like, well, look how pro-consumer they are. It's like they dropped a piece of shit electronic. It broke. They were going to get sued. That's what really happened. I mean,
hey, not to interrupt, but Jay, go ahead and ban Sexy Boy. He's about to come in here trolling, bro.
All right, so Xbox is market leader. No,
thank you.
Xbox can't be the leader of the market because Sony is 66% of the market. So
well, I mean,
just think
they want to be a part of this shit. So
yeah, but yeah, it's just there. If you don't have anything to talk about but Game Pass, let them talk. I mean, every time these guys talk about their money, they make themselves look weak. Okay, because I've always said, if you ain't got no money, take your broke ass home.
Exactly.
They don't. This is a group of people that don't buy their games. They don't.
I mean, I studied a lot of Xbox fans, and the one thing I can say about the Xbox fans, the guys, most of them are all guys that I know. They're all fathers. They're fathers. They're older, gray hair, white hair, bigger on the bigger side. They're established. They got houses, cars, shit like that. They have money to buy a game once a month. I mean, think about how much money you spend on gas. Let's say you're a shoe fucking head, right? You buy nothing but shoes. Remember back in the day, a good amount of years ago, when people was just buying fitted caps? That shit was expensive, bro. Like,
I remember.
Yeah, like that shit was expensive. Shoes will cost you anywhere between $100 and $200, sometimes $300, depending on the brand. Don't get me started on fucking clothes. You can't even buy a shirt or fucking jeans these days that are lower than fucking $20. So, and there's been a lot of games that launch at $20 to $60, now $20 to $70. There's nothing really financially stopping any of these individuals from buying games. They just don't want to. And it's, again, a narrative will be strong enough to make shit look bad. Like, we were just talking about PS3. $600 was not good, but they had alternatives day one at launch. See, they had other they had other SKUs, but no one talked about that shit. And that's all right. Yeah. That's perfectly all right, because the main system is the one that's always going to sell, just like what's going on with Xbox Series X, selling much better than the digital unit. But long story short, the narrative was $600, bad.
Yes.
And
well, it was bad.
And I'm going to let you know right now, I was hearing that shit even when they dropped the price 2 times.
Yeah.
I was still hearing people say this system is $600. I had to tell them, I was like, bro, they dropped the price 2 times in the last 2 years, from $400 to $300 fucking dollars.
Yeah, and also I gotta admit
the
the gamers, the PlayStation gamers, don't care about the Bethesda deal because you should have gotten a gaming PC by now. Just this last generation, what was the winning hand? You know, you're going to have 2 aces in your hand, PC and a PlayStation. That didn't change. Okay, if I want to play any of the Bethesda games, I'll just play them on PC. You know, worst case scenario for me is that I have to go out and get a new graphics card, but there's a report out now that's been picked up by multiple outlets that Xbox's games aren't going to be ready for another 30 months.
Hey, bro, I'm scrolling through Twitter, and as you fucking said that shit, I just saw it. So, NSBot, and we're going to read this off, 17 hours ago, big Xbox exclusive games like Project Dart and Everwild may still be years away, according to Christopher Dring. I mean, this is
possibly
this is nothing new. We PlayStation fans have been telling them about this for a while. I started off the stream talking about, hey, if you see a cinematic when you see a game being shown off, it means it's early in development. Don't count that shit as coming out in the next few years because it's coming out after the next few years.
And again,
Fable had cinematics, and we know it wasn't ready. And Perfect Dark has cinematics. We know it wasn't ready. Everwild, I don't even know if I've ever saw Starfield gameplay, but they're saying that if it's not able to come out this year, it's definitely coming out next year. But
I'd say so. I'd say that's that. It sounds like it's going to be a version of Elite Dangerous. I have to wait and see. But if I'm going to play Elite Dangerous and I play Sims, I'm just going to play Elite Dangerous.
I've been looking at a lot of that early access on PC for Elite Dangerous and the evolution of that. It's giving me those No Man's Sky vibes. Like, we know what the game was when it came out. We know it could be better, and they are making it better. They are making it what we wanted it to be. And I really respect developers to go back and build up these games and keep working on that shit until it gets to the level that we wanted it to be at. Like, that shit is awesome. So, hats off to Elite Dangerous development team. I really want to buy that game. Yeah.
And they and I'm gonna buy it again. I had it on PlayStation 4. I bought it on PS5. I'm like, well, I've got to hold this. I'll just play it on PC. With that said, however, they have had to change it because of Star Citizen. Even though Star Citizen is still in quote beta, and it's because over $500 million. It is. You're right. It is. But landing on planets and walking around in different atmospheres with co-op or just by yourself, that's what they brought in. Now, Elite Dangerous followed that. You can now land on planets. And I think what you just talked about, Jay, how now you're able to run around and things like that. Yeah, that's new. You're right. That is new. But yeah, I mean, guys, just you got to remember if the NFL draft's about to happen, if all you got is a bunch of wide receivers on your football team, all you're going to talk about are your wide receivers. You're not going to talk about nothing else. So they're going to talk about Game Pass because it's all they have. And again, Outriders is a hot mess. That's in game. And also look at, I'm going to jump off here. Look at the quality. Here's the difference in these two companies. Cyberpunk 2077 comes out and it is straight out garbage. It is trash. Sony says, get this shit out of my house. Microsoft says it can stay. That's what you're dealing with. So you want to go
and they were gonna give you an unfinished Halo, so we already know their priorities.
They were gonna do that.
We know their priorities. They don't give a fuck. They just don't.
Yeah, they don't care.
Don't care.
And again, they never have. When you look at the history of the company, it's just been about. And again, I understand what they're doing, and they have to be aggressive. Shout out to Gaming Forte. He even said this. They have to be aggressive because they are trying to push a service. And they need at least 30 studios.
It's not even that though. If they had to sell Cyberpunk because they are not in the driver's seat. They don't have the luxury of denying a company.
Well, no, they can pull that off their store because there's an understanding because they want to make money. CD Projekt Red wants to make money. Microsoft wants to make money. It's advantageous for them to put a finished product on their marketplace. My point is that Microsoft let that shit stay there, and it's still not fixed. And then how many months ago was
No, it's
that?
not.
So
No,
yeah,
it's
so
not.
and it may not be fixed till next year. My point is that do you want to go to Ruth Chris Steakhouse and eat? Which is what Sony has told everybody this week. We're going to concentrate on AAA major budget games. Ruth Chris Steakhouse, or you can go to Wendy's, and that's where Microsoft is. Which there's nothing wrong with Wendy's. This is why I keep trying to tell people it's okay to go to Wendy's and eat. Yeah, it's fine. But that's what Microsoft is. But if you go to Wendy's, don't be surprised if you get screwed at the window because you got a bunch of idiots working there. Ruth Chris is like, hey, this thing isn't cooked the way I want. Where's the maitre d'? Where's the manager?
Hey, it's cheap
Where,
food.
you know,
It's cheap
so
food.
that's what Sony is doing. So, but there's enough out there for everybody. But that again, that's why I thought it was funny. It's like these guys, Jade Raymond having her own studio backed by Sony, that was a big deal. What did the fanboys say? Well, I want to see the game. Don't tell me that. It's like, shut up. Shut up. That's a big deal. That's a big deal getting her to make an exclusive game because she's produced quality wherever she's at. So there's no reason to think it won't be quality for Sony. So but that's what you're dealing with, and that's the difference. Jay, I appreciate you letting me hop on. Shout out to you.
No problem, man. Anytime.
Keep up the good work, brother.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. Yeah.
True Woody, what's going on, bro?
What's up?
I mean, everything he said is just spot on. I mean, you gotta understand with the lady she was just talking about, Jade. It's like
Jade Raymond.
Jade Raymond's following the steps of Kojima. Like Kojima barely had a studio when he left. Konami, Sony helped. They locked the game down, not for as long as I wanted, but
Okay, I wanna ask a question about that though. Is that a good thing for Sony to keep doing though? Because
no, it's not.
All
No,
Sony's really doing. Is
no, it's
helping
not.
these
That
studios
is a
get up and
horrible
then they
thing
move
for them
around
to
and-
do, and they should not do it anymore.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that was a good decision at all.
I think that you could have at least locked Death Stranding down for a whole year without Kojima fucking up the fucking deal by running his mouth. Now, let's be honest. They had talked about a potential PC port early on when the game was first announced, but never did they talk about a PC version up until a week before the game came out. So if you were going to really bring it out on PC, what I would have done, and I know you guys don't want to hear this, you should have done a day and date deal. Don't keep it as a fucking secret, because when you keep shit as a secret, it bends people out of shape. No one liked that. No one liked that.
Yep.
4 days before the reviews came out, you announced it for PC. No one liked that more than 9 days before the game released on the PS4, you announced it for PC. No one liked that Kojima did that. And everybody was looking around like, why would you do that? You will stop people from buying your game. And we don't know if that had a negative effect on the game more than it already did, but we got these numbers from PC. I put it up on Twitter. I don't know if you saw it, True Witty. This shit is
No, I haven't been on Twitter.
fucking bananas. Like, the numbers I'm about to give out to y'all is not good. Not good. It makes you think that, hey, bro, we should just kept this motherfucker exclusive. Okay, are we there? Yeah, we're good. Okay, here we go. In April 2021, Publisher 5... Oh, God, that was this fucking month. Publisher 505 Games parent organization, Digital Bros, announced in a financial that the PC release had generated £23 or euros, and then that equals to $27 million in revenue for Death Stranding as of December 2020, making it the company's highest grossing game in 2020. I love when companies say, oh, it makes this the highest grossing game. This is so good. That's not good. Let me tell you right now. Formerly PlayStation's group marketing manager, he oversaw God of War's brand strategy. As of 2019, the game had made $500 million in revenue. So, God of War stays exclusive $500 million. Death Stranding ends up making only $27 million on PC. And they say they're happy with that. You can always get more, and when you get more, you should be happy. When you get less compared to what you know you could get, You can't fake and say that that's good because it's not good.
Wait a minute.
$27 million versus $500 million.
What did you say in that article? It said that was their highest grossing game.
Yes,
Okay.
of 2020.
Isn't that their only game?
That was their only game in 2020, so of course it was their highest.
Isn't that their only game though?
No, we're talking about 505.
Gotcha. Okay, I was like, wait.
But 505 didn't put out a lot of games last year. Nobody did. So that's a stupid statement to make when you didn't have a lot of games out. So again, $27 million in revenue is not good. Again, God of War I think God of War, they said, is about to stretch to $1 billion in revenue. But as of December 21st, 2020, God of War was sitting at over $500 million in revenue. I do believe that games being exclusives will always make a lot more money because that's where you got to go to get it. It's excitement. You don't want to miss out on it. And it's the driving force of picking one system over another. Exclusives will always be there. And if you want a good example, go look at a game like Spider-Man. Look at a game like Mario. Look at a game like Zelda. Look at Animal Crossing. Look what it fucking did for Nintendo last year. Couldn't get it anywhere else. You had to buy a Switch. People that didn't have a Switch, they saw the people playing Animal Crossing. They wanted to get a Switch. They went out and got the Switch and they got Animal Crossing. That's money. That's money. Like PC fans tell me all the time, everybody has a PC, right? There's like billions of fucking people on Earth that has PC. Yeah, that's true. But most of your games don't sell 1 billion. Most of your games don't even sell 1 million on PC because it's so crowded. There's so many different games on PC. And that's one thing I think big third-party publishers, studios, developers, they need to think about. You could put your game on PC, right? And try to expand your market, but it's not guaranteed. Majority of the time, it's just like the lottery. You're just not going to win. And you don't know when you will win. Unless that shit is already established, like maybe a Call of Duty, which is good, bring in some good money. Everybody knows it over there. Assassin's Creed is getting up there now. You know, Division, which are the type of games that they like to play. If you release those type of games that they like to play, and you're a big AAA studio, publisher, developer, it's going to bring some money in from PC, just not as much as consoles. And I don't understand why. Outside of it just being real crowded over there. It's too many fucking games. So we're going over this one more time for people to understand. God of War made over $500 million in revenue as of December 21st, 2020. Death Stranding made $27 in revenue on PC as of December 2020. So both of these financials are taking us to December 2020, and it looks completely different. Has God of War been out longer than Death Stranding? Yeah, by a year. Are we talking about PC versus console where a game was only on one platform? Yes, we are. But if I was not mistaken, the PC community continued to brag to me about they were going to be able to play Death Stranding in higher resolutions, higher frame rates, and I just expected so many people bragging about their ability to play this game on another platform were equal to them really supporting the developer, which was an indie developer by all standards, and it just didn't happen. So again, we don't know how much it made on consoles, Death Stranding. I mean, I did my part. I think I ended up getting a digital deluxe. I know a lot of other people that didn't buy that game. Yeah. But I just think that he should have kept that more of a secret. Look at what Square Enix does all the fucking time. Like, do they have plans to bring games to fucking other platforms? Yes, but they don't tell you that before they drop it on a major platform that's going to make them the most money. Who wants to fuck theirself over like that? I know Kojima is weird, but he has to be a lot smarter than that the next time he fucking decides to make a deal with PlayStation or somebody else and fucks over his own investment by announcing it on another platform, which will make people wait on the purchase. So, again, the dumbest thing I think he's ever fucking did in his life. And I know he kicked himself every fucking day for making that stupid ass decision. Really stupid. Just really fucking stupid. I would argue Steam is a big, huge marketplace over PC being a big, huge marketplace. Exactly. I bought Death Stranding on PS4 and got the plot. I love the game. Kojima is too smart for his game to be exclusive to Xbox. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't think. Yeah,
There's no guarantee he'll make it exclusive.
yeah.
However,
But I mean, if he's doing that, it's
Xbox,
like, let's put it this way, Truity. He's at the end of his rope. He doesn't give a fuck. He wants to make easy money. And
yeah,
I don't think he went down that road yet. I think he's still honorable guy. I think he still has vision. Think he still has a lot of great games left in him, and I don't think he wants to sell out like that because he knows putting that game over there is not guaranteed money. You do need money so you can keep funding good projects. So if they do fund his project, he needs to understand right now that game's going straight to Game Pass. That's just yeah, and I don't think he wants that for the game because he does want people to actually play the game. That's what I'm saying. He has honor. When developers put their game on Game Pass, it's like less chances that people will go on there, play that shit, and finish it. We got more people on PlayStation went out, purchased fucking Outriders, and actually are playing that shit. Like Jabari, Frostbite, playing the shit out of that game. Always posting pictures, always posting gameplay. You know, I don't see that on the Xbox side, and they got that shit for free. So,
they don't.
exactly. It doesn't.
Bro,
sometimes
they
it
don't.
doesn't matter if you give a game away for free. If they don't want the game, they're not gonna play the game. I mean, I'm not wrong, am I?
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But here's the thing: there's a lot of Xbox guys that don't. Okay, they got YouTube channels simply just to bash PlayStation. They don't have YouTube channels that they use to post gameplay of what they're playing or anything like that. There's only a few Xbox people I know that do that, and there's not a lot of them. There is not a lot of them that play Xbox games that's in Game Pass and actually show playing them.
Kojima has been synonymous with PlayStation for so long. I don't think that he would completely disbar that entire fan base that he has. With
I don't think he gonna do that. The only person that ever did that was Insomniac, and I know they did not like how it turned out.
Insomniac did not want to do that on Xbox.
No, they did. They did want to do it because they kept the rights to their own IP, but they didn't think it wouldn't sell as low as it did. Like I think that they believed in that project, and they believe it was a good one, and they believed that people was gonna buy it, and it didn't turn out that way. And it's really sad, man. I remember they put that game all the way down to $20 or $10. I also remember them adding it to Game Pass before putting it on PC, and nothing could revive that game.
They did that added to Game Pass. They did.
Yeah, nothing could revive that game. That was such a great, diverse, just dynamic type of game. It was
one thing I didn't like about it. There's only one thing I did not like about it. There was barely any like NPCs in the city, and I get that. You know, with all the monsters running around, there wouldn't really be much people in the city, but there was barely any. But the point is, like, the game was fun. It was a fun game just to run around and just destroy shit. And they didn't like that. I don't know what they were guns, so I don't get what was the issue with them not liking the game.
Xbox fans are on that level of PC gamers, right? They are very, very picky. So I don't really know what's going on. Sam and Adam, we were in this bitch late yesterday.
Adam Core.
Let me see what's going on. Sam said Jeff Ross stood up for Herman Holst and Jim Ryan. Let me see what else you say. Boca Loca, did he do the Jaffe thing already? Blah 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 blah. And Jeff Ross is now working at NetherRealms at the moment. Okay, I'm guessing this is all true coming from Boca Loca, so this is nice. He confirmed PlayStation as hands off as they were when he first started at PlayStation. So again, like it's really up to I mean, obviously they're hands off because if you're gonna make an IP, they're gonna keep checking on you to make sure that you can keep that fucking date, but they're not gonna really tell you to do this and put this in there. And I mean, that's really all on you. Like a lot of developers, they don't have multiplayer elements because they are so hands off with the PS4 generation. On the PS3, they did want to drive home multiplayer, so a lot of games had multiplayer, but I don't think it was like bad multiplayers. Like I don't think anybody asked for multiplayer on Uncharted, but look how that shit turned out. Same with The Last of Us.
That's why you need to take chances.
Yeah, I do think that they need to have a key multiplayer game each year. Like one good multiplayer game or a multiplayer element to a single player each year. They need a good high profile multiplayer game. I'm hoping that Naughty Dog has spent enough time on The Last of Us Factions to be able to get it out this year. I don't think they're gonna need to take 2.5 years for fucking Last of Us Factions, unless that's just some sort of fucking MMO world or something. But interesting, really interesting.
Do you think Sony's is still you think Sony's still trying to take chances?
Do I think Sony's still trying to take chances? Yes, I do.
Yeah, you have to take chances in this industry.
I mean,
Absolutely.
if they look, I know everybody's going freaking out, veterans, fanboys, PlayStation fans, people that came back to PlayStation with the PS4, people came back with the PS3, 5. Ratchet and Clank is a chance. It didn't Ratchet and Clank, but you gotta understand, Ratchet and Clank, they knew they milked it to holy hell, and they knew they needed to take a break. They brought the other one back on PS4. It did not sell as good as all the other big PlayStation 4 exclusive, but it was still a great game. They greenlit the sequel. Ratchet and Clank did not sell as good as the last two Spider-Man games, but they still took a chance. They said, yeah, we gonna put this game out there. They took a chance funding the Kenna project. They took a chance with the Returnal and Sackboy. Little Big Planet 3 did not sell as good as 2 or 1. But they still say, hey, we're gonna keep up with the Little Big Planet universe. Dreams was a huge fucking chance, which they added VR to, which is another big fucking risk. Like, they are taking chances. Compared to anybody else, like, who else is doing a fucking game like Returnal and Kenna? Because if so, these games would be on their platform instead of PlayStation. Like, buying up a whole bunch of indie developers that only make indie games is not taking a chance. It just means you brought them out. I understand people are going to keep questioning everything PlayStation does, thinking that, oh, do they still got it? Do they still, can they still fight in the ring? Or are they too old? Like, I'm going to keep getting these questions, and I'm going to keep letting you guys know that's not the case. They're just quiet.
You want a good example of them taking a chance? Just look at Bugsnax. Look at all the marketing they put into that.
Fall Guys.
Yeah.
Fall Guys.
That is true.
Oddworld. They didn't have to fucking take a chance on that. They could have let that shit be multiplied day and date. They saw there was no buzz, but they still took a chance to pay them that money to put it on PlayStation Plus. Destruction All-Stars is the biggest chance I think they took because they're not making a lot of money off of that. And they still going to support that for the next year.
Even though it's free, no one seems to want to pay for it. I mean, pay it.
Yeah. So they're taking a chance even if they take L's. They're taking a chance. And sometimes when you take a chance, you take L's. Sometimes you don't.
I'm only saying that is because of the recent reports of them.
But again, that's let's just put the report as a rumor, right? Because unless they come out and confirm that that's their focus, and unless we see it, we can't actually say that report is what's going on now. What's going on now is not what that report is saying. So let's say in the future they're going to do that, but even in the future, you think they're not going to make other side projects, the smaller games? I definitely believe they are. Let's just say the COVID is still around for 2022 and 2023, right? It will affect office work, and that will affect development, right? You really think PlayStation just gonna put out like 3 fucking big AAA games each year and just call it a fucking day? I don't think so, man.
I would think they would do something.
I look.
Uh,
Jason Schreier can do what he wants to do. Every time he's wrote a fucking article, it always seems like he just, I don't know what PlayStation did to him or his family, but he seems to
man,
not really like
them
them. And that's cool, but I would tell y'all
Someone must have
not to
pissed in his cereal.
always listen to Jason Schreier. Just because he's right a couple
pissed in that
times
man's
doesn't,
cereal.
huh?
I said Sony must have pissed in his cereal.
I don't know what PlayStation did to him. But even when it came to the Horizon thing, was it bad news? Not really. But the way he wrote it, it was like, oh yeah, there's no reason to own a PlayStation. You're gonna lose more games. Like, it was just the way that he writes his articles. Like, yeah, there's some factual shit, but all of that other stuff you don't really have to do. But that's what makes people keep talking about, like you. He wants to sow doubt. Like, even if you're the most hardcore fan, you're up here, like you're saying, did you think PlayStation not gonna take risk anymore? That's something he allowed you to fucking think about with his words. And it's cool, man. I mean, they gonna have to really prove to everybody that they still got it, even though we know they do. I don't know
No,
why
they
we.
no. They I'm not saying that like that. I know they got it to release top tier quality games.
Are you
I'm just
asking me
saying,
if the report is factual?
if the report has any factual evidence to it? Yes.
I think the parts about The Last of Us is factual. Obviously, we know Days Gone didn't get greenlit part 2 because we would have heard the sequel being announced around the time that this one went to PC, right?
Yeah.
So we know that those things are real. But the fact that Sony would only focus on AAA, no. I think that their AAA heavy-hitting games are going to be a focus for spreading shit out. Okay, prime example. Last of Us, everybody knows it. How do you spread it out? Put it on HBO. Get people to watch it that don't have a game system. Well, you put it on HBO, you can still get revenue and bounce off of that wall. How you bounce off of that wall? Well, make sure the remake has the new fucking factions multiplayer. People will definitely buy that. You see what I'm saying? Well, you want to make sure a big game like Ghost of Tsushima can also get some more legs. Well, let's put out a movie. We don't want to put it on PC yet because that's going to make us look bad that we don't really care about exclusives. So instead of putting this shit on PC, we need to make a movie. So are they investing in their big, heavy-hitting AAA games? Yes, they do. Yes, the fuck they are. But it doesn't mean that's their own focus. It might be a main focus of things like that.
But those are games that are already like top tier quality.
That's what I'm saying. They're focusing on them in that respect. It doesn't mean that all they're going to do is make those games all the time. It means that compared to any other generation, they're going to try to expand on people knowing about it and people caring about it.
That's right.
I mean, I don't think God of War has a TV show or anything ready, but we got Ragnarok, which is going to just sell on its own. Ratchet and Clank is going to be a fucking heavy hitter. Everybody knows Ratchet and Clank. And adding an additional character is really going to make people want to buy that. There's some mystery about this other character that you don't know.
Yeah.
And you really want to find out. So you're really going to want to buy that game.
I think she's from a different universe.
Yeah. So I mean,
I think
they're gonna find ways to continue to make money off of their IPs without automatically putting them on PC. I know what Jim Ryan said, but if it was really fucking true, I'm pretty sure right now that Ghost of Tsushima would have went straight to PC because hey, it's so popular, right? But they know they didn't make all their money that they can make on Ghost of Tsushima, so they're not putting it on PC and they're not putting it on PlayStation Plus. They want that game to still sell.
It would be stupid to put Ghost.
True witty, Jay. I gotta go do some schoolwork and stuff. Appreciate talking to you guys. Nice to meet you. I'll be around.
Okay, man. No problem. You're welcome anytime. Okay, Adam said he's gonna be on soon after he eats Frosted Flakes covered in peanut butter. Good shit, Adam. Speaking of peanut
Oh
butter, I need
man.
to make sure I drink all this bottle of water. It's getting fucking hot, you know? I'm gonna have to open both of these fucking windows. But yeah, I mean, I think PlayStation gonna find other ways. It's different. I mean, isn't one of the parts of this around this time they're talking about putting games on cell phones? Well, you could spread your legs. But what did they say about the games they put on cell phones? They're gonna be games that you already know. So that goes along with what Jason Schreier said. But he leaves these things open to interpretation. I'm not saying he's purposely always wanting PlayStation to look bad, but the last couple times he came out with big news, it seems like he wanted to make PlayStation look bad. Like, he understands that fans would care if games go to PC and them not having exclusives. He understands for a console gamer, having an exclusive is a selling point. People don't just buy the hardware to buy the hardware. We buy the hardware to play these great games. So he understood what he was saying when he was writing the shit that way he was writing last January. And he understood what he was saying when he was writing the shit just now. The thing you should understand is there is some news about to come out that he tried to get in front of. Again, this shit happened on a Friday. He could have, you want to really stir the pot? He could have waited until Monday to drop it, this Monday, or he could have released that information on Monday of last week. I know he's been sitting on that shit for a while. But there's a pattern. You drop that bad news, even though it's not really bad, but he designed it to look that way on a Friday. But then the previous Friday, there was some other news that make PlayStation don't look good by having no control about having MLB to show on Game Pass, which was out of their control. And I deduced that when we were talking on that podcast, that I mean, if you really sit back and think of it, MLB told PlayStation, you can't keep this game exclusive anymore. You need to put it on other platforms. At that point in time, we understand who's pulling the strings, and it's not PlayStation. So, obviously, Microsoft went around PlayStation, talked to MLB, got the deal made. MLB is obviously looking for that game to make money. And if Microsoft's going to give them a lot of money to put it on their service, they are not going to turn that shit away. Simple as that. That's what happened.
Microsoft is scheming, but
Hey, this is classic Xbox. I saw this shit on the 360, and I'm not against it. I mean, when they do shit like this, it makes PlayStation fight back a lot harder. I saw it in action. They were worse than this, bro. Like, if you think manipulating the media and having them write certain articles, but kind of stay away from all the bad shit happening with your studios, you think that shit's fucking new? That shit is not new. That shit ain't new, bro. Like, they had the worst failure rate in the history of gaming, but you didn't hear the media really talking about it. They not only using their money for acquisitions. We can't sit up here and say that they only use their money for acquisitions and the benefit of Game Pass. Like, they can use their money however they want. Even if it's to tell somebody to put this article out this day or not talk about this or ignore our shortcomings. Like, they do it all the time. He had no God of War Ragnarok news like Naughty Dog and Sony Santa Monica in the same city. Exactly. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, it's funny that Jason Schreier had this news, but he knew nothing about The Abandoned. Do you know how many journalists knew about The Abandoned before it came out? None. They love leaking shit, right? Colt Eastwood claims to be an insider. Nobody knew about The Abandoned. I know, but I'm just saying, people fake to be an insider, not just Colt, but so many others. All last year talking about they know this, they know that, but nobody knew about the insider, and including Jason Schreier, which would have been a great fucking report, but nah, he don't want to report on games that or make PlayStation look good. He reported on news that was designed to make PlayStation look bad. That's his MO, bro. It doesn't mean it's a lie. It's just the way he writes it, he knows it's going to stir the pot. That's what
No.
keeps his name in the consoles. You know, people talk about Jason Schreier, and they really, really boosted his name when he delivered good news for Xbox fans to attack PlayStation fans about a big AAA exclusive not being exclusive anymore, which was Horizon Zero Dawn. People liked him for delivering that news. People subscribed to him. People purchased his book because he did something for them that they needed. They needed a W, and that was a W for them. This is not a W. I'm going to tell you right now, this is not a W. You look at all of the shit that's going on here, it is not a W.
Or for Sony or for PlayStation?
No, for Xbox fans. Last of Us Remake is gonna make boatloads of money, and if they mix that shit with the new Last of Us Factions multiplayer, people will buy that remake.
Oh no, I don't doubt they will.
That shit's gonna sell a lot. That shit is gonna sell so many fucking copies. It's not even funny. Like it's
the name behind it.
It's the name behind it, but it's a remake with the new engine, with 60 frames per second, possible ray tracing, which we have not talked about. All I've been talking about was 4K 60 and multiplayer. But just think if they put ray tracing in there. This is Naughty Dog's remake. This is not Blue Point's remake. This is Naughty Dog's remake only for the PS5. We know they're going to go above and beyond. I think when we talk about this remake, PlayStation fans need to understand what it is. It's Naughty Dog's chance to show you what they can do on this hardware. And I do believe when it's out and when it's shown, I think everybody and their mother are going to say, oh, I was wrong. We did need this. Because it's going to be a win. Now, let's think. What's a game that Xbox has, right, that they could get a remake and show off the power of their system? What game? Name a game. Chat. Corn Williams, what's going on, bro? Gregory, what's going on?
Halo.
We got 71 people. Cyber Dragon still in there. Aziz A is in here. What's a game that they can remake to show off the power of 12 teraflops on Xbox Series X? So
could have showed it off with Halo.
Halo and fucking Gears. Do you see that? Halo and Gears. And Forza.
Actually, Forza would actually show off the power.
We already know Forza gonna have good graphics though on the new one, so that don't matter.
Mm-hmm. That's a racing game.
What's going on, Carl? How you doing, man? So Halo and Gears. They're not gonna make a Halo remake because I'm just letting you know they're not. They will probably make a Gears 1 remake. That would be nice, right? A nice Gears 1 remake. Take advantage of ray tracing, 60 frames per second, native 4K. They're not gonna do it though. Like, people mad that PlayStation got a greenlit Last of Us remake, but how many times do some of the best games in American history get a remake? And how long does it fucking take? Takes a long time. Demon's Souls took 11 years. Final Fantasy took nearly over 20 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, geez, and it's not even done.
Exactly. Remakes are hard to come by. And people need to understand that. Remakes are something that people actually want. They want to relive some of the best gaming moments of their time. Vedger said Super Lucky Tales remake.
That's not theirs though. That's not their IP.
Quran, I already know about the teraflops. I know that, but that's something that they still use. So, let's just say, instead of talking about teraflops, what studio is competent enough to show off the true power of that system? We're not gonna talk about teraflops since you don't want to talk about that, right? But what studio do they have underneath the umbrella that can make a remake to a legendary game that they own the rights to, that can show off the power of that system? We're talking about Naughty Dog. I'm sorry, I don't care if you've been a PlayStation fan longer than I've been alive. The fact of the matter is, Naughty Dog is a legendary developer. They've already picked up over 200 awards for their sequel to The Last of Us. I trust
All of
them.
awards.
If they wanna,
I'm
if they
not
wanna
even.
make this remake, let them make this remake.
It's not the most awards any company has actually gone for one single game.
Exactly, it has. Their first game did that, and their second game did better. It passed Witcher, which they're making either a remaster or updating the game. Like good games,
Well,
you go back
Witcher,
and you.
they're making a remaster.
I think they updating it, or it could be a
No, yeah,
remaster.
they're up there, not making a remaster
Yeah, they're
update. Sorry,
updating it. So you see, there's three different stages, right? That we look at on new generations. We look at a simple update patch, a PS5 version, a remaster, or a remake. Demon Souls got a remake, straight remake, look beautiful.
remake is a lot better than a remaster.
Again, a remake is better than a remaster. It's better than a PS5 version. It's better than a fucking a PS5 patch. A remake is better than everything. And it's by Naughty Dog. We're gonna be able to see what Naughty Dog is able to do with the power of the PS5. They have not released a game. I don't give a fuck if it was Jack and Daxter. I want to see what they're able to do. No, it's not the best news when you hear in the same breath, hey, we're getting a remake for The Last of Us. Ha ha, you're not getting a fucking sequel to Days Gone. But Jason Schreier made that article that way. I hope you guys understand. He made sure that those two bits of information were so close together that you could deduce that one is getting made because they don't want the other one being made. He's a smart motherfucker, bro. Like I said, nobody's not biased here, bro. Shit, I'm biased. You know? Everybody has an agenda, including him. That's why he blocked everybody that questioned his article about Horizon last year on Twitter. Blocked everybody, bro.
All these gaming YouTubers have an agenda. Even though they claim they're freaking neutral, that's a load of fucking bullshit. Derek Brigley, the one I'm always on Twitter, I'm always trolling. I don't even mean him any harm, bro. But he gets so pissed off so easily. I'm like, yo, this is funny. I don't even mean to be mean to him all the time. But
thank you, Jeff,
like,
man, for
so
the super
easy.
chat. Jeff with the $20 super chat is just saying thanks, man. You're welcome anytime. Thank you for the I mean, we need good, level-headed Nintendo fans, but for the most part, you guys are fucking core. You really are, man. Y'all buy y'all games, y'all play y'all games. I wouldn't mind talking to Nintendo fans anytime. PlayStation fans are obviously always welcome. I need to find some competent, level-headed Xbox and PC fans to talk to on this chat. Again, what we're talking about is the pillar of the gaming industry, and PlayStation is the sturdiest pillar that we have. You know, everybody else is, I will admit, they're not pulling their weight. They're not buying their games, and they have to. You know? We call it the big three, or we used to, because everybody was pulling their weight. It's fucking PlayStation, it's Nintendo, and sometimes Microsoft, and sometimes Xbox. Sorry, sometimes Xbox and sometimes PC. They're switching out on a third place because their games are not supporting the industry.
Microsoft last gen pulled their weight.
Last gen?
Yeah.
You mean 360?
No. Yeah, 360. Sorry.
Yeah, and the 360, they pulled their weight. The Nintendo, they pulled their weight. PlayStation was the weakest link early on. But they showed their worth, and it was a good amount of years where everybody was competitive and everybody was almost equal. Like when PlayStation came out with the PlayStation Move and Xbox was coming out with Kinect, everybody was top tier, bro. They was at the top of their fucking game.
Exactly. Now, I don't think that's what I don't understand. Where did all those 360 guys gone? Where they used to buy games? I don't understand. Where did they go?
When you condition people to think a certain way, it doesn't mean that they disappear. They just change. That's all Phil Spencer did was change people that were already there. He made them think a different way.
Yeah, but no. Microsoft didn't tell them to not buy the games at launch.
No, no,
What?
I'm talking about later on. You talking about in the
Oh
beginning,
no, no,
right?
oh no.
Okay, let me tell you what happened. This is this is my take. I'm not gonna tell y'all this is factual, but this is my take. I believe that the morale was down, that they didn't like that they allowed PlayStation to make a comeback, and these are the fans. And then with the new generation, things weren't going so hot. PlayStation 4 was just looking better. The hype was better. The price was better. And we started getting reports that PlayStation 4 had better resolution. And Xbox fans were depressed. And when you're depressed, you don't want to do a lot of shit that you normally do. I'm not joking. I think Xbox fans were depressed about losing to PlayStation again. They liked being on top. They liked being the king. And they didn't want to
That's
go back
fine.
to second or third place. And this is a position they were heading to. And they were like, well, I don't want to fucking do anything. And they didn't.
And that's fine. But the point is, like, the real point of the matter is,
They look, bro.
where did all
Those
this?
guys at that point in time, I don't think they were thinking about, hey, if we don't buy these games, we ain't gonna get good shit. I don't think they were thinking that far ahead. So if you want to know why they would do something like that that would impact them later on, they probably weren't thinking that far ahead. Exactly, Aziz. A lot of 360 fans came back to PlayStation, so you know they weren't left with a lot of things, bro. Like, and they knew that. That's another thing that was really depressing is that they saw their friends and brothers and family members go get a PlayStation, and they didn't stick with Xbox, and it made a lot of the people that stick with Xbox, you know, real depressed. Like, you gotta buy a game. Are you really gonna buy some Xbox games when you are on the losing side and you know you're losing, and you know everybody went over to the other side and they're having fun and shit? People making
You're
jokes
having
about your
fun and you
hardware.
can't and you can't do anything about it. Yeah,
Exactly.
I get it. But the
It's
point
not
of the
right.
matter
It's
is,
not right, bro. But it is what happened. It wasn't a smart
yeah, but
decision.
you also got to realize something. You also got to realize you, at the end of the day, you love that. So why wouldn't you not support? Because listen, this to name a person, Crime Gamer still supported the Xbox all the way up to 2015. So why didn't all these other Xbox fans support the Xbox?
I mean, let me put it this way: support is split in multiple ways, right? And one of those ways is just saying, "Hey, I like what you're doing." Other way is money. I like what you're doing, but I'm gonna give you some money, right? Let's just example, like we're live streaming right now. Um, People like what we're doing. Sometimes they spit out a super chat. Sometimes they'll like the video. Sometimes they won't do either one. They will show their presence and their support in different ways. So you might not like the video, and you might not drop a super chat, but you're here. You make up the viewership, which is 75, which is awesome. You might just be viewing or listening. You might be at work or school right now or with your family, but you're lending an ear, and I appreciate that. We got other people that are always in the chat, right? We got Gregory's, we got Cedric, we got sometimes Jamar Bates will hop in here, Adam. Like, wherever they can throw that support, depending on what they might be doing, they're throwing that support. And that's the same shit with Xbox. Xbox fans, right? Just because they're talking about Xbox does not mean that's the support they need in order to get change. You know what I'm saying? Crap Gamer being a fanboy on YouTube was not going to help Xbox become better. Game selling is what they really looked forward to.
But that's the thing that he was buying games though. That's the thing. That's what I'm
Yeah,
trying to say.
but what he did not inspire Xbox fans to buy games. You see what I'm saying? He posts more gameplay for Sunset Overdrive than any other Xbox fan I ever found out. But it didn't inspire his thousands of Xbox fans to buy those games. So at the end of the day, it's support, but it's not support that's making change.
That is true. That is true. That is true. Even though he made all them videos, not one of them decided to go and buy the game. So
Exactly.
Oh shoot, they just got cheap. That's what after 360. I guess they just
I
got
mean, I say they got cheap, but we know they got money. They brought multiple Xbox
no.
hardwares. They brought TVs. They brought controllers. They brought headsets. We know they got money, bro. They just don't want to spend it on video games. It's stupid, but hey, it is what it is.
Why do you call yourself a gamer?
Let me be honest though, most of them don't. I'll be honest,
What,
most
call
of them
themselves gamers?
no, they don't. They don't call themselves gamers. They don't want you to check their fucking achievements, bro. They're far from gamers than anybody. Like, think about that shit. When is like you don't see Xbox fans with their gamer tags out anymore. They used to be proud about being Xbox fans and always have their gamer tags out. But once people started seeing that they don't play games, they wanted to hide that shit. Because even them, they know they're not playing games. You know?
Oh, well.
Look, we can't change the way they are.
You know what's funny?
Mm-hmm.
You know what's funny? Randolph Thor, the one man that always brags about having a million gamer score. He don't show his gamer time.
Oh, thanks. We got 85,000 topics to cover. Thanks for that. Hold on.
85.
Okay, I see my boy Stealth came back up in here. Thank you, Stealth. He's back on the PlayStation Legion. I don't know who this Chaos Star is, but I'm hoping you don't cause no trouble. I really don't got time for that shit today. Let's go and check out some of these topics. So one thing I did want to do in front of you guys, we're gonna head on over to YouTube. I'm gonna keep that poster up. I deleted 8 videos that got copyright claims. I told you guys that shit is very annoying. Sometimes I want to fight it, sometimes I don't. The latest live stream was something related to Xbox. There was some Uncharted music, and Sony Music Entertainment copyrighted it, which is very rare, especially since we're talking. But
Sony copyrighted their own game.
yeah, I mean it happens, man. Fucking happens. Colt. We're looking for Colt Eastwood. Now, it's speculation that Colt has got so big that he is officially being paid by Microsoft to just be a hype man. He was doing it before he was getting paid, but now he is officially, from all reports, getting paid by Microsoft to do what he was already doing.
Hey, if you can get more money, shilling, why not?
So I wanted to show you this because I don't know which video I want to click on. But I'm pretty sure everybody will tell me that each and every last one of these videos don't show him actually enjoying any games that he's hyping about. So let me show you what Xbox fans are all about. Right? Big letters. Big letters, right? He says, Xbox shocks fans. Xbox all new games debunked. PS5 destroys Xbox. Phil Spencer effect. All new impossible technology.
Phil Spencer effect?
Yeah, these are his fucking titles. This is all clickbait. New AAA games and updates. I guarantee you, once he fucking go into that video, there's no fucking information on new AAA games. I'm a gamer, so if he knows shit, I'm gonna know shit. Developers talk mysterious exclusives. Like this bullshit, all clickbait. I don't know which one of these videos would have gameplay for Outriders, but I wish I knew. Cause when you're only doing this shit, you're not playing games, bro. Like you're not playing any games, bro. You're not playing any fucking games. No games are you playing. Hold on, let me click one of these videos. Well, I don't know, bro. Hold on, I don't think I want to click any of these videos. He hasn't posted a video for over a week. So, as you can see, Colt doesn't really even care about YouTube. Like, he doesn't even post a lot. Like, he hasn't posted this video in over a week. This video is 2 weeks. It's like he's
You know
getting
what
that
King Trash said is
Microsoft
true?
money, so why should he keep doing good on YouTube?
Maybe what King Trash said is true.
I People keep telling me about
He's
what King Thrash said, and no disrespect, I have not been on YouTube enough to see, so I need to know which video I need to catch up on.
it's just King Thrash been saying that he used to play music or something on YouTube. He wasn't exactly a gamer,
Oh yeah,
and then
yeah,
because
yeah.
that wasn't catching on,
Exactly. It
he
wasn't catching
decided to be
on,
a
so then
gamer.
he changed his style. Yeah, he's a little bitch. Um,
Hey
like that's just how that shit is, bro. That's just how that shit is.
man, you can't make it somewhere, make it somewhere else.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can't. You
Like
ain't got no
people are,
skills
yeah,
there,
people are
so
really like I gotta talk to King Thrash and then watch some of his videos. But people are really trying to act like PlayStation is like done, like they're dead, they're not the same anymore. I'm like, motherfucker, what? It's fucking April, man. It's April. Returnal is coming out this month, and a month
oh
after that,
yes,
two
I can't
months
wait
after
for that.
that, you get Ratchet and Clank. Like, come the fuck on, bro. We got games, man. We got games. There are
I can't wait for
amazing games being added to Plus and PlayStation Now every fucking month. Updates are being issued for older games every fucking week, man. You
I can't
know,
wait.
on Tuesday we got the PS5 beta for Final Fantasy 14, which I can't wait to download and play.
Wait, what? This Tuesday?
Yes, this Tuesday, the 13th of April. So
Oh,
I mean, it's I can't
for how long?
understand, bro. Like people be acting like we don't got shit. We got shit, bro. We got games, bro. Play your games.
For how?
Hmm?
For how long?
I don't got the info, so I'm gonna have to look it up. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that shit up.
I've,
But
I've, ne-
I want to
man,
try to get
I
in on
play.
that as soon as
I
possible,
don't,
bro.
I don't know about Final Fantasy 15, 14, man, because I tried that freaking, what you call it. I bought the game and then I actually like paid monthly for that game. Well, once, no, you got like a 30-day free trial, I think. Yeah, a 30-day free trial, and I tried it, and boy, uh, it definitely is a PC game.
Yeah, that's what MMOs are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely a PC MMO. Straight up, there's no voice acting in nowhere. I'm like, oh shit. It's just all writing, bro. It's all writing. Like I see other MMOs with voice acting. So I don't know how Square Enix managed to do that without no voice acting.
I don't know. I might be 100% wrong because I haven't played it in years, but I could have swore they had voice acting to a degree.
No.
When did you play it? Did you play it on PS3 or PS4?
PS4. I played it recently, probably last
Oh
year.
shit! I could have swore they had some voice acting. I hope they can add that shit. Um,
And if they ain't had it by now, they ain't had it.
yeah.
um,
Well, I'm gonna test it out
uh,
because I want to see what the PS5 can do for MMO
yeah.
like that.
Oh yeah,
Again,
yeah, yeah.
the one
I'm
thing people
definitely
need to
testing.
understand: this is a great test for comparisons and parity. Like, you put a
Oh yeah,
game on
cause it
PC and people think that, hey, PC is always gonna have it better than console, but we've been able to hold games at a lock 60 frames 4K, and there's a lot of PCs, like I said, for $400 $500 just can't fucking do that. So um
exactly.
I definitely
Exactly.
want to check that shit out. Let me go and see what the next topics are. But if you guys want to check that out, you don't have to pay. It is an open beta. It's free for everybody. I don't know how long it's gonna last, but they probably will give out more details this week about how long the beta will be.
I don't know how much.
But they said it's scheduled. Open beta is scheduled for release on April 13th. The PS5 version of Final Fantasy 14 boasts higher
Is it on the store
resolutions
right?
interface. Huh? What you say?
Is it on the store right now to check?
No, it's not. It's coming out on the 13th, which is Tuesday. So when the PlayStation Store updates on Tuesday, the game should be available for download. The open beta. see. Okay.
All right.
So yeah, this is just basically a PS5 update, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Um,
Well,
yeah, we'll see
I'll,
what
I'll,
happens.
I'll, I'll most likely get it because I'll get a free upgrade. So I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
If
I
they
mean,
actually
I'm
do a
probably
free,
not because I mean I like the game. It's just you know how MMOs are, bro. Like if you don't
yeah,
play
I'm
that
not.
shit all the
I'm not.
time,
I'm not.
yeah,
I'm not paying a monthly fee to play that.
yeah.
Come on.
I don't believe in monthly fees, and it's just like there's so many other games I play that I would get lost. You know, I'd be falling
Exactly.
behind, and I don't want to like you know with MMOs you have to dedicate most of your time to just that game. You know, you don't
Like
want to fuck
I
up.
I I felt bad on freaking that Elder Scrolls Online, bro. I'm like, oh fuck, what do I do now? Like I don't know how to play the game anymore.
Yeah.
Like
You
I
know,
I
I
can't do
always
MMOs
wanted
like that.
Elder Scrolls to have a multiplayer, but I didn't think it was gonna look as shitty as that. You know, like it,
Hey,
it sucks, bro.
hey,
Motherfucking
it's still
days gone
it's
in this
still better.
bitch.
It's still better than Fallout 76.
Yeah,
It's still better than Fallout 76. I can tell you that much. I play them both. Oh my goodness. What a kill.
I think one thing we should also talk about. Let me go put this back up because we ain't doing shit right now. One thing we should also talk about is should Sony start replying to some of these dangerous rumors and reports that are
What
misleading,
room?
you know, because I think that if you leave this shit hanging around for too long, even though it's not true, it will change people's minds and it could
Okay.
result in
I
people
think they
leaving.
I think they should speak because look what Jeff Grubb, look at what Jason Schwartz are saying about everything. Like that stuff will put people off. Like to be quite fair, I didn't even I was looking at it, I'm like, is Sony
Exactly,
getting like
Gregory.
soft?
Cyber
And
Dragon's
I'm
right too. Yep.
what did Cyber say?
Cyber Dragon said they should. Um,
Yeah, they should
I
speak.
mean, again, we know how rumors are, bro. We know how fake news is. Like, if you don't
Mm-hmm.
fucking address that shit, people gonna assume that shit is true, and they might do stupid shit because they think it's true. So again, you don't want to look like Xbox and not talk until June. I don't think that's something you need to be doing. The systems are already out. Like this is what PlayStation needs to understand. The systems are out. That means you can talk anytime you want. And they've been doing a good job. Like I said, we get a new IP shown off this week. Maybe a couple weeks ago, we saw what the VR controllers look like. They can sprinkle news anywhere they want. So when somebody is saying something wrong, you need to come out. I can tell you one developer that has a great track record of doing that shit. Insomniac. Insomniac will tell you
Mm.
real quick if a game is not coming to your fucking platform.
Oh
They
yeah.
they told so many Xbox fans there is no possibility that Spider-Man's coming to Xbox. They told so many
They
Xbox
were
fans.
not happy. They
Yep.
were not
And then listen to
happy.
this.
I
Y'all want
love
to
it.
know some
I
real
love it.
fucking history? Xbox fans thought the that Disney was going to have a similar scenario to MLB, which MLB obviously happened after what happened with Spider-Man. But they thought that something similar was going to happen with Disney. They thought that Disney was going to pull the strings on Sony and force Sony to put Spider-Man on Xbox because Xbox fans were crying.
Yeah, but there's a big difference between Spider-Man
I
and
know.
MLB.
So
Sony
listen what
actually
Sony did.
owns
What
the
Sony did, they was like, okay, well, we're going to make sure you don't ever think about that again. We're going to buy Insomniac. So not only do we have the IP to the video game of this new Spider-Man, we own the developer that makes it too.
even if they didn't own Insomnia, let's say they didn't own Insomnia, they actually own the movie rights to Spider-Man. They could do whatever they freaking want with it.
True,
and they
but
have leverage
that's the
on
thing.
that.
That's what PlayStation fans need to understand. Movie rights is not the same as a new IP Spider-Man video game. It was a new IP
No,
Spider-Man video game related to nothing about the movie. So yeah, everybody is right. Sony does have the movie rights to Spider-Man, but that was not a
but they got
movie-based
pulled.
video game. That was a new IP that Disney wanted to be made, and they said, "Well, PlayStation, you have that history with Spider-Man. You know it more than anybody else. Who do you want to be a part of this shit?" They picked Insomniac. Or no, it went a different way.
No,
Like
they asked
Insomniac was
Insomniac.
tapped for a Marvel game, and Insomniac picked Spider-Man. So I don't think Sony had anything to do with the character that was picked, but it was basically like a match made in heaven. Insomniac picked Spider-Man,
Sony
and then
asked Insomniac if they wanted to do if they wanted to do a superhero game, what would they want to do? And they said Spider-Man.
yeah, but Disney greenlit it.
So yes, Disney greenlit it.
Yeah, because
But
that's
Insomniac
how it
voted.
is. It's like, hey, this was a deal between Sony and Disney. They went to Insomniac. It was like, hey, you got skills. You just made the Sunset Overdrive, which is open world. You're doing good with cinematic gameplay and storytelling. What do you want to make? They said Spider-Man. It was perfect because Sony has a lot of history with Spider-Man. And obviously, people are going to assume, oh, yeah, bro, it's over there because of the movie rights. It really wasn't. It was not. Sony doesn't own the new IP to Spider-Man because of the Spider-Man movie rights. No. That's a Spider-Man video game, not related to the movie. So Xbox fans need to understand, and PlayStation fans need to understand, it's completely different. They got the IP for the video game, and they own the movie rights. Two separate entities. It's a fucking big W for PlayStation because not only are they doing live action Spider-Man movies and a Spider-Man video game, they have a three-dimensional Spider-Man movie, which is the Into the Spider-Verse. They also do the fucking TV shows, the cartoons. So yeah, they when it comes to Spider-Man and his popularity over the last 20 so years, gotta give it up to fucking Sony, bro. And they thought that it wasn't that type of way, Truity. So they thought that if they complained and cried and bitched on the internet, that Disney would tell Sony to put the game on their platform, but it didn't happen that way. Now, we know what happened with MLB. That situation did fucking happen, where MLB listened to the people bitching and crying and pulled the strings and told Sony, hey, you have to put this on other people's platforms. They're crying and bitching. But it was funny that it didn't happen that way, and Insomniac continuously talked to Xbox fans and let them know, hey, bro, there's no chance of this shit fucking happening. Stop. There's not a lot of developers that will come out and tell somebody, hey, bro, this game's exclusive. Stop asking for it.
Not many developers that's gonna be real.
Exactly. And that's what we're circling all the way around to. PlayStation does not have to wait. You don't have to be nice. If somebody's saying something fucked up about you, you need to snap the fuck back and tell them what's going on.
Yes, fucked up as you were back in the PS3 generation. Let them know.
Andrew Wilkins, what you say? You said J Love YouTube banned my account for a while. What? I mean, I know you're unfiltered, Andrew. So I'm pretty sure they were gonna get you. But what did you say? What do you think you said? Since your thoughts. That was bad. I was the first person telling everyone that Factions 2 wasn't gonna drop with the game. The 2 iteration revels of the game made that obvious. Exactly. Okay. Cool. Spider-Man 2 day and date on Game Pass. Ha! They wish. Let's see how much that will cost. Bro, that's the thing. Yeah, Sony would probably bleed Microsoft dry. Oh, you want this on Game Pass? Well, pay us $20 billion. You know, we want that day and date on Game Pass? Give us $20 billion. You know, they're not going to do that shit. Yeah, man, I think they need to speak up. This goes for anybody, small studios, the individual developers. Somebody saying something fucked up, you can correct them. There's nothing wrong about correcting them. Again, Sony
Give that vote.
corrected the fucking record about the Game Pass situation, but they waited 4 days to do it. I'm trying to figure out why they think that's a good thing. Because no one paid attention to them saying, oh, it was out of our control. What people paid attention was it was a PlayStation exclusive and it's on Game Pass and they have the benefits. That's what people
Yeah.
paid attention to. And people were bent out of shape. And I guarantee you they're still going to be bent out of shape. Especially if you like baseball and you always supported MLB The Show and you see the other people getting it for free and you still have to pay $60 or $70. Yeah, that's going to make you feel some type of way. Even though it's out of Sony's control, they should have been came out and said, these are things that might happen. We don't have control over the IP anymore. We're making it, but we don't have any control of where it goes or how it goes somewhere else.
See, that's where I agree with everybody that's trying to just let that license. Because this is just gonna bring bad PR.
A Gluck said 30 million to 50 million for a lifetime Game Pass. Now put that shit to the billions. 30 billion or 50 billion for a lifetime Spider-Man 2 on Game Pass.
Hey man, Sony will do it. Sony will do it because they.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Gluck. Spider-Man is very well known and it might sell, but I don't think it's gonna sell 4 to 10 million. This is what I tell everybody when you talk about games going to other platforms selling these big numbers. They were already on other platforms and they're not selling big numbers. So they're like fucking 30 fucking Spider-Man games that were multi-plat, and they were multi-plat across PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, and sometimes PC. How many of those games sold 10 million? How many of the older Spider-Man games sold 10 million across 3 or 4 different platforms? None.
Look at the good Spider-Man on the older gen system.
Yeah, and they still didn't sell 10 million between all 3 platforms. You talking about the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man Web of Shadows? Yeah, those games were good, but they didn't sell good.
All right, you gonna make me jump?
What's going on, bro?
What up, buddy? No.
Okay,
I want to explain my logic because I do think it could sell 4 to 10 million over on Xbox, and the reason why is we're in a different period of gaming. More people are gaming. Spider-Man is probably the most recognizable hero currently.
Games though, that's the question.
Yes, but we're basing it on estimates that we're talking. I'm talking. Okay, little background. Degree in marketing, MBA in marketing. I look at it from a business sales point, right? And Sony would say it from their business department, okay, this sold 10 million units on PlayStation. So it has the viability to do 4 to 10 million on Xbox. Now, we know it's not going to sell that because you want to put it on Game Pass. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to let's take the middle, 7.5 million times $60 a game, and that's what you get the license for. And you can have it for a lifetime. That's what my point is. I see what you mean. Not total sales, because this would be a Game Pass license where it's like, hey, you can put it on Game Pass, but we're going to charge you as if you were going to sell 7.5 million copies on your console.
Hey,
and that's what
they should do. They should do that.
I mean, no, because then that takes. I mean, I hate when exclusive shit goes over there.
No, that's not what I mean. If they're actually going to do it for any game that's going to go to Xbox or whatever, they should do that. Charge them by the sale number.
What I'd be curious about and would like to know is how much they charge to license the show onto. The
show is not Sony, so they're not going to get the cut from that.
Yeah, it is. It's Santa Monica Studios. It's a Sony studio.
Yes, but Sony didn't. Santa Monica Studios didn't already. What am I saying? Santa Monica Studios, right? San Diego, sorry. San Diego.
San Diego, yeah. San Diego Studios.
Yeah, San Diego Studios. They were paid by MLB to make an Xbox version. They didn't want to make an Xbox version, so they
but
weren't the one
but
funding the Xbox version.
but even
Sony is
still,
not the one.
Sony, that's you got to remember, Sony are still their bosses, and MLB came to Sony and said, "Hey, we want the show over there as well. How much do we have to give you to put it on there?" And then they gave them money, and then Xbox said, "Well, we want to put this on Game Pass. So how much do we have to give you to get it on Game
Yeah,
Pass?"
but
Because a
okay,
game doesn't
and
just
look
go
what
on Game Pass. A game doesn't go on Game Pass for free. There's licensing.
no, it
That's
doesn't.
why what a lot
But
of these.
guess what? But guess who they went? Guess who they went to get it on Game Pass? It wasn't Sony. It was MLB. They made a deal with MLB to get that game on Game Pass. So guess what? MLB is the one getting the money from Game Pass, not
No,
Sony.
no, no. I don't. I think you have a misconception about how it works. There's no way because the studio cannot be put out of the situation to get their product. That's like that'd be like me coming to your house and say, "Hey, JTech, I'm gonna take homie's TV right here. I'm gonna give you $50 for it." Nah, I don't work that way. It's not. No, they still Sony's gonna tell you they had no choice because they don't want to look bad, but Sony was in play on this. They had to be. There's no way they're gonna get a Sony studio game on there. Now they might have been pushed by the MLB to put it over there, or they would lose the rights to it. But that doesn't mean that Sony wasn't involved in the decision for it to go Game Pass. It went Game Pass because Sony knows that their people don't buy video games anymore and they could get guaranteed money from Microsoft. I will
Sony
I
knows
will
too.
I will stake my fucking savings account. I'll stake my fucking life on it that that's the case because that's how business works.
Yeah,
They're going to lie to us.
yeah, I believe they knew about this, and I believe that was something. And look, me personally, in that way for that platform, again, don't really care because it's true. Like
Oh, no.
you should force them to buy a game that they were begging for, but we know they're not going to make any money. And the thing is,
Exactly.
MLB put it over there to make money. So if it's not selling and the pre-orders are low, they're like, oh shit, what are we gonna do? Game Pass, they pay us this money, put it on the service. Okay, you know what? Just put it over there, bro. Take the money, put it
Yeah,
over there.
exactly. And they got some
Okay, but
sort of
then
guarantee.
that makes Sony looks bad. Then
No, it doesn't
that
because
makes
Sony got a guaranteed front end on it.
It makes
Sony
them
got
look
okay.
bad. It makes them look True Witty. I agree. It does make Sony. It makes PlayStation look bad in the eyes of their gamers that they made the game for to begin with. So I agree with you, True Witty. It does make PlayStation look bad in the eyes of their dedicated PlayStation fans. But they don't give a fuck about us.
Well, no, because
No, I'm just saying in that regard, when it comes to those transactions, do you get guaranteed money or you put the game over there to die? Now, first of all, if I was Sony, I would just let them. Hey, bro, MLB, you want to put it on Game Pass? Yeah, but I don't want to have my hands on tied to this because first of all, we know it's gonna make us look bad. So why are we gonna do something to make us look bad? Second of all, I would have just forced them to pay for the game so MLB can see, hey, the decision you made to put this on other platforms, they didn't really want it. So now what do you do? So eventually it would have went to Game Pass, but I think it should have went to Game Pass later on. They needed to see how good or how bad it was going to sell. But guess what? They didn't want those sales reports to come out like on today for the GameIndustry.biz, the website, which covers UK sales charts on every Saturday or Sunday. They didn't want that information to come out that the split was 90% versus 10% on Xbox. Because that would confirm everybody's fucking fears that, hey, you said you want the game, but you definitely don't want the game.
Well, that could be less about Sony and even MLB being the ones to say they know that it's going to fail over there. That could be Microsoft telling them, hey, most of our gamers are playing on Game Pass. So if your game's not on Game Pass, the likelihood of it selling is going to be minimal. So they might have sold 1 million copies and would have made a lot more money because there's no way. And I mean, maybe Sony forced their hand with that, but That's 60 million minus out costs. So let's say the game costs 20 million to make and split it between the two. That's 50 million made on Xbox if they would have kept it pay to play, right? But the issue at hand is Microsoft and their team knows where people are and how they're not paying for games anymore. And that's why Microsoft's bleeding so hard when it comes to, so, like, as a company, they're bleeding because they're having to cover the Xbox division stuff. The cost of producing that console, which is at a loss, the cost of not selling games, and the cost of everyone being over on Game Pass. So how many licenses and fees they're getting charged to get stuff on that service, plus the 7.5 for Bethesda. There's there,
Oh yeah,
there
that bit the
but
high
this is
high
as a whole. So I look at it as the bigger picture. Game Pass is not making money. It will not be viable until they hit 100 million, maybe more subscribers to cover cost of product loss on the console and product loss on the fact that they're not selling units of games. There's no way in fucking hell that Game Pass is currently viable. And they probably told MLB and Sony, hey, people aren't buying games over here. Or Sony asked them, what are you going to do when this doesn't do well? And then Game Pass was the option. And so they said, okay, Sony, we'll give you X amount of money to get it on Game Pass right away. And the MLB takes their cut for their license and their rights, but they took that cut from the studio in the beginning. When like the NFL, when it licenses to EA and only EA currently, that's a shit ton of money. Now, the MLB isn't as limited when it comes to that. You have other MLB games, just none that were as good as the show. Now, they saw how well the show does on PlayStation. They thought maybe we should bring this over to Xbox because our license is all over it and our brands, right? And so when they bring it
Oh,
over
okay,
go
then
ahead.
shouldn't they just allow Xbox to just create their own MLB? So
They already
Well,
do.
see,
They
yeah,
already were.
no, they had an MLB, but I don't think Microsoft created it. It was IBM,
No, it was
RBI.
it was another studio that created it, but it was still the
Available.
full
Yeah.
MLB license. So it wasn't like EA where EA has the only rights to the NFL. No one else can make an NFL game except for EA. The show, MLB, the show was not an exclusivity for the brand, so Major League Baseball. It was an exclusivity. Sony developed the game, made a really good baseball game, and kept it on their platform. There were other baseball games going over on Xbox,
yeah,
but they weren't
but they
good
could.
and they weren't competitive.
What I'm saying, why couldn't Xbox just create their own MLB?
Well, they could have, but why doesn't Xbox do a lot of things? That's like asking fucking why is the sky blue? It just is because it reflects from the ocean. Why does Microsoft keep shooting themselves in the foot over and over again and making stupid calls and then getting their customers who think that they should get everything for free? Microsoft does it to themselves. That's why the Microsoft division, not the Xbox division, is sucking up loss for the Xbox division currently. Because there is no way. We saw them blow 7.5 billion of 9 billion in profit. There's no way that those 100 games that they have that are, Xbox exclusives and first studio games plus third party games on Game Pass right now, that they only cost them 1.5 billion to get on there. There's no fucking way. Not alone
So
counting the loss on the console and how much it costs to make the console.
how do you think Xbox is making money off of Game Pass?
They're not.
I don't think.
That's something
Okay,
I
thank you.
even said it to JTech last night. I was like, currently Xbox is not making money. Like, they are not making money, and it's going to be interesting to see how they spin it when their next quarter ends, because I get a listen in on the
You want
PS.
me? You want me to tell you how? You want me to tell you how?
Go ahead, and then I'll finish up.
Okay, they're gonna spit it because they're gonna say we bought we you know how they changed Xbox Live to Xbox Network?
Okay.
Yeah, and they just bought what you call it. They're in the process of buying um this service what you're using right now.
Okay.
Discord, right? For $10 million, right? They're gonna say, listen, we bought all of this, and look how much subscribers we have, because they're gonna enroll all of that into Xbox Network. So when
Well,
you
they're
when you look at Xbox Network subscribers, it's not gonna say 18 million for Xbox for Game Pass. It's gonna say 100 and odd million overall, because
no, no, no,
Discord has
no,
a lot
no,
of,
because they may be able to say that their service has 18 or
yeah.
800 million users or whatever. But the issue at hand is there's still, when you have stock meetings and you have
Yeah, but they can spin it that way.
they can't spin it that way because they can't lie on their balance sheet.
Yeah, so
And I
listen,
hold.
True. I know what
No,
True Witty's
that,
saying. Sorry, let me butt in real quick because I know, Gluck,
Go ahead.
you had a point that you wanted to make, and I want to hear that. But let me say real quick, True Witty. I know what you're saying, and that's just lying to the public. They can't lie to their investors like he was about to say.
no.
They cannot lie. So yes, they're gonna lie to the public. They're gonna make themselves look good. They're gonna make sure, oh, we got all these subscribers. But to your investors, they're going to require you to take a further step, and that further step is the increase of the price of Game Pass.
Yep.
I'm telling
And
you.
it
So
also,
we're clear that they're going to lie to us, but they can't lie to them.
well, yeah, and they can't lie on their balance sheet when they go to, the investor meeting in, I don't know, a couple of weeks. I think their quarter ends in like a month or so. So they're going to have to show their balance sheet, and they showed last year, and we saw that, and this is something I brought up on a past stream with Jay, is that they aren't measuring the metric of anything related to Xbox, the Xbox division, except for Game Pass. The only metric that is in play for executives right now to bonus off of is Game Pass. And if the executives only have the benefit of Game Pass being a bonus item for them when it comes to their money at the end of the year
Okay, so
for
we got a red alert by Frostbite. £5 super chat. He says Jeff Ross is currently on a Jaffe show, and he said Days Gone 2 was in development when he left
it was.
in 2020, which was just last year, which means that Jason's article wasn't fully true. Now, this is what I want to say right now. Jason does not want to take a public hit of his credibility, and I'm going to tell you right now how it's going to happen. If PlayStation is irritated enough with the bullshit that's going on, that they do talk. Because when they do talk, we're going to listen. And a lot of people might not look like they're right. Jason will take a hit to his credibility, especially if PlayStation decides to respond so quickly, which would be in a couple days. So, a couple days from Friday. So we're talking about anywhere between this Monday and Friday. I do expect some updates or news when involving PlayStation due to the fact that this is going to mark the week where we're smack dab in the middle of the week. And that is Thursday, April 15th, which is in the middle of the fucking month, sorry. So yeah, I can see that shit happen. Like, again, I told y'all just earlier, Jason says stuff that has some facts in it, but he has an agenda when he does his reporting, and it's not always 100%. But
it's facts by omission. So he'll give you nuggets of
Facts by
truth,
omission.
but
I
he'll
like
leave out other things.
exactly.
Yeah, he's looking bad, man, from what I'm
Facts by
hearing.
omission. I like that one.
Right now,
What'd you
what's
say,
going on?
Sam?
He's looking very bad from what I'm hearing.
Oh yeah.
Jeff Frost confirmed a bunch of things in the article that didn't happen, like the development of the game that Frostbite mentioned, for example.
What
He
development of
confirmed
the
a lot
game?
of. Say that again.
I'm at work, man. I can't just be talking, but he basically said a lot of the shit in the article isn't true.
Yeah, and Jason Schreier is known for fucking blowing smoke out his ass. Like he'll say whatever he can to get a story going, and then it gets blown out later. Like that's why he ended up over at Forbes. That's why he ended up over at Forbes and fucking what's it called? Because if he was as good of a fucking writer as he was, they would have kept him on at fucking wherever the fuck he was, Polygon or Kotaku or whatever.
Well,
Now he,
Bullshit
you
will catch
want to know
up
why he went to
eventually.
Forbes? The reason he really went to Forbes is because people were catching on to his bullshit, and they already knew Kotaku was full of shit. He was like, "Nah, bro, I already know it's hot over here, and if I'm lying, they already gonna know I'm a fucking joker. So let me move somewhere else where we have a couple facts coming out." And he was smart to move. Because when I see Kotaku's article pop up on my feed, I don't even click on that shit. Cause
Yeah, neither do I.
Yeah, I know it's bullshit. I was like, nah, bro. That's just clickbait.
Well, it's either bullshit or it's like things that I don't care about in video games. Like I don't need to hear how I'm so evil because I'm white. Like, it's like thanks for
Yeah,
telling me
stuff like that is
again.
just stupid.
I have a Twitter account. I don't need fucking Kotaku to tell me too.
Yeah, so again, bro, I mean, this is why with Jason Schreier, I was not like when I traced it back to him, because remember he blocked me and a lot of people are in my orbit on Twitter. So we got the report, but I don't think a lot of people knew it came exactly from Jason Schreier. When we found out it was from Jason Schreier, that's when I started to have doubts. It just didn't sound right.
Well,
He confirmed why he left too, Joe.
Why did he leave?
He said he's getting old, he's nearing retirement, he just didn't want to do all this work on video games anymore. So he basically took like a more easier role in other realms.
That makes sense, because if I think he is who I think he is, he did look old. Cause I know.
Yeah, he's 50, bro. He said it a bunch of times, like I'm 50.
Okay,
man.
yeah, because I
got
saw
like
a couple
or 2 projects left.
Okay, yeah, I saw a couple of developers when they were showing off Days Gone, and there was a couple of them that was like old. There was one dude that was old, like he had a beard or something, and I was like, bro, he looks fucking old, bro. Is this his last game? I think that might be the dude.
And Ben confirmed that they started working on it in like shortly after the first one came out, that they were already planning and processing the sequel. So I don't know what the fuck Schreier got or where he got it from, but that came out on Twitter. That came out everywhere. They were talking about the sequel already, and there was news articles about it. So
all I'm gonna say right now, Jason better make sure that Sony does not show a teaser or a logo for Days Gone 2, because every bit of credibility he had is going to fucking dissolve into nothing. And this is, like I said, it's not the fucking first time he's done this shit. He was the one. He's the one that said when Horizon, he reported that Horizon was getting ported over to PC, that other games were coming over. Fucking Jim Ryan didn't fucking announce that until this year. He announced that shit early in January, which was not the case, because the only high-profile game that went to PC last year was Horizon. But Jason Schreier took it upon himself to fucking say, "Oh yeah, other games are coming over."
Well, and was it Schreier who just put out that fucking Kojima was?
No, that was Jeff Grubb.
No,
they're in the same circle though.
Yeah, but it's also that you also got to remember, these fools do that whole hidden source shit where they don't have a source. It's them speculating, but they act like they have a source for it. You know what I mean? The whole news industry does that shit nowadays.
I think a lot of people need to give my boy Jaffe credit. I gotta apologize for what I said about my boy Jaffe. It's still true. He's still fucking bitter, but it's good that he was able to get this dude on his show and clear some fucking shit, because I know how it is when, I know he knows how it is when, you're making a game and maybe you're getting older and, maybe, people wondering if you still have it, like if you could still produce a good game and shit. And I think it was really, really nice for him to have a guy on that, he could see eye to eye with, Obviously, Jaffe, I think if he wanted to still make games, he could. But he did get older, and maybe this is what he wants to do, and that's cool. If he could keep having good guests on. I'd rather him stay out of the crumb side shit, though. I don't mind seeing him on Thrash's podcast, because Thrash got asked some real good questions, but like everybody else's shit, that they're not really gonna fucking answer no real questions and shit. Just leave the dude alone. Let him do his own podcast.
Oh, dude, another cool tidbit of information. He knows how much the game sold. He's just not allowed to say, for whatever reason. He even acknowledged he didn't know why.
But he knows how much
Yeah,
Okay.
and it sold very well, but he
Exact-
can't give out the specific number due to NDA with
I
Sony.
think we could say 6 million at the most. I know it sold more than Death Stranding.
Oh, definitely.
So the game
Well,
came
and
out in
even
2019 and it's 2021, right? 6 years and
even
2
if
years. 6 million in 2 years is good.
well, if you pull out the people who got it off of PS Plus and the Plus collection and shit like that, I guarantee you it
It
did
would've
at
sold more.
least 4.5 million at least. Because it got hype. It got hype after it came out and people saw how good it was. You know, I think a lot of word of mouth helped out Days Gone a lot, because that's what pushed me to it. Was my old roommate freaking picked it up and I saw him play it. I'm like, damn, dude, this game actually looks really fucking good, and it fucking hooked me in. I bought it at full price.
Do you guys want to see the Power of Dreams? Is this a good time? No?
Dreams is still a thing.
Yeah. Let me show you the magic.
Jay's over there designing freaking like anime titty girls.
You might be joking, but they have that already on Dreams.
I know they do. It's Dreams. Somebody's dreams are
I'm
out
just
there.
letting y'all know, bro. This game is like that, bro. And the 60 frames, the smooth 4K resolution, it is different. I know PC fans are gonna have an unlocked frame rate, but being able to play this game at this raw resolution and frame rate, really, really nice. It changes the game. Obviously PS5 came out way after the game came out, but like you said, it did get that boost. Like, it got that 60 frames. People thought about playing it again. It was given away for free on PlayStation Plus collection. People played it. They was like, oh yeah, this shit ain't that bad, you know? And now everybody has the ability to play it on PS4 and PS5 with the PlayStation Plus edition. So good. Is Adam saying something? Because his mic is green, like he's yelling or something. No, I think something's just wrong with his mic.
Adam, I was talking to him yesterday. His mic was pause. I don't think he realized it.
You can't hear him.
No.
No.
He's screaming like a banshee right now, and he's like, Jay, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Oh, I'm pretty sure he is.
No, I'm fucking with you.
Then
If he's like me, then he probably has a soundboard, and if he has a true like external soundboard, it's always gonna run him green.
Oh,
like,
okay.
If I was on my home PC and I have a real soundboard, so it always runs me green because it's feeding my mic in through that way. So
okay.
So I wanted to share some information with the people that have a PS5. So, I'm thinking I'm going to buy it and just put it on the side of my PS5 that it'll work, but on the other side it's digital, so it might not work. It's the black PS5 panels, right? They're like $46 on Amazon right now. Legit. Got people in the community on PlayStation and PlayStation on Twitter community that already have it. So definitely check it out. I'm going to go get the link real quick for you guys and put it in the chat. So if you have a PS5, it is $46.99 with free delivery. And it also is free returns. So it is legit. This is the cool thing
Who's
about
doing
it.
it?
Let me get the name.
It's not
official. It's not official, but it is real.
okay.
Frust?
I
think their name is Frust Store, but it is definitely official. It is with Amazon Prime. The cool thing about this one though is they have a black one and they have a red one. So, you will have the ability to pick between black or red PS5 panels. I think we're good right here, right? Let me go share my screen. What I'm gonna go do right now is I'm gonna put the link in the chat, and then I'm gonna go share my screen before we play some of this shit.
Let's get real. Do you have a sponsor code with them, and would it be a good way for the viewers no joke, would it be a good way for the viewers to support the channel?
Yeah, that would be nice, but I don't. I'm just letting people
Uh,
know. Yeah, I wish I went through all
well,
of that.
you were slinging it on Twitter, talking about it.
No, I
I
just
thought maybe you have a sponsor link. You need to get a sponsor link with Amazon, bro.
yeah. You know what? I probably need to work on doing that shit because there are some good shit that I let people know about. So yeah, let me. I'm gonna
Well,
have to work
and
on
then
that.
especially since it's something that the audience would probably like, and it's
and it goes with PlayStation. It goes with what your channel is about.
Whoa! What the fuck is going on? Is somebody attacking me? Whoa! Where the fuck did these stupid ass zombies come from?
Be right back.
Oh fuck! They fucking killed me. Something screamed and then, or I think it was a screamer or something. Ugh. I cleared this whole game, so there shouldn't even be that many zombies. You know what? A fucking little bitch, man. We're probably gonna have to pause this fucking game. That's what I'm gonna do. It's a fucking cat right there. Okay, is that a fucking Adam the cat? Oh, let me pause the game because I don't want fucking zombies killing me again.
It's me.
What's going on, Adam? Oh, so let me show y'all this. This is before Adam starts to talk to that wall. Here's the black PS5 physical panel, and they also have a red one right here, which awesome. Okay, Adam. I wish I had a physical PS5 just to get this shit. So, I mean, obviously, one side might work, but the other side might not work. So, this side probably won't fit. This side should. So, I would be able to have a red, white, and black PS5. So, I'm going to go ahead and buy this shit next week. But right now, it's available $46.99. I think this shit just popped up on the store. It is legit. I've already talked to somebody that had one of these things, so the shit is definitely legit. I just wish I could find a digital one,
Okay, well, I added it to my cart.
Yeah.
I added it to my cart. It looks nice.
See, that's the thing, I just can't find a fucking digital. I can't find a digital fucking panel. This is a digital one right here, though. But
find the company and reach out to them and ask them if they plan on making any digital panels.
Yeah.
And then you can sponsor
it. Yeah, that would be nice.
Oh, I'm dead serious, bro. Man. Like, I have no problem with people having sponsor links and shit like that, because let's say you have you just get the Amazon sponsor link where you can like Wario 64 has an Amazon sponsor link. That's why he posts stuff off Amazon so heavily, right? So if people see a sale that he likes or he's recommending and they go buy it, he gets probably 5% of the sale, right? So when you come across something cool and your audience is pretty damn supportive and it's a piece of product that they would like for their console, then that's their way of supporting the channel directly.
Yeah.
Shit, for the longest time I had a Mophie sponsor link and a fucking Target sponsor link that I was running off of my live streams when I was doing dailies. So I mean, do what you got to do to freaking get a little extra support, and your community, man, they're very supportive, so ain't nothing wrong with making a little bucks by helping people find cool shit.
So how do you sign up for this?
Like Amazon has a way to go about it. It'll probably be a process. You probably after a stream this afternoon, evening, go through it. I'll find a link and I'll send it over to you on Discord. But there's a way to do it, to set it up where you can create Amazon sponsor links. Yeah, okay. You basically submit your information, and then they'll evaluate you. They ask for some specifics, like if you have a website or if you're a content creator, how many subscribers, stuff like that. But as long as you're above the 1,000 subscriber range, you're usually pretty good on getting sponsorship links, because there's no cost to them to let you create a link. You know, it's all potential profit. So that's why they do it.
Okay. Sponsorship
be
at
good,
Amazon, blah, 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 blah.
Got a donation, by the way.
Oh, yeah, you got 85 donations. Okay. $5 super chat by Champion Wave. He's new. Xbox convenience and low cost might be Sony's downfall this gen. Being able to get AAA day and date for $15 anywhere is tough. One AAA game a year is bad.
Can I respond to that, Jay?
Good for you, man.
Yeah, you can respond to that.
So the question I have for you, Champion, is do you want
what game do you have right now?
Hey, true. Chill for a second. Do you want to continue to see it? They're making a console. Because if you want to continue to have an Xbox and not have it be just some cloud-based service where you have to get a PC or a smart TV and buy accessories for, they need to start making money. Because Game Pass is not making money. Their consoles do not make money because it's sold at a loss. So they got to make money somewhere, and Game Pass ain't it right now. They would have to hit 100 million subscribers minimum for it to be viable and profitable. Microsoft one day is going to say, hey, Xbox division, you're costing us too much money. You just wasted $7.5 billion of your profit, and you have no games coming out from that company. Congratulations, you got their games on Game Pass that are fucking 5 years old, and people aren't playing. So, I mean, yeah, cool, you get your AAAs in the front, but that's why Sony will stay a console, is because they know their people buy the games. So, I don't know, man. You do you, but I'd rather have a hard unit in my house where I know it's good quality gear and good quality games, instead of just being slammed in the face with fucking trash AAA titles and first party games that are never going to make any money for the company.
Especially when their servers go down every so often.
Adam.
Yep.
Game Pass don't work, my friend, if you ain't got online.
Well, look at you want a great example? Look how Outriders has been. Outriders is a great game, but look how hard it has been for Squee to keep their servers up with all the Game Pass people fucking slamming that game.
Yep.
Exactly.
They ain't playing it. As well as they've as much as they championed it, they ain't playing it. And I really want to see how MLB does with when it comes to whether or not it is played on Xbox.
Well, whether it's played or not, like, you need online to play it, and Outriders is an online all the time game, and it showed the problems at hand. And this is a third party company. This is Square Enix who made it. People Eat People, or whatever that company is that made Outriders, is a subsidiary. People Can Fly is a subsidiary of Square, and Square is even having a hard time keeping their servers active with all the Game Pass people hitting it and all the Sony people hitting it. So if you start cross-platting these games that are massive server-driven games and online only, plus the cost of the servers for Xbox to keep active, you're going to run into issues. And people forget the cost of maintaining a server farm. Imagine when let's say it hits critical mass, then what? Your Game Pass is down for hours and you have no games to play because you can't play them offline.
What if I told you I found out where a PC gamer is?
Unlimited money.
Like, I think a PC gamer used to live in this house right here, but I'm not sure.
I hate the fact that that's the case for people. I mean, Alex, I understand how much Microsoft had, man, but that doesn't mean shit in the situation, the comparison of what Xbox get as a budget. They get budgeted for their things every year. They don't have trillions of dollars backing them.
And sooner or later. But that's also, but who cares what they say? That's nobodies who don't understand business or marketing or anything, who just think fucking because they're a $1 billion company that they could just fucking shit money.
$1 trillion company.
Whatever.
Get
They could be a quadrillion, badillion, gadillion, manillion dollar company, but if they're shitting out losses, their stockholders are going to say, "Hey, fuck faces,
Oh wow.
stop." I'm a
Yep,
stockholder, and I'm at the point where I'm like, "Hey, fuck
that's what I
faces,
said.
stop."
All I'm
what
gonna
stock? What
say is
stock?
this is a
What stock you
very,
own?
very nice kitchen. Like the
I said
things
that
that
shit yesterday about stockholders, man. People like I love how
I'd
people
buy
like to paint
stocks
the
too. What
situation of how amazing Game Pass is and how consumer friendly Xbox is and this and that. But listen, at the end of the day, there's going to come a point in time those stockholders they look at those shares and they think, yeah, what's going on here? Why are we
Yeah,
not
why
making
aren't we?
money?
If it's doing so well, why aren't we making any money off of it? And I hold 3 shares in Microsoft right now, and about 10 shares in Sony, and I get to listen. And this is what I was going to say earlier is I get to listen into their stockholder calls every time, and you can submit questions, and I always submit the question: when will Game Pass be viable for profit? And you know what we never get answered is when Game Pass will be viable for profit, because they don't fucking know, because they know they're bleeding and that it's costing the Microsoft side money, and it will continue because the console costs them money, the servers cost them money. Everyone wants to say, well, they have Xbox Live and they have 100 million subscribers. Cool. You think that they don't have to scale up for 100 million subscribers? They do. So people forget this, and people think, oh, well, they have this many subscribers. That means jack shit. Microsoft as a whole is going to say one day, they're going to say, hey, Xbox division, you're just burning money like it's got no end. When the hell are we going to see profits?
I know that feels. I think they always mention this about the situation of like, but that's not the situation of
bro,
Game
they're
Pass.
definitely making a sequel to this game with the Unreal
But it's
Engine
like,
5.
I don't give a fuck what they say on that notion, man. I think like I mean, listen, Phil can say like, we know it's not profitable. That's not the aim. That's not the goal. A lot of people say this shit. A lot of people say that stuff, which is probably true. But at the end of the day, man, this is a Microsoft company, man. Like Microsoft are, you know, they want the money, bro. Like,
But
Well,
what up, Adam? What if, just what if, they didn't want the money? Think about it.
you're telling me that randomly Microsoft gained a conscience.
Hold on, we got another super chat. $2 super chat by Champion Wave. Why would Sony do the same if they're not making money? What up,
Sony's not doing
Sony's
the
not.
same.
Okay, I'm guessing this is a troll, but you're still giving money.
No,
so.
let him troll. He's going to pay you to troll. Let him.
I love you.
So Sony has PS
Right?
Now, but they don't put day and date.
I think Champion Wave needs to know the power of dreams, and I think that he will believe in what's going down.
He would learn the power of dreams.
No, he will believe what's going down on the going down. Let me check upstairs to see if Champion Wave is upstairs. Are you up here, buddy? I can't see you. Okay.
Champion's forgetting the fact that maybe, okay, let's say he's saying because Sony put out Destruction All Stars for free. You know that they've only sold like anywhere between 4 and 10 million consoles, right? And that Sony's almost guaranteed to break 100 million. And if they have a game that is a AAA game and they think it's not going to sell well initially because there's not a lot of people in the marketplace on the console right now, that they build word of mouth, and then when consoles start releasing, those people can no longer get it for free, and so they buy it to play with their friends who already have it. It's called marketing, man. Like, what does Microsoft market with Game Pass?
Broke ass gamers.
Yeah, that's about it. That's about it. And I understand. I'm not.
Yeah, agreed with you.
I don't have unlimited funds for video games, but that's why I'm smart about what I pick and buy.
There you go.
Yep.
I don't need to play every fucking video game. I don't need to play every video game. Like me and Jay have had this conversation before. Sony does massive summer sales, Christmas sales, all this shit, right?
Oh yeah.
And let's say you find a golden game you did not know was fucking that good, and you didn't give it a chance when it came out or launched.
I can speak for that. Nexomon, that little Pokemon game I got.
Yeah, Trails of Cold Steel. I didn't play it on PS3, and I've bought every single title now. and paid full price for the new one, but you catch them on the sale. Now,
Ooh,
Microsoft
sledgehammer.
people love to say, well, oh, Game Pass gets you a discount. So does PS Now. So does PS Plus. You get a discount.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of these things
You
that
have, when you have PlayStation Now, you get a
I was going to say
discount on any game you buy.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, like what we just discussed there, right? Is that Sam talked about this numerous times. Is that I understand like the whole situation of Game Pass and how like how much of like I don't know. They say this just like just focus on the media sort of situation of it. Like I understand that the media are adoring Game Pass because of what it entails in the situation of a clarification of a $70 game to what Game Pass is doing. And one of the things that I've said is that when it comes to this generation, depending on what games go to Game Pass, right, that's going to be the catalyst as to when and where that thing gets brought up. And again, it will be brought up from time and time and time again, right? And it's like, one of my things is, when Returnal comes out, and they see the initial sales, and let's just say it doesn't sell well. Like, what are Sony going to do in the sort of format of, selling their games? Are they going to reevaluate certain games at certain price tags? So, for instance, like your God of Wars, your Spider-Mans, your big IP games like Ghost 2, Horizon, you sell them at the higher price of $20, right? Because they're going to sell. Whereas games like Returnal, maybe games that you're a little bit not too fond of, right? Or maybe there is a situation where they might not sell at $70, you reevaluate them, maybe go for $60 or a little bit lower than that. That's fine. But again, until we see that number, we don't know. I mean, hell, a Returnal, comes out at the end of this month, if it does sell X amount of units, or it sells a certain amount of units that people didn't expect it to, then it just proves again more and more and more that those games are selling. It's like Miles Morales. People say it's a glorified DLC, but yet that game is still trending on the top 10 pages every week, every month, whatever it is. I it's just I mean the Game Pass situation. I understand it. It's great, fine, whatever. But if that is what they're leaning on heavily, and again, it definitely is the thing they're leaning on heavily, how much money can you give X amount of devs before something happens? Because sooner or later there's going to be a dev that's going to turn around and go no. I mean, it already has, but they put GTA 5 back on the service. They have to pay for that again. They already paid the initial price of that and Red Dead Redemption. They probably re-upped on this purchase, which is probably a few $100 million. To put that on there for a few months. And then you look at MLB, right? MLB is again another situation where it's probably cost them a few $100 million to put on there. Then you've got the rumor about Battlefield 6 going to Game Pass later on this year. And if Halo gets delayed, I think it will definitely happen because they will need something like a Battlefield 6 on Game Pass to even make their console
Wall Talker, you have a super chat just for you. Ranner.
No, I'll read it out in a bit. But again, if they do try and get Battlefield 6 on Game Pass, how much do you think that's going to cost them? It ain't going to cost them millions. It's definitely going to be in the billions. I'll say maybe 2-3 billion. Battlefield 6. They were to try and get Battlefield 6.
Okay, Adam, I'm going to read this super chat. Champion Wave with a $5 super chat. PlayStation Now compressed 720p versus 4K 60 plus Game Pass. I'm a pony, but come on. You're in denial if you think PlayStation Now is better. Hold on. I'm going to go. Hold on. I got to go. I got to find. I just read that one. I got to go find my bike, save, and then show off PlayStation Now because he said he's a pony, but he says that PlayStation Now restricts you to 720p, so I'm guessing he doesn't know about that other thing. So please don't tell him. Don't tell him. I'm going to show him.
I'm just, I know that's what you're focusing, but PS Now is better, but if you think PS Now is better quality-wise.
Let me save this fucking game.
If you are a pony, as you said, what's your PSN?
Here's the here's the gist of this situation, right? And you can ask anybody this question, right? When it comes down to the whole backwards compatibility thing, or like, you know, that sort of like preserve the catalog situation, people have said this across the board when the news broke about the store, right? That we officially got confirmation of it. That being like how PlayStation games are far better than Xbox games. In the case of backwards compatibility, I'm talking about PS1, 2, 3. And it is that case of like if PlayStation were to bring all that library to fruition, let's just say, how much like of a shitstorm Xbox will be in. Because you go back, let's just theoretically say, you go back on the Xbox like library,
Jay,
right? How much of that Xbox
Jay, he
library
provided
is
his
actually worth
PSN.
a fucking damn? Like how much of it is worth
I got you.
fucking
I'm gonna go look it up. I was gonna go to PlayStation now. Adam, you can keep talking.
No, I'm just saying, like, you know, it's a very. I mean, the thing, it's not really a question. It's simple as that. Like,
Yeah.
Xbox, you look at Xbox One, well, Xbox 360,
I'm on the
and then you look at
PS4
Xbox
and
One.
I'm on PS5
You look
right
at the
now.
category. You look at the catalog of games. It's pretty fucking mundane. And like when they talk about backwards compatibility for that console, I'm like, it's kind of a fucking joke. But then when you look at PlayStation, if they were to do what Xbox are doing, which we don't know yet, I mean, again, the fact that anything can happen in this industry, anything can happen. This shit could come to fruition as soon as possible. But, you know, it could happen. But like what I'm trying to say is, if they were to do it, and there's a possibility they could, how much like you're getting, right? You look back at the PS1 generation alone, like there's so many games that you would love to replay, say for PS2, let alone PS3 with all the HD collections and remasters they did during that generation, let alone how many games they made in that generation. Like,
well, and that's the thing is there's a lot of hidden gems that people might have missed out on PS3 because they, you know, maybe didn't give the generation a chance or whatever. But you also have to take into consideration how many people currently own a PS4. And let's say Sony went the route of not day and date because that'd be stupid of them, but they put a bulk of their catalog. They already have 800 plus games on PS Now. Let's say they brought it up to 1600 or even something else, and they kept the price the same at, you know, $10 a month. You think that they don't have enough subscribers or enough of a base that if they included PS Now into the cost of PS Plus for $15 a month, like Xbox does, that people wouldn't jump on that service too and blow it the fuck out of the water? Because I don't know, they sold 110 million consoles.
Okay,
last
so
gen alone.
he got a PS5. He checks out. He's played games.
Okay.
He hasn't beaten all of them, but yeah, he's doing what he's doing. Weird.
But he's also looking at it. He's looking at it not from a business perspective, and if you look at everything as only a consumer, you're never going to get the full picture. Because as a consumer, Game Pass is a great deal, but as a business, it's a terrible fucking model.
Okay.
Because don't you want the business to stick around?
So look, I know you say you're a pony, right? But as a pony, you got to understand PlayStation Now is not restricting you to 720p. I'm going to show you that now because they have this game called Avengers, right? So Avengers is on PlayStation Now. Because it's on PlayStation Now, it's available for download. Because it's available for download, you're downloading the raw version of the game. So
Any
you're
of the
getting
PS4
the game
games.
Exactly. So he just said that, hey, Game Pass is doing 4K 60 games, PlayStation Now isn't. That's not true. You know, so there are tons of fucking games you can download. I just wanted to go and let you know they have a section for downloadable games from PlayStation Now. All of these games are in there.
And the benefit to that is you don't have to log on but every 30 days. So you can download it and be without internet. And at the 30-day mark, it'll tell you need to log back in to verify your subscription. But you don't have to log in or even have internet to play a non-internet game. like you do with Microsoft. With Microsoft Game Pass, you have to have internet. Without internet, well, sir, you ain't playing any video games off of Game Pass. So you go right ahead and enjoy Game Pass all you want. And I'll download off of PS Now, and I'll be able to play it for at least 30 days. Same with PS Plus games. I can play them for 30 days without having to connect to the internet. I could literally rip my cord out of the wall and then plug it back in if I wanted to. If it's a single player game that doesn't only have online features, I don't need to be connected to the internet. You do with Game Pass.
They got
So
some
when
dope
you're
ass
internet-
games here. They got, what is it, Darksiders, the remastered edition? Like,
Yeah, they do.
They got some
Darksiders
dope ass
3 on
games, bro.
there.
Like, and they're down. These are downloadable games. Dishonored 2 is on here. This is a downloadable game.
They had the Uncharted series.
No,
That
no,
was-
sorry.
They still got those Bethesda games on there.
Yes, they do. Look, people keep thinking if you're a PlayStation fan, you need to stop thinking this shit. They making money, right? You make no money off of having your game on Game Pass. He's gone over this. If you put your game on another platform, we have to buy the game. You're making money off of that. They're not taking these games off. Now, one thing I did notice last year, what they did is they took away the option for download for some of the games. Dishonored 2 is in the download section, but it's not downloadable.
What's it? Sorry, Jay. Can I just ask Sam? Sam, is that Jaffe thing finished? Like, is it over or not?
I stopped watching. Everything is still ongoing.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to watch. I'm gonna watch that like when it's finished, man.
But yeah, they got games over here. Most of them, all of the ones in downloadable are downloadable. But there are some Bethesda games that used to be downloadable that are PS4 titles that are not downloadable. And I don't know if people understood that they changed that shit at the last minute. And I am talking about Dishonored 2, which is a PS4 game. And for some weird reason, they only give you the option to stream this one. Now this. Again, there's a couple other Bethesda games where they basically kind of took away the ability to download the game. But I already own Doom.
Well, that's also Microsoft's way of not allowing you to play it without being online.
Yeah, exactly. But you got Greedfall over here, downloadable. Tons of games downloadable, and if you got downloadable, you have a resolution higher than 720p. So, I don't know where you heard that from. The information is outdated by multiple years, but it's been outdated for a while, bro.
Well, the thing is about the PS Now situation. I mean, it's always this main contract with PS Now, and like they've had this service for fuck knows how long, and it's just been sitting there. But the factor of Game Pass, I mean, again, they've been working on Game Pass for what, like 5 years, maybe a bit more longer, and. I talked about this yesterday, right? The situation of and to be honest, I wanted to bring this up with the situation of the article from Scream Rant about how big exclusive games, Game Rant, where they talked about how big Xbox games, not that it's their article, but basically someone from GameIndustry.biz spoke to people at Xbox Studios, basically saying that their games are way out. They're not coming anytime soon. And everyone's like, I don't believe this is bullshit, blah, blah, blah. But they believe the Kojima thing from fucking Jeffy Grubb. It's just so fucking backwards. I fucking hate that shit. I despise fucking the gaming media. The part that I really fucking hate and despise is that where they bring up these rumors, that sort of shit. Fans get into their fucking, tidy-whities, and they're like, they will believe what is not going against them, and then vice versa, they'll go against.
Did you see what Schreier just said, Adam? He said that Jeff Ross lied about that shit.
Wait up. Wait up. He just responded. He just responded?
Yeah, no, you read the super chat, bro. It's in your red alert section.
Yeah, I
posted it in there.
that's why I want to watch it. I've been seeing a few people say, retweet.
Yeah, so he's watching the interview, and he just said what he said wasn't true, bro. So it's just going to go back and forth.
Yeah, but
you know what? So do you think Sam? Not Sam. Adam. Do you think that Jason Schreier is counting on PlayStation not giving the official word so this rumor can fester? Because he's gonna go back and forth with somebody that used to work at PlayStation.
I said this yesterday, man. Like, people read this article as if it was 100% fucking guaranteed truth because it's Jason, right? Jason, when he writes stuff. the vast majority of the time, it's pretty concrete things, right? You know, like for instance, CD Projekt Red, the BioWare thing, right? And those things were very easy for him to write because he had people from those studios saying to him, "Yes, it's true." Whereas this time around, there was a lot of hinky things with that article where it was like, "Is it true? Maybe, quite possibly." Well, some of the things that he mentioned were true. But when you go into situational details, the small things, right, where like you start to add things up, no. There's a lot of things that like he wrote in that art, right? He had in his article that were like, that isn't the complete story, right? There is more to the story than just that. And again, of course, it would be because does Schreier work at PlayStation? No, he does not. And that's why I want to watch this thing because I've been seeing people talk about how Jeff Ross said about how Jason Schreier was wrong. He debunked it, or in
He
some
said he
whatever
was
it was.
developing, or Days Gone 2 is in development. That statement you read in the Red Alert section, he's saying that Jeff Ross is lying, bro. So that's a pretty strong call out.
So wait, just one sec. Like, so wait, did Jeff Ross say? So wait, what did Jeff Ross say? Like, what Days Gone 2 was in
He said it
development?
was in
Shit's getting
development
crazy.
before he left the sequel.
Shit's about to get crazy.
And
The nerd
Basically,
boy said
so-
no, it was false from what he was told. So he's going against the guy who actually worked on the first game.
So this is what I'm saying. I think Jason Schreier knows that nobody will check him.
Wait, no, but JJ, I want to get this underneath me. So obviously, the thing was that apparently they pitched the idea, right? It didn't get greenlit, right? Which obviously means that again, if they deny a pitch, it doesn't mean that they cancelled the game because you can't cancel a game that hasn't been fucking greenlit. People need to understand that. Anyway, regardless of what I just said, right?
Oh shit.
Regardless of what I just said, so Jeff Ross has come out and said that it is in development.
Yeah, look, man, I'll get to the whole crux of it. Basically, I mean, and Jeff agreed too. They'll develop a sequel without even it being greenlighted, so they can get ahead of it. So, I guess when they shot it down, it was already in development from what Jeff Ross said.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. Yeah.
That also doesn't mean that they're done with it either. That might just be what they saw they didn't like, or that they didn't think it was going to be viable, and they might go back to the drawing board and fucking change some things. Jason Schreier, when you get in the nitty gritty with him and you get into details, he's a fucking lying sack of shit. He may get things occasionally right, but when it comes down to like deep shit, he doesn't know. He's just a speculative piece of shit.
The thing is, I don't see them greenletting Days Gone 2 when the Unreal Engine 5 was hanging around. They probably waiting.
I don't know about that because I've spoken to Briggs about this. I've spoken to loads of people about this. People don't understand how much Days Gone actually has theoretically sold in terms of like PlayStation. Like it's sold a fuck ton. And it's like, regardless of reviews, which again, if this was what Sony PlayStation was like focusing on, right, reviews and sales numbers, like I would think they would, again, if that game did sell really well, but obviously reviewed badly, they wouldn't give a fuck about their situation reviewing badly if that game is sold well. And again, we as fans of the game or that have played the game, right? And again, we all have our little gripes. Like for me, my gripe of it was that it was a game that was too long, right? It was, there's a lot of things that were just that could easily have been ironed out in the sequel. But like I'm kind of going.
He was saying they could have easily made it longer too. He actually said they shortened it. If you believe that.
See, I really want to watch that, man, because so it's a situation of like we saw the community behind that game from the fucking day, just right off the backboard, right? Like as soon as the game came out, there were people that are going way against reviewers. Like we had obviously, for instance, I'll point out to you, Son of Sam and Samatic, right? You two were going off a fucking tandem on what's her name, Lucy O'Brien, and who's the other one?
They were talking about that too with the reviews and the SJW shit. It was a great interview, man. I don't know if it's still ongoing, but
what's the name? What's the other one's called? Kaylee
Kalegi from GameSpot.
Yeah, like you see, and it's like I don't mind the two chicks, but at the same time, what they said about Days Gone was it was a bad way of reviewing a game. Like you really put your own, I wouldn't say agenda, but your own sort of
yes.
That's what they did.
You can't.
Yeah, they did that
because that's what it was.
They did that,
and they got to keep their jobs for some magical reason.
And the thing is, you can't do that. But yet, like the thing is, what did Lucio? I mean, Lucio Brand didn't obviously review Last of Us, right? But her opinions on Last of Us, she shared very much on the same,
Well, wait up. Which one of them is bitching that the sequel's not coming out?
Oh, neither of them. We're talking about the original review where one of them bitched about the zombies all being white.
No, I know about that, but from what I heard, one of them was mad that the sequel's not coming out.
Yeah, so Gluck, so one of the reviews that we're talking about, Lucy O'Brien, she actually retweeted, or she tweeted out yesterday that she wished that there was a sequel because she could see that there was a game in the sequel basically.
She's full of shit.
Yeah, like for real.
But I just because I wanted to bring this up, right? Droid Sense on Twitter brought up a good point when it comes down to being greenlighting things. That being right, he brought the fact that Santa Monica had a space game being developed and didn't work, he kind of there's a bit of a typo there. He basically said developed and didn't work out and got cancelled. We got God of War instead. Sucker Punch was working on a game called Prophecy, got cancelled. We got Ghost of Tsushima.
I forgot about that.
Exactly. But the thing was, right, Thing was working on a space game, Thing was working on that game Prophecy. They both got cancelled, and what did you get instead of them? You know what I mean? Like that, if you want to bitch and whine about that sort of shit, like, people got to understand, Sony's intentions, PlayStation's intentions, when it comes down to greenlighting projects, they have a good fucking taste of, like, what they're wanting to go for. And normally, when they make those decisions, there's a good reason for it. They have a really good reason for it. And the Days Gone thing, everyone acts like it's never going to happen. We don't know that at all. Like, it can happen whenever the fuck it wants.
Exactly.
And that's Jason Schreier closed that thread. What a fucking bitch.
So hold on. I want to know about that thread, but hold on. This is one thing I think Adam would definitely agree. Why would they greenlit Days Gone 2 so early when they're still messing around with Unreal Engine 5? The first one used Unreal Engine. So we know the second one's definitely going to use Unreal Engine 5.
It depends on if they were using the Unreal Engine. Because remember what I said to you last year? That was mentioned about how they were going to be shifting over to the Decima engine. Because as a lot of people in the industry, I've said this to you before, there is a lot of people in the industry that have approached Guerrilla Games about that engine. And a lot of big third parties in that mannerism. And as well, may come to a shock, but there also was Xbox Studios actually were asking for it.
Activity.
Xbox Studios, not just PlayStation or third parties. Fucking Xbox Studios were asking for this shit. And obviously, I can't give you information, like concrete information about it, because there fucking isn't. It's all word from mouth being passed down, all the pipelines. But again, based on what I've heard, there's fucking definite strengths in it, because when Dismar got showed off in 2018 and 19, I think it was, both GDCs, they were talking about the weather effects that they were all dabbling with for the next Horizon game, which obviously we didn't know at the time. But a lot of people came out of that generally impressed, like wondering how the fuck they're doing this and what they're going through. And like this kind of stimulates all the way back to when they gave us that tech demo of, what was it, Killzone 2, where it wasn't what it was, but it was so fucking good at the time, and it didn't happen. Like, it wasn't like that. It didn't look like that game, but it was still good.
Well, yeah, and that could be a lot of things with them. Sony would be smart since they have ownership of said studio, and getting an engine together that competes with Unreal and selling the engine as well. That's one thing that people forget to look at is the business side of things, and they look at we get greedy and we look at it as consumers only instead of looking at it as these companies are trying to run a business. And if they didn't like what they saw, then they were like, okay, you know what, we actually want you guys to work on this or that, and we're going to toss this your way, and you can still work on your other project and change it to hopefully get Days Gone 2 out there. But that doesn't mean that it's completely shelved or disappeared forever,
But, yeah, it also depends on how many teams these guys have got. I mean, I know personally,
Bend
I know
small.
that I know personally that Naughty Dog have got roughly around 2 to 3 teams. I think it's 3. They're looking. I think it's 2.5, but they're looking to go for 3. Gorilla's got 3 teams. Santa Monica's got 2. Sucker Punch has got 2, and Gorilla's got 3.
Well,
But they're looking.
we're looking at Bend, right? And Bend is super small. They're a very small team.
They are, yeah, a somewhat small team, yeah. But again, they are growing. That's the problem.
No, of course they're growing. But
Yeah.
then what happens? Let's say Sony says, "Okay, we want to scoop you in, and you're going to be Rockstar Pacific Northwest, or you're going to be Gorilla Pacific Northwest."
It said in the article where they were working with fucking Naughty Dog, and they were going to be called Naughty Dog North because
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always a potentiality that a studio gets merged and purchased out from their stake, their own personal stakes, and get completely absorbed because Rockstar or Naughty Dog or whoever's like, holy shit, these guys are doing some great stuff, and we want their tech, and we want their tech, and we want their team. So instead of trying to scoop people out of their team and bring them over, they just buy out the whole studio. That's what Bethesda's done. That's what everyone's done. Like,
I mean, I think I said this yesterday. I wasn't against, like, I looked at that part of the article and I wasn't completely against it, but I'm also in the sense of I'm kind of glad that I don't know who it was with it, if it was to be true, because now looking at this sort of this interview with, you know, Thingy and like Schreier, again, I'm not saying that his article is complete bullshit, but you know, this part of it sounds a lot like bullshit. Is a case of like, you know, is this situation, right, of I'm glad whoever it was spoke up when they were presumably remaking, was it Last of Us or Uncharted, whichever one it was, and said they found out that they were going to be maybe getting merged into Naughty Dog North, and they spoiled it, and they're like, nope, we want out of this project, and apparently they were then working on a new IP. But now with, like I said, with these, you know, this interview, I'm thinking to myself, I don't think it might. Again, it's now turned this situation of like, is what is being mentioned in his article true? And I was never completely sure or certain that it was like all of it, what he said was true, because it was like, you know, you mentioned it before, right? He isn't always right. Sometimes he is, but he isn't always right, and it is true. Like, he isn't always right. It's like Jeff Grubb with the Kojima thing I spoke to about yesterday. You know, the guy. You know, I never knew who the fuck Jeff Grubb was until last year when he did that Summer Games mess. And like everyone else, that was the same sort of format, right? No one knew who Jeff Grubb was last year. He was in the industry doing articles, but as soon as he made that Summer Games mess, like, was it list, everyone was like, oh, this Jeff Grubb guy's really cool. Oh my god, he's predicting things so right. It's like, no, he is not. He moved so much stuff around last year when he knew he was fucked up. And like at the end of last year, he was the guy that said to everyone, Xbox Live was going to go free of charge. It didn't.
Free of charge.
It got a price hike, and it pissed off a lot of people, and it never went free to play, or it never went free, basically. And
well, maybe his mindset is it went free because it's now part of Game Pass Gold.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just fucking, it's retarded. And again,
semantics.
But you know, the other thing as well, which someone didn't know about, and I actually quoted, I think, an Xbox guy called Mikkel something. I've seen this guy on Twitter so many fucking times. I think he's just kid. He's a kid, right? But basically, he one of his responses was that, you know, I think it was, I said about the Kojima thing, and he said, oh, Jeff Grubb said it. And it was like, okay, Jeff Grubb, the guy that said that it was going to go free to play, let alone the fact that this is also the guy that said years ago, I think it was in 2015, I think it was 2016, that Sucker Punch was closing down. Jeff Grubb said that in 2016.
Wait, what?
How dumb does that guy look right now?
Yeah.
He said that in 2015?
2016.
Why would he say something else?
I might be wrong on I might be wrong. I'm going to say this right now. I might be wrong on the year, but I remember for fucking certainty, he fucking said that studio was gone. It was shutting down.
Why would someone say something?
Which studio?
So stupid?
Sucker Punch. We're talking about Sucker
Wow,
Punch, yeah.
Al Schreier?
Yeah, no, it wasn't Schreier. It was Jeff Grubb. It was Jeff Grubb.
I never
That's
heard
And
of that.
my point about
the
most
guy
of these.
actually didn't believe me until I digged up. I took my time to dig up this fucking thing, and it was like, here we go. And it was an
But that's the
article.
problem with these game journos and journalists in general is they speculate on shit with undisclosed sources, and then when they're wrong, they could be like, "Well, my undisclosed source was wrong," because they have no accountability.
Yeah.
And gaming
Bullshit.
journalism is fucking so heavily flawed that way that's as what hate it or love it. That's why fucking Gamergate started. That's why all these things started. Now, did they get co-opted and changed? Sure, but the problem is there's no editorial, there's no fucking accountability, and when they're wrong they just get to say they don't even have to go on and change the byline. They could keep the same byline and the same fucking headline and don't have to make any corrections except for at the footnote. So they could be ultimately wrong and be like, oh yeah, Sucker Punch is shutting down. Yeah, except for they just put out the fucking game of the year, like, or a game of the year quality game just like a year and a half ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like Santa Monica as well. Santa Monica, after they cancelled the sci-fi game, what's his name? Stigman left, went over to Respawn. A lot of people kind of, they were slimming down a lot of things. And obviously Corey on the sidelines was working on God of War, not thinking that he was going to have to make it anytime soon. And then those people showed up on his doorstep and it's like, oh, fuck.
Well, and they speculated based on one guy leaving or someone stepping down from the studio. That doesn't mean that the studio's dead. Like, you want a great example? BioWare. BioWare has lost over 150 employees and big names too. They're still around. EA's still fucking giving them a shot, and EA is notorious for killing studios. So,
oh yeah, big time.
I mean, you could go ahead.
Yeah, but
I was gonna say Sony Bend ain't no top tier studio. Like, so you're losing guys worried about not having the sequel done. What have you exactly lost, man? They haven't won any awards or done anything.
Well, they lost one guy who is retiring because of age, like you said, and he's because crunch has got to get to you when you're in your 50s and you're having to pull 18-hour days, So one guy leaves, and then they start speculating, or one sequel gets not greenlit currently, and they get given or asked for a new IP. So it's like,
what about Initiative? They lost their key. One of their key developers.
But if they wanted to do Days Gone 2, they don't need these two, man. They could just hire whoever. Take another crack at it, bro.
True, Woody, I agree they lost one of the key developers, but there's nothing that can be done. If he wants to retire, they can't force him to fucking stay. Like,
thing is, though, Sam, they
gotta replace him though. Hopefully,
they don't need John and Jeff to make that game.
No, when you listen to the interview, Adam, it was one of the funniest parts. So he was saying how they had to hire a bunch of new people, right? Because it was obviously the game was getting bigger and bigger, right? And he was saying he was working with millennials who weren't even listening to him, bro. Like, he was literally having arguments with these young new employees because they didn't want to do the shit he wanted them to do because they were complaining about crunch, all this other shit. It was very fascinating.
Well,
so those are the people who are working on the game.
Funny enough, I literally just like went back onto my main thing on Twitter, and I just saw Shariah post up his thing 5 minutes or 6 minutes ago saying one of the most unpleasant things about covering gaming is the way gamers will jump through hoops to deny news they dislike, from No Man's Sky's delays to work conditions at their favorite studios. Anyway, Days Gone 2 was rejected in 2019, and it and is not in development at Sony Bend. And it's like, okay, so I mean, yeah, if that's again, if that's what Jeff Ross has said, then yeah, okay, cool. But then again, still is a case of some of the stuff that you wrote wasn't completely fucking true, was it? Like, this is the problem. And again,
the argument is,
like the way he loved.
Adam, can I read the super
I
chat?
agree. No, I'm just gonna say, right, I agree with Jay Stroud when he says, like, gamers will jump through hoops to deny any news they dislike. I agree on that because there are gamers that do that. I'm just gonna be blunt. There are gamers that do that.
But we've been seeing people complain about literally nothing. So isn't he kind of wrong on that?
And that's the caveat to it. That it's the internet, it's social media. You get it every fucking time, and it's just like, Yeah, I'm looking right now. This Hazardor gaming guy who's a fucking Xbox dude. I know he's a fucking Xbox dude, even though he calls himself a gaming influencer. Says most people are questioning your source / credibility. Hope this clears the air. It's like clears air. Like that like again, he literally just said about how like people gamers jump through hoops to deny any news that they dislike. It's also, it kind of bends both ways within that situation, that this guy here that just said that most people will question your source and credibility. You are again an Xbox fan, and he's this guy. I've seen him more on Xbox's side than fucking PlayStation's side. I've seen him countless posts. They say, "Hey Jason, don't worry." Well, I mean, from what I'm reading here, is that case of Jason, don't let them question your credibility. You know, they're wrong. You're right.
Bro,
It's
what
like,
makes you credible? That's the thing. Like, what makes him invincible? He hasn't given us a good reason.
No.
Bro, I
You're
think
a
he's
balding,
reliving
non-gaming
his
fucking nerd, dude.
Look, he's living his glory days of when he was right about Horizon. I think that's that he's looking at that and he's like, "Hey, bro, I was right about this. Believe me." But let me read the super chat. Champion Wave with $5 super chat. Joel's daughter's death will be the start of the Last of Us remake. Everything will be fleshed out beautifully in that 10 to 20 year gap that we didn't see. Amazing. I'm confused. Where do you get this report?
He's speculating. But what I'm saying is, ooh, a remake of a game no one asked for. Yay. I love The Last of Us, but I don't know, Naughty Dog. How about you don't focus on being the next Skyrim and you give us a game that matters? I'm sorry.
I know, but I'm looking at it this way. They announced that they're going to change stuff in the HBO story. And when they change stuff in the Last of Us story, even if it's not really changed, it pissed people off with The Last of Us Part 2. I think they want to cover their ass that anything that might be changed in HBO, they update with a remake. So they add that in the story so it'll be a part of the lore so people don't get fucking bent out of shape again.
Yeah,
and
but what if the HBO fucking flops and destroys the franchise and they're going through all these changes to remake a game again? You know what I mean?
I don't think that HBO is going to destroy a franchise that was established before the HBO contract.
Welcome to Game of Thrones.
I mean, that's Game of Thrones. It wasn't a video game success before it got a show. The only reason why it's getting a show is because it's a success as a video game.
It was a book success that got destroyed.
People don't read books anymore.
Well, yeah, they do. Why do you think
books are weird?
First of all, just because you ain't up on your reading doesn't mean the rest of us ain't. I fucking read every Game of Thrones book, and I read the Witcher books. And you know what? The only book that has been done well was The Witcher into a game and into a TV show. They did that well. But what I'm worried about is they're going to take it and they're going to make the changes to the first game to suit things from the TV show. What if the TV show ends up being not well received? Then you put that associated to your game.
I don't think that people just go magically hate The Last of Us because of the TV show. That was supposed to happen with the death of Joel.
Well,
Abby,
no.
And it didn't really happen because people went out and brought the game and got all these fucking awards. So I'm not saying there's nothing to worry about. If you want to worry, you can worry. Hey, the HBO show could be so bad, Last of Us could be dead. If that's the reality you want to believe, maybe it'll happen. But I don't think that's
it's not the reality I want to believe. It's a potentiality because they're shifting things in the first game, which is a fully fleshed out game that was extremely well received. They're changing things and adding things because they want to suit the TV show, which is fine. Do you? But let's say the TV show changes and the things they add are bad and then fuck the game up, right? See, if they just let the game stand on its own and then the TV show flops, then the TV show is the problem. Just like, you want an example? Fucking Resident Evil movies. Mortal Kombat, not the new one, but the original movies. Those are all movies made off a game that they didn't change the game to suit the movie. And then when those movies flop, the franchise is still beloved, you know?
You don't think that can happen with The Last of Us?
I think if they start changing the first game to suit the TV show, then they're setting themselves
this was a something I was thinking about, or I said earlier. What if the Last of Us remake, which is not needed, is made to take advantage of the PS5, so you can see early on in this generation what Naughty Dog might be capable of doing. Obviously, Naughty Dog doesn't have all hands on deck for this game because this isn't their main focus. The new IP is their main focus. So if you're worried that, hey, there's so many people working on Last of Us remake, nobody's going to be able to work on a new IP, we know how big Guerrilla, Insomniac, and Naughty Dog, and Sony Santa Monica are. Those motherfuckers are big enough to do more than one project. I believe the multiplayer is next to being done. It's going to be added to the remake. The remake is not only going to be just a remaster, it's going to be a remake. It's probably going to have ray tracing, 60 frames per second, 4K native, enhanced fucking textures and all that shit. And I think it's just a little teaser, similar to a Spider-Man Miles Morales or a Spider-Man remaster. You know what I'm saying? It's there to show the power. Yes, they're working on something else, but it's also there to add that multiplayer so you don't feel some type of way about buying a individual multiplayer Last of Us game. So,
but multiplayer was supposed to go on The Last of Us 2.
It was, but then they clarified it wasn't going to be there.
Yes, because they want to make money off of it because they don't have any other projects.
Yeah, but they can't put that multiplayer out by itself. They're going to have to attach it to a Last of Us single player. That's why I think they're going to do it with the remake.
They could give it out for free with people who bought The Last of Us 2 and have it on their system.
Now, see, I agree with that. They definitely should give it out to the people that went out and supported The Last of Us 2. But I don't know if that's going to happen. That game should be out this year. And I don't feel like it is.
Because they told us they were giving it to us. It was part of the sales pitch for The Last of Us 2. That'd be like Ghost of Tsushima never adding what they added with the multiplayer and the 4-player co-op shit, and then being like, oh, wait, hold on. We can make money off of this. We're going to fuck you.
What?
We're going to fuck you right in your ass. If Ghost of Tsushima could do this, could have done the same thing.
You might want to come down with that.
What? No. That's what they're doing. They're fucking your wallet. They're finding a way to make money off of the multiplayer because they took too long to get it out. That's the only thing they're doing.
So I want to talk to you and everybody else here. What do you think is special about this multiplayer? Why do you think it's taking too long? Do you think they were taking too long because they wanted to push it back all the way to the remake, or was the remake something like what? Why are they pushing it out too long? Like, why are they?
I think it's open. I think it might be open.
I think.
I don't know.
You think it'll be open world multiplayer? So like a battle royale?
No, not battle royale.
I don't know.
I think it will be open world because that's.
I mean, if it's open world, it's gonna be battle royale. Why make it open world with like fucking 16 people on a map?
Well, I think
that's what I think. That's what I don't think. I don't think it will.
Well, they could blend in survival, so they could blend in some survival aspects. Look at what is it? If
they're gonna make a full-fledged multiplayer experience, I'm not gonna deny that they should put that out by itself. I mean, I don't know them to really work heavily on a multiplayer game. The last couple multiplayer games have been tagged on to their single-player experience, but have been good. Last of Us felt like it was the sloppiest multiplayer, but it was still good, you know? And I think they could have worked more on it, but they didn't think people would care. But then when they released it and people were on factions day and night, they were like, "Oh well, shit, we got a lot to live up to if we go put out part 2."
But then you have the same argument with
Champion Wave is sent another super chat for $2. He says, "If they cancel factions, the internet will melt." They better not cancel factions.
Well, they're not going to cancel it. But my point is they should be to their loyalists who bought Last of Us 2. They should say, okay, if you didn't buy Last of Us 2, you have to pay for it. If you bought Last of Us 2, you have it for free, or go out and support the remake or Last of Us 2. Buy one of those and you get the multiplayer. You think GTA would have skated in our eyes if they would have put out their multiplayer outside of GTA 5 and made it its own thing and then charged a fucking $40 or $60 for it? No, they'd be getting their asses blown out. And that's a complete, massive, full open world multiplayer experience.
You got some weird analogies, man.
How is that a weird analogy? You just said you would think it would go multiplayer open world. What's comparable right now in the multiplayer world that's open world multiplayer?
Battle
GTA.
Royale.
GTA?
Yeah, GTA.
GTA,
I mean,
man.
I mean, do you like? But they don't. Last of Us isn't really an open world game anyway.
No,
so,
Last of Us isn't an open world game. But remember what they said? They said
They said the multiplayer
the
was going to be
got
open
too
world.
big. No, they didn't say what's open world. They're saying that the multiplayer got too big for the project that they were trying to work on. So they just,
I definitely think they're gonna add that wave-based co-op in there, which I would love. I think people would love to go up against enemies in co-op form, just like Uncharted, which a lot of people don't play, but it's really fun.
Well, in Uncharted, think about it. Uncharted had a great multiplayer when Uncharted 2 and 3 came out, and I enjoyed those. But they weren't they were just, shooters, like traditional, battle royale. I mean, not battle royale, but team deathmatch and shit like that. But the thing
it's not exactly a huge project though. That's what I'm saying. That wasn't a huge
because
project.
Yes, because they made it a huge project, because they turned it into freaking they're aiming it at the GTA 5 model.
Visceral said they can do it like Final Fantasy VII Remake, integrate PS5 only DLC. So, I mean, they can, but I have a feeling that they can bring it out this year, but they're going to decide to add it to the remake next year. And if the remake is not coming out next year, it'll come out at the end of this year. But this game, Last of Us or the multiplayer, would only come out this year if they feel they can come out with it this year and it's ready, and it would make up for a game that gets delayed that people are looking forward to come out this year. Obviously, God of War is not coming out this year, and I do believe Horizon should come out this year, but if we don't get a date in June, I'm going to be real skeptical where they going to place Horizon.
Well, it's space filler. Like, they need something because they know their next main project is going to be out 5 years down the road or something like that. And you want someone who went too big and then ended up having to freaking break their promises to consumers. And the fact that they said this was coming out with The Last of Us 2 bugs me that they're fucking going this route. Is Cyberpunk 2077. They fully scrapped the multiplayer because they couldn't get it right.
All eyes are on Naughty Dog. I don't think they would do that shit, bro. It'll be a lot more blowback than people not even acknowledging the multiplayer exists for Cyberpunk. Look, can we just acknowledge that no one bitched about the multiplayer really getting scrapped? Like, not on the way that, Joel got hit in the head with a fucking golf club. Like, they completely deleted a whole fucking segment of the game, and we did not get that type of backlash. Cyberpunk scrapped the multiplayer, and not a lot of people were pissed off.
They haven't scrapped the multiplayer, though.
No, they didn't scrap it.
So what they've gone and done is with the multiplayer now is that initially it was going to be its own separate thing, right? That's what they were going to go for. But they are now, they say the way they were initially intending it is not what they're doing now. What they're doing is they are integrating multiplayer aspects into Cyberpunk later on. And I don't know when that will happen, but like they're going to be integrated. I don't know when they mean this. I don't know what they like. They don't specify. Like, for instance, am I going to be able to invite Sam into my world? That sort of thing, or is it like more on the situation of leaderboards and stuff like that, or Sam was here earlier on, drinking a fucking drink, or he killed a bunch of bandits, that sort of thing. I don't know, but they have got a multiplayer component.
Well, they were initially going for the GTA model, which was the full like 16 to 32 players. That's where they were headed. They're not.
It's not going to be. It's not going to be like that. It's going to be more in the situation of like, I'm saying leaderboards, but like those sort of things where players are doing certain things and you kind of can coexist in that situation. or
Dark
maybe
Souls.
what they do might kind of affect your world. Maybe I have no clue, but that's what they're kind of doing. But if based on me saying this right now, it could always change, right? And the way it sounds when they brought this up, they were like, okay, we're gonna go back and focus on what we did with Witcher, which was single player narrative, DLC, that sort of thing, and not overstretch shit. But they did say that they'll eventually jump back into multiplayer when they feel confident. But I think, the things with Cyberpunk is that I don't think it's CD Projekt Red's fault in any stretch of imagination. I think it's more to do with the high ups. A lot of people say this, and I think I agree. I agree with them.
No,
That a lot of the high ups are the ones that were pushing the buttons and were, they kind of fucked a lot of the things up. Because there's no way you can release a game like Witcher 3, right? Give the DLCs that you did, do the things that you did, and then you make Cyberpunk, and then it's just like, it's a complete fucking shit show. It just makes no sense. It's
well,
honestly
you
does.
you do fail to realize that The Witcher didn't come out perfect either. It
Well,
came
yeah,
out
but then
broken
again,
too.
The Witcher didn't come out like fucking Cyberpunk, did it?
No, it didn't.
Exactly.
No, it
There
didn't.
you go.
You're
That's
right.
the difference. That's the difference, my man. That is the difference. That it didn't come out like Cyberpunk. You know what I mean? Cyberpunk is a different sort of problem. That game was, well, first of all, it came out on 4 consoles, right? It's also the sense of, how badly like that look was, like the look of the game was. Then you've got the whole situation of, the bugs, the glitches, all these other external things. It's like it's that it was more than just a couple of nuts and bolts that they needed to fucking fix it up. For instance, right, I've said this a few times to Son of Sam, right? People use this quote, right? When is Cyberpunk going to ever be fixed? The honest answer to that is never. Because when people say that, right, they are wanting Cyberpunk to be what they were promised back in 2018, I think it was, when they went behind closed doors, showed the game.
No, we ain't getting that game. We ain't getting that game.
Well, that's what I mean.
No, but no. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. We get some of it because there are what you call it. There are not leaks. There are data mined stuff.
Yeah.
From the game that are being used as DLCs. Like, how they said that you'll be able to customize your power and recustomize the character and all that stuff.
Yeah.
All that stuff is coming in DLC. So, free DLC anyway.
Free DLCs. It's already in there.
Yeah.
It's things that they're working on in the background. But that goes to my point with people wanting what they were sold, and it's the same as The Last of Us 2, is they told us we were getting multiplayer with it, right? And then they decide to say, okay, it's too big now, so we're going to separate it out. So unless you're going to separate it out and give it out for free, then I'm fine with that. You do that. But if you're going to charge me after I paid for The Last of Us 2, knowing that you said there would be multiplayer, then that is consumer fraud. Fucking Cyberpunk's getting sued over that shit right now. You think Naughty Dog's above getting sued for lying to consumers?
No, Naughty Dog.
I'm going to tell you right now, Naughty Dog understands that they're on thin ice with everything they do. Look, I'm not a Naughty Dog hater, but I just read the room.
Neither am I.
Literally, Joel got killed. It was justified if you played the parts 2 to find out that the random doctor had a fucking daughter that loved her father. Like, it was justified. But if you looked at the leak and you didn't pay attention to The Last of Us, and then you didn't want to play this part 2, even though you saw the leak, then you're just blaming Naughty Dog for everything. But they explain themselves. That's the type of shit.
Yeah.
But hold on. That's what I'm talking about right there. They can't do that, so they can't do anything else. Trust me. They know if they was to scrap their multiplayer, bro, people would be just, I don't know what people would do, because that was some unneeded outrage last year. Uncalled for.
We get another Schreier article, Jay. That's what's going to happen.
Another Schreier art.
Telling us how they fucked up the multiplayer. I'll bet you.
But that's not my point. Isn't that they
It's
scrapping
illegal.
it? They're
That's
not
all I'm
going to
saying.
scrap
It's
it.
illegal.
It's one. They sold us a product with the basis of that. And then they decide to, because Cyberpunk's going to get sued over that if they don't.
Oh, they're already being sued.
Yeah, they're being
they're
sued for a
being
lot of
sued
shit.
over the product level, but I'm talking about like all this shit with like being told we were going to get a full open world multiplayer. They'll get sued over that too, because people, you cannot falsely advertise in the US. You cannot say this product is going to do X, Y, and Z and have X, Y, and Z, and then when
This
you
product is rated T for teen, rated R. You can't do that, can you?
and
Like
no, you can't.
if it's rated T for teen, but then like let's say somebody like this guy called Adam Moore releases a game and it's
It'll
actually
be
rated R.
stupid. Like the whole sort of understanding of
That would be illegal.
the factions mode is that, again, like when they initially brought out that, because again, a lot of people were in uproar in the situation of when they found out
I'm
about the
curious
multiplayer,
to see if faction still works.
and then the thing is, factions is a thing because we've seen fucking gameplay of it last year. We've already seen little bits and pieces of it, right? Because it got leaked. It was in the
Do
leak.
you think that? Hold on, we got another super chat from my boy Jay Summers. I haven't saw you in a while, bro. You say sup, JayTech, great show, man. Hope you good, bro. I'm doing great right now. I'm about to go see if factions multiplayer is still alive, and if it's not,
The thing is, with
Adam.
you guys were talking about the factions. Most likely, again, like we got the statement last year was that again you got single player and multiplayer. They were both in the situation of being very ambitious. When things get too ambitious, you then start to figure out and wonder where you're going to put your resources in. Obviously, Naughty Dog, when it comes down to that, they're going to put their resources all in the situation of what matters to that game, which is the story, right? Because that's what you're buying that game for, not the multiplayer, but a single player. But then also, that's not saying that that because that's the case that they should just cancel the multiplayer. That obviously they're not, because again they understand that the multiplayer proportion of factions in the first game was actually a very, very like sort of anonymous fucking success, even though we didn't know about it until 2 weeks before the game came out. So with that being said, that's another thing that was very, again, because it was so ambitious, that part, right? You then go in a situation of like, how they're going to distribute that game or that part of the game whenever it comes out. And I feel I've said it before, in their best interest, it would probably be very wise for them to go for a free-to-play model and then integrate something like a battle pass, like a, something like that, what Warzone do with COD, where, you can make, again, if you do somewhat good content, right, you can do very well. And again, Factions is currently still up on the first game. Still breathing.
And
still
you also have to look at even if they don't go 100% free to play, but if they give it to people who bought The Last of Us 2, then that's fine. And then they can have it as an alternative where people can buy it or whatever. Or they could go full free to play. Yeah. Well, but what I would also look at, and if any of you guys, I'm not at home right now, so I don't have my case in front of me. If you look at the back of The Last of Us 2 case, does it say 2 to 16 network? Because if it says networked play, they guaranteed that there would be a multiplayer on that disc.
I don't have a physical.
I don't have a physical. I can't.
Fuck, I'm tempted to fucking walk across to the Walmart across the way just to see, because if it is advertised on that box that they have network play and they try to sell it to people and there's not networked play on there, they will get sued over it. Now, if they go free to play, there's no problems. But if they don't, then they're looking at, or they put it as part of.
1 minute. There's only one player.
Okay, so then they got their ass. They got their ass covered on the case. Now, if they put out verbatim or any kind of statements that it would come out with The Last of Us 2, whether it be articles or elsewhere, that could bite them in the ass if they try to sell it. If it's part of, let's say, the remake, or if it's a standalone multiplayer game, that could bite them in the ass. I think they should be smart. Naughty Dog tends to be a pretty smart company. Yes, they've fucking story choices and shit like that. can make or break a game for me, but it doesn't make or break a brand. It's just I don't like that story. Like that should be that's just like anything. I go and watch a Marvel movie, and wow, this one sucked, but the franchise as a whole doesn't suck. You know what I mean? So shit happens, and people are gonna have different things. People didn't like Joel dying that fast. That's what I had a problem with, is it was too early, and they didn't develop Abby or the story enough to have him killed that early. They should have waited till a couple of
maybe
hours
they
in.
should. Maybe they shouldn't have killed him that early. But the fact that
That's the only thing. They could kill him, but my problem is how fast they killed him without us knowing. And so it put that mindset of hatred on Abby too early without knowing anything about Abby. And so I think that's why Abby got railed so much.
But that's the point, though. They wanted it on you.
Well, I can confirm that Last of Us multiplayer is alive and well. Oh man, I'm getting lit the fuck up, Adam. I need cover fire.
I think
so the fact is, if you look at it this way, right? If you look at it this way, they wanted you to hate Abby. They wanted you to hate Abby, right?
Then why did they try to make me like her throughout the whole game? If they wanted me to hate her, they should have left me hating her.
No, hold on. They wanted you to hate her because of what you did, but they wanted to show you why you hate her. Because listen,
no, they wanted to show you why you shouldn't hate her. I don't know if we played the same game because they tried to make.
No, basically, okay, she killed Joel. I don't know if they knew people were gonna hate it, but the game got leaked, so people hated it before the game came out. But they also, what they wanted to do is show you why Abby did what she did.
But I get that. But
I don't think they wanted you to hate her. I think the internet just hated her because that leaked. They leaked out the killing of Joel, and people automatically hated her.
No, I didn't. I disagree. I didn't have any animosity towards her until the actual scene, and I saw how fast it was. Because I didn't know where that was in the game. I didn't know it was within the first 30 minutes.
Get on here and heal me.
So it was, the problem that I had was pacing and script writing and the plot points.
Editing.
That's not good.
And where it was placed. If they would have killed Joel in the middle of the game and given us more of Abby on the front, so we get to know Abby and we see what her thought process was and why she did what she did, I wouldn't have hated her the whole game, and I wouldn't have wanted to see Ellie kill her at the end.
My point is, I didn't actually hate her at all, because when the way you go through the game, they told you how and what's going on. So
yes,
when you go through the game,
Witty, you're not listening. Stop trying to shift me to your view and just listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying I wouldn't have hated her if they would have given me more of her story. They set me up to hate her from the beginning. And then they tried to make her a protagonist. And she wasn't going to be a protagonist in my eyes because they didn't tell me about her before. If I would have known, hey, this is that guy's daughter, that unnamed scientist at the end of the game, this is her daughter. I mean, this is his daughter, and she's out for revenge, and because of her dad, I wouldn't have hated her. I would have felt indifferent. And then I would have gotten to see the shit she went through. Huh?
Why do you feel about her now that you know?
I still hate her. Do you not listen? I understand that you're not listening to me. Fucking Christ. Let me say it again. Her killing Joel and the way they wrote the story made her hateable and not redeemable. If they would have made her story a little bit in the front and given us a little bit of the information to build off of, and then saw her kill Joel, I would have said, okay, this is his reckoning. This is his becoming. Now I can look at that after the fact, but I also look at it as she got her revenge, and I wanted Ellie to get her revenge the whole time. And instead we got them scissoring on the beach for a few seconds, and then they were done. But my whole thing is the pacing was wrong. The plot was fine if they would have put it in a different order. That's the only issue I had.
I remember I pitched because everyone had their own little things. I remember I pitching my idea, the situation of, based on the second game, my idea of this. I didn't mind the second game. I enjoyed it, but I didn't think it was better than the first, mainly because you mentioned a few things, that being the pacing, but for me it was the editing situation, right? How you went around certain things, how you place certain things within the game, right? And I gotta admit, I do agree on the situation of where they implemented certain things into that game. Like they could have easily. I feel like they were trying to be a bit too messy with it. Like they wanted to be messy with it. And I
Who
think of
shot me?
like
Oh, you shot me from over
one of
there, you
like
old
basically
bitch.
one of my
And he
like
shot me from the
so
side.
basically my
Sniper.
my idea of Last of Us Part 2 was that if they were to again, let's just say completely right, not have Ellie in the game. Well, you do not play as Ellie whatsoever in the game, right? If they were to pitch Last of Us Part 2, and the first thing you saw was this brand new character, and you're like, oh, who's this person? Oh, it's Abby? Who's Abby? And it's like, oh, I don't know who this person is. And then you play it, right? And I basically said the situation of her starting from obviously the flashback scenes, right, with her dad getting killed, right? But we don't see who kills him. But we kind of have a little construct of like where he is and who might have done it, right? But it's kind of hazy in the situation. And over the course of that story, you get those moments, right? But before that, you get like what I said. My idea of it was that we get to see Abby be in Seattle, do the things that she does with the wolves, then have this moment of, okay, Owen and her group go across country to find this area that they've heard of. Don't kind of keep it very hidden, the situation of why she's doing things. You have that journey, and then roughly around 70% through the game, right, you reach you reach Jackson, right? You have these certain things where you're like, okay, this looks familiar, that looks familiar, and then you see Ellie. And it's a situation of they become friends, trust gets built, but Ellie doesn't know what we don't know as players, as well as Ellie doesn't know why her motives are there, like why she's there, what her motives are, until roughly around the final portion of the game where she actually does kill Joel. And then you set up a nice little pinch on the third game where Ellie goes by, finds Joel's body, finds something that she might have given Abby that kind of clarifies her as being friends with Abby. And then it comes into the situation of part 3 set up all for you, where Ellie can go to have that journey to Seattle. She, instead of Abby having that situation with Lev and Yara, it's Ellie instead, because I felt like that might have been a better way of going.
Yeah.
And then you get the whole situation of closing it up with Ellie actually getting her revenge, but there is that situation of, is it worth it though? Because of what Joel did in the first game.
Yeah, well, and by the end of the second game, we know Ellie's motives. We have a feeling for Abby. We understand Abby as a character, and Abby gets developed instead of Abby being made to be the villain right away, right? And then you have to play as what we perceive as the villain. Instead of having a relationship with Abby, we get Abby killing Joel really fast. Instead of having built her up as a character or anything. And then it's them trying to justify why she killed Joel the whole time. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck about this.
That's the thing. That was the thing about it, right? I mean, I will say this much. I appreciate what Naughty Dog tried to do there, because it's something that normally when it comes to games, a lot of developers will not take that risk, right, within the situational story, right? Especially whether it's killing Joel or doing that, right, where halfway through the game, you're playing as someone you don't want to fucking play as. And I watched loads of streamers, loads of YouTube videos where people, even reaction, like it was like a summary reaction of this as well, where people are like, oh, hell no, there's no fucking way I'm playing as this bitch. And they're like, fuck this woman. I can't believe they're doing this to me. And then they start playing it. But some of these people I watched, there were some of them that actually warmed up to the character. Some of them, not so much. But it is that case, right? Of like, it all depends on the individual at the end of the day. There are people that really, really, really like the game. And they kind of everyone has their own little different ways of wrapping their heads around that story. And obviously I wasn't completely one of them. But I also know people that do. like did wrap their heads around it, like in some really weird way. But I was like, okay, I can understand where you're coming from. But that's what happens in that game. I mean, you mentioned it, right, about pacing and stuff like that. Like, that's the thing about the first game. The pacing, the editing, the certain set pieces that they did was so well crafted because, well, first of all, it's a new IP, so you can kind of be a bit flexible. I wouldn't say you can't do no wrongs, but you can have
you can get away with a lot more as a brand new IP than you could if it's an established franchise.
But the fact that Last of Us, right, when it ends, you're like, oh my god, it's such an amazing game, and then you have like this situation of, and this was a topic, right? Do they have to make Last of Us Part 2 or Last of Us 2? Not really, no, because that game could have been done. They didn't have to make a Part 2. That game was finished.
Yeah,
that was a full game, but they didn't, because that game was very well done, right, or well spoken about, and clearly Neil and some others had an understanding of what they want to do for story aspects. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, at the end of the day, it was justified as to why they went for a sequel. But at the end of the day, like it's like a 50-50 thing of like there were fans liked it, some fans hated it, and a lot of the fans that some of the fans that, well, I wouldn't say all of them, but the partial aspects that hated the Part 2 were kind of within the percentage of Joel was the death, right, and it's the Joel's death was too early, that sort of thing, and that really just put them off. It really did.
Yeah, I mean, I like the game. I mean, I won't play through it again, but I mean, it's like it was worth playing. But the problem is, I had problems with the plot devices. I have problems with the way the story broke down, and I think they went for shaking up the foundation just because that's what Neil Druckmann likes to do, and he got looped into his own ego with that, and so he went for the hardest shake right at the beginning, and he should have saved that. I mean, he could have even went 40% into the game and done it that way, and you could have learned more about fucking Abby and got more developed with her as a character and had more. You could have had more, I don't know, feeling. Like I had zero feeling of connection to her even after I found out everything. I'm like, yeah, but then the whole thing is you go into the end and you're like, so basically you're telling me that Abby was the bad guy all in all because she wasn't big enough to forgive and forget, and Ellie is made out to be the quote unquote good guy, but then she goes and kills how many people, right? Of Abby's people and Abby's friends, but she's a bigger person in the end. And after she killed all those people and all those people that mattered, she's going to go ahead and change her mind. See, that bothered me too, is like, what real person who's on a revenge quest and kills that many people along the route is suddenly going to have a change of heart? Like, there's things where it was like, I understand you want to close out the story, but you closed it out in such a weird ass way that no person who is that, let's call it as it is, batshit insane at that point and killing those people and all those different people for revenge is going to suddenly snap out of it and be like,
you also got to realize, look how much
that game was so controversial, man.
That freaking, what do you call it? Not Abby. I mean, freaking
Ellie.
What's her freaking name?
Ellie.
Ellie, yeah. Look how much shit Ellie went through. Ellie was messed up by the end of the game. She did not look innocent anymore. She was
That's
deranged.
my point. I think you're missing it. My point is she was deranged, but no deranged person suddenly not gonna be deranged at the end. You get that, right? If you're insane,
you gotta look at how the end scene looked. She was picturing Joel and how Joel looked like. At that point, Joel was like, "What are you doing?"
But Joel wasn't there. It was a fucking
Joel
ghost
wasn't
thing.
there,
So they
but it's what she was picturing. It's in her head. It's like,
yes, and she pictured it in her head because it was a plot device. But any real person that's willing to go to those extremes is not going to suddenly snap out of it. Sorry. That you have to
No,
give up all logic and reason to buy that bullshit. I'm sorry. Like, if I'm that crazy and I'm killing that many innocent people who had no ties to Joel's death, really, besides they knew the person who killed him and were cared about that person, I'm not going to suddenly not be insane when I see the actual person. And that's fucking any. You look at psychopathy and you look at fucking the psychological aspect that shit would take on her soul and her as a human. You have to give up all thoughts of reasonable viability to buy that bullshit. And I'm not saying you are witty, but it's one of those things where you're having to just basically go with the mindset of it's just fiction. They don't take anything into account or in the world or anything else. She finally saw the ghost of Darth Vader and he's like, Anakin. Like, no, come on. That's what they did. Like, they used plot devices and plot armor.
What we're discussing as well, you agree? I mean, it is that point of these sort of things were already set in stone with the first game with David, as well as, you know, from that offset, right?
Yeah.
We kind of got that situation of, you know, I mean, that scene specifically, the David scene, right? And like, you know, well, I mean, the actions kind of spoke for itself. She fucking butchered the guy with a fucking machete. If Joel didn't grab her, if he wasn't there, she would have been hacking his body up for as long as she could. But the fact that, you know, being annoyed again at that point in time when they're making that, again, this comes back to like what we were talking about, Glock, the editing, the pacing, the fact that, Joel being there, holding her back, and obviously, calling her baby girl, that sort of thing, and like for that, again, the fact that he called her baby girl. Who did he call baby girl before her?
His daughter.
His own daughter.
And it's like these small intricate things that worked out. And the reason why they worked out was because, again, the writing team that Neil had then was different to the one that he had, in part 2. I'm not saying it's for better and worse, but it was clear that the people that were behind him on that game, like, he might have said a couple of things here and there that they were like, Neil, listen, we know you want to do these sort of things, but we got to decline this. We got to go with this direction. And he was like, okay, cool, no problem. It's like Kojima with Death Stranding. If you well, actually no, I mean, it's a bad. I mean, what I'm about to say is bad because with Death Stranding, right? He went full on Kojima with that shit. But then again, it depended on the fan that was playing that game. It fucking worked or it didn't. For me, it worked because I wanted to see that shit. And it may have been like a very mundane gameplay game, but I fucking loved that game mainly because when it came out. I mean, it wasn't obviously before fucking COVID or anything like that, but it's funny to know that, was it 3 months or 4 months later, COVID was a thing, and everyone was talking about Death Stranding like this could have been a really good fucking pandemic game. It's like, yeah, it could have. But the thing is that like that's what made that game so good is that what they were trying to do.
That's also my break point for why it's hard for me to see Ellie coming to it herself and stopping when she couldn't do it before, when she's done all that and she didn't have Joel to stop her. Yeah. They what did they do? They fucking dredged up Joel's ghost in her mind. It's like they had to bring Joel's ghost out in order to get her to stop. If you know that Joel, it's a coping mechanism, but it's also plot armor, and it just is one of those things where it's like, hey, we know she's fucking can be borderline insane, and she's gone insane, but suddenly after all this insanity, she's gonna suddenly fucking cope and realize when she's face to face with an actual person. No.
Can I ask something in this sense?
Yeah, go for it.
Do you think out of all of this, did she really want to go through all of this? Because remember when what's it called it came back to what's his name? He came to and asked you, are you gonna finish the job with what's his name? I'm gonna forget these characters so fucking quickly. What's that? What's Joel's?
Anyways, just go. Just tell the story because I don't remember his name either.
Oh, well, okay. He came to Ellie at the house and asked Ellie to finish the job because he couldn't, because remember he got shot to a new
His
injury.
name is Tommy.
And Ellie, yeah, Tommy. But she didn't want to. She didn't want to finish. She didn't want to do the job anymore. She was done at that point.
Well, then she should have stopped
At
right
that point,
there.
yeah.
Then
But
they shouldn't have
that's the
fucking.
thing. He pushed her to go back out there.
No,
He's the one that
the
pushed her to
writers
go.
pushed her to go back out there because they needed
No,
to
no.
finish the
Yeah,
game.
it's the writers, but that's the story. Tommy made her go back out there. Like Tommy
No,
said that.
Tommy wanted her to go out there, but I gotta agree with
Yeah.
Gluck, man. The writers made her go out there because she already told Tommy, "I'm not going out there." So why would
And
she
they
go
could've-
out there
they
if she already told Tommy, "I'm done"?
They could have went with the route of focusing, even at that point, after she went through all that shit and she made the conscious choice to stop. I don't care who you are. If she has the mindset to be able to stop at the end when she's face to face with the person that she wants to murder that massively, or before Tommy and says, "Oh yeah, I'm done," then she didn't need to go back out there, and they could have shifted the story into Abby. You see how if they would have went that route, they could have went the route of everything till there, and then Tommy comes to her and lets her know Abby killed Joel. They could have went that route, and that could have brought her out. But no, what did they have to bring her out with? Nothing but vengeance and someone saying, "Hey, you should go kill this person," and then she goes fucking batshit crazy, and then all of a sudden she stops again. Because fucking Ghost Jedi, fucking Joel shows up in her memory and he fucking reminds her that she's fucking not that way. Well, she could have remembered because she already did remember. But no, they ran into a wall and they didn't know where to go with the story. And so since they ran into that wall, they pull her out of her house. They pull her out of her fucking life.
I'm just gonna kind of like play devil's advocate with the situation because I understood why. I'm always in the situation with this because I can't agree. I because obviously there's people that when it comes to this game, there is the part that's understanding of the story, but then some parts that are not. And I'm always in the middle of it because there's always this case of there's one person that will say one thing and the other person say the other. And when it comes down to what Neil was trying to do, I understand. The bottom line of it is that there is so many levels of complexity to human nature, and it's also the case of, if it was in a pandemic, right, like that sort of pandemic, right, where overgrown situation,
These
infected,
motherfuckers are really trying to kill us, bro. But only because Adam doesn't provide cover fire.
Sort of factors.
Still talking to walls?
Yeah,
It's like how does one's character change within those environments?
Bro,
It's
I'm
like
so tired of these motherfuckers sneaking around.
if we, I mean, the way I look at it is like in Walking Dead, right? The Walking Dead show, you have so many characters in that situation, right? That series where it's like. At the first in the series, they're like they don't sound like a bad people. They're very sort of loving. Like Carol, for instance, good example. She was just a random woman that got beat by a fucking husband, and for some reason becomes a fucking badass in season 5. When the fuck did that happen?
I remember Red. Yeah, those are good times.
Exactly. Look at the flowers. I'm gonna shoot these 2 girls. Don't worry, girls. I'm fine. And it's just like. Yeah, it was that situation of that's where TV shows, films, games. Well, obviously, I haven't seen it much with games, but with that game specifically, it was like the first time where one of the things that's really good about Last of Us Part 2 is that, and this was across the board when people were doing spoiler casts, right, with Neil Druckmann or without Neil Druckmann, and the cast of that, and that being this game. As we are doing right now, will be spoken about for so long because of what they did within story elements. And it's not in the sense of it being bad or good, but in the sense of all the topics that it could bring up in that sort of manner.
Yeah,
This
but that's
game,
also his
this
ego
game is
popping
so
out.
fucking cutthroat. I don't even
With
know what they
his
would do with factions too. Like,
with his mindset of making and subverting expectations. He went in it with, I'm gonna subvert the fucking thing and I want to make it hyper critical and you're gonna be super divided on this story. That was his ego coming in and him just doing it for himself because he wanted it to be talked about, because he wanted that mindset.
Yeah, of course.
Now a great story can be talked about. And look at The Last of Us 1. It was highly talked about, right?
Yeah.
Think if they went your route or even the route that I've suggested, it would still be highly talked about because a person you grew to care about killed Joel and you cared about Joel. And then you see there's all these different sides of it. It would still be talked about, but he wanted it talked about not in whether or not the ethics of the situation. He wanted it talked about in the mindset of, wow, this is really shitty from the get-go, or wow, this is
Yeah.
great.
I mean, it's called The Last of Us for a reason.
He wanted a morality type thing.
Well, the name doesn't change the fact that all he did was fucking start up the game with fucking division. Either people were gonna love it, or a lot of people are going to dislike the fact that the story paced really weird. And I think if they took and let's say they did a director's cut of Last of Us 2 and readjusted the way to keep all of the game the same, but move parts of the story around and have you do different things in a different line of thought, I think I would fucking be an advocate, a massive advocate for it. Now, do I think the gameplay is good?
Yeah, but you're setting a precedent for other games to do the same thing. So now they gotta redo every other RPG or something because certain people didn't like the way the story was.
No,
is that
I'm
what we're gonna
saying
start doing?
no. But when your game is so hyper divisive, name me another
Bro,
game.
that thing won all the Game of the Year awards. What's divisive about it? Look at the sales. Like, I don't see any divisiveness.
This conversation shows that how divisive it is.
You're talking about one person, bro. We're nobody. You're talking about people that bought the game and how it sold, bro. It did great. Obviously, the majority liked the game because they bought it.
The thing is,
but that's because I don't really care for the game and I bought it. I bought it because I liked the first game.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't like the first game and I bought it, so.
Wait. I'm confused. Okay, you didn't like the game, but you brought the second one. Did you not like the game before you brought it?
Sam.
What, the first one? It was alright, man. I didn't think
not
it was...
you. I'm talking about.
I was the one that said it.
No, I'm talking about.
I love the first game.
You said you loved the first one, right? But you.
Yes, and that's what made me. What made me buy the second one.
Okay. Was
a love for the franchise.
Okay, and you let me get this straight because I've been listening to you guys go back and forth, so I want to get something straight before y'all go back to talking. A Gluck, you, nobody else, just you. You don't like the way the story dragged on. You don't like that Abby wasn't.
No, I just don't like the way they wrote the story. I don't like where they put parts of the story.
But like, you understand that even though you don't like it, it's something that's gonna happen. Like that's how life is. There are things that happen that are out of our control, and we're just not gonna like it.
Of course it is,
so,
but that doesn't mean that I can't challenge it or talk about it. Or point it out, or
I'm not telling you not to. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, like the criticism.
You can challenge it. You can challenge. You can, yeah.
Yeah, the criticism might change it, or it might not. I'm gonna tell you right now. People getting bent out of shape about the remake. It's your fault too. Like everybody that criticized Part 2 because they didn't know the doctor was the father of Abby. They're going to make sure that's in the remake. They're going to make sure there's a scene after you killed the fucking doctor and you leave the facility where Abby comes along and sees the dead body of her fucking father. Like, there are things that weren't there in the original game, but they're going to be like, well, y'all motherfuckers are stupid, so we're going to make sure we put this remake in there and we're going to connect all the fucking dots. No. Bro, a lot of people still... After they found out Abby's father fucking got killed by Joel, still didn't understand why Abby killed Joel. You can't tell me some people ain't stupid. Because they are stupid, bro.
But that's like saying that fucking everyone's going to understand everything. I understood.
Oh, I'm not expecting them to understand everything. I'm expecting them to understand that. Listen,
I'm also talking about.
Hold on. Everybody saw the leak. They were mad at Abby, not even knowing who she was, because she beat up Joel with a golf club.
Yeah.
If most of those people, right, by the way, are backseat fucking gamers that don't even have a PlayStation.
Just the thing is, though, one of the things that kind of, because you mentioned the golf club, and it's like, we kind of recently got as to why they chose a golf club instead of paralyzing Joel, and that was to do with something to do with like Neil Druckmann being hit with a golf club or by a golf ball or something like that.
Is
and
that
it's
true?
like, why?
Yes.
That is true. Yes, and it's a case of Neil kind of, not gonna lie, but he did kind of insert him like that aspect of his life into that part where. Did he have to do that? Could he have gone down the route of just paralyzing Joel, kept that going, and had the same sort of feel? Yeah, he could have.
But that's what I'm getting at with Druckmann's ego is he wants to.
We all know he's got an ego, yeah. But everyone's got an ego.
He wants to insert, which I don't care if.
Yeah, but every publisher of that
but that's
has an
fine.
ego.
But that's the ego is a good thing in a lot of regards. But my point is his ego is why Joel died in the first 35, 45 minutes. That's why. If it's because Neil Druckmann likes to be subversive because he wanted. Oh,
Yeah, what was controversial about the first Last of Us? I don't remember anything controversial.
That's my point.
It was a really straightforward, boring game from what I remember.
It would have been the ending, would be the
Listen,
controversial. What Joel did, let alone the fact, Joel in the situation, what he did at the hospital, as well as what he said to Ellie at the time, which was kind of an open question, which they could have ended it there. Like, they didn't have to make a sequel.
The fact that he chose one's life over the populace of the whole world's life.
Yeah, that was the other thing. And obviously they integrated that into the game. I mean, one of the things with the second game, which was very interesting, one of the things that I, again, not hating on it, I found it very interesting was that within the flashback scenes, right, or like the later half of the flashback scenes, right, where Ellie has she has the depiction of Joel where she fucking hates him because she finds out what Joel did at the hospital, right? From that point onwards of the game, it's like, okay, you hate his guts, right? But then when he dies, you go through thick and thin to do set thing. And then obviously right at the end of the game, you get that one last scene, which again, regardless if you don't like it or not, that was one of the parts that I really did enjoy where, when she picks up the guitar and she tries to play, and it's also the case of like she can't play the guitar. Which again, very nice subtle aspects to the game, which I really fucking loved. And there was loads of the game that I loved in that sort of way. You get that moment I think it's like the night before, right? What happens, or the night before when we start playing as Ellie, where they talk to one another, and it's just like that nice touching moment, and then it ends. And there is that for me as I played that game, it was a bittersweet clarification. And this is from my point of view. It was a bittersweet clarification, but I really did like the way that they went with that. Because it was like, okay, there was some sort of closure. It may not have been at that point in moment. It may have been a flashback. But it is that case of they did reconcile whatever the fuck it was with themselves. And they were working towards it. But then obviously, shit hit the fan the next day or the next 2 days, whatever it may be. But it's the thing is with video games, right? With stories in video games, that some of them are very cutthroat, right? This game was not cutthroat. There was a lot of questionable things, and
there's a lot of questionable things in the beginning.
Well, no, it doesn't matter where it was. It was there was a lot of questionable things in the game. And like Gluck has, right? He's talking about the pacing, where things are. And I agree with him on that. There was a lot of things that, again, he's not saying that he hated the story, right? Like in the situation of, it was more to, like he said, it was more to do with the situation of where these things were. So basically, they shuffled things around, like flashback bits and where you played as Abby and all these bits and bobs, right? Like, kind of like my idea of playing as Abby for the second game, and pitching her as the main character, not Ellie, and then you get this sort of like surprise factor of, we see Ellie, we see Joel, and Tommy, and then you get that climax scene. But again, like I'm trying, that was my perspective. Right? What I'm, going at his, right? If they were to like again shuffle a few things around, it would have worked. It might have worked out in a better way. We don't know, obviously, because we didn't get that game. But if it was to be, let's just say, if they were to do a director's cut of this game, right, or a Schneider cut, or Neil, or some other cut, I don't know, where they did what Gluck said, where they shuffled things around and they put that scene, that scene, that scene first, and then they put Ellie's aspect afterwards, would it have been better? Quite possibly.
I think it would have been less divisive, and
There
I
you
think
go.
you would have had. And the problem is you had the people who were going to go into it because of whatever fucking political shit they have going on, right? My mindset was I did see Joel get killed, but I didn't know it was in the first 30 minutes. It didn't bother me.
Yeah, we all saw it coming.
No, yeah, I figured either him or Ellie were going to have to die in this one because that kind of tends to be where Naughty Dog goes, and they hit you in the nuts, they hit you in the feels. They tend to go for the feeling, and that they've done it with Nathan Drake. They've done it elsewhere, right?
Well, I mean, you bring up the Nathan Drake thing.
Not anything as extreme, but they try to get you in the feelings, right? And so I understood Joel was going to die.
You bring up,
but it was how
the
bad.
thing is, you brought.
Yeah. And then you had to play as Abby the rest of the time, and it's like I can't give that character a fair shake because I just watched her murder Joel, and I have a relationship with Joel right now, whereas I don't have a relationship with Abby.
Yeah, the thing is, that's what obviously it's a bullshit thing of saying it, but it was like that's what they were wanting to go for. They wanted.
Oh, I know it was, and that's exactly my whole argument. Neil wanted us to fucking hate her and then try to make her into a positive character by the end, and then almost make Ellie the antagonist, but then have her there be no protagonist or antagonist by the end. It was just they're both broken people at the end.
Well, again, it's a broken world.
Oh,
and
that's how the first one ended too. Is Joel killed the opportunity for the world to be saved, right?
Yeah.
That was what brought on everything in 2. And so it was a broken man broke the whole world because of his love for Ellie. That was it.
Yeah, but then again, the love for Ellie came from his daughter as well. Like there's all
and the relationship they build and the ties he felt and the fatherly feelings he finally got. Well, the father aspect we got to see outside of that first 10 minutes of the first game, and but that's the hard part for me was it was so fast and it was so early that it didn't give me time to get to know Abby. And if I would have gotten to know Abby before Joel's death, I would have been less pissed off playing Abby the whole time.
Yeah, I think they obviously they try. I mean, they didn't try to do it, but you did play as Abby for 2 segments before that actually eventually. I think it was 2 segments, right? You play as Abby.
Yeah, and you don't really get to know. You don't get to know her past in anything, really.
Yeah, you don't know. Yeah, that's exactly the trick case. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that you mentioned about Nathan Drake. That was one of the things when I remember Uncharted 4 was coming out, where after Last of Us, we kind of got that teaser for Uncharted 4. The based off of the first initial teaser of Uncharted 4, how dark that game looked, compared to all the others, and it was like, oh, are they gonna? Oh, I hope they don't go all dark and mysterious on this game because they've Last of Us, and it kind of was the sense of they were very smart in the situation of they played with us. Because I remember leading up to that game, everyone was in the assumption that someone was going to die in that game because it was called A Thief's End. And they tugged on those heartstrings of, Sully dying, Elena dying, Sam dying, even though it's a character we only just met. But did any of them die? No. And they kind of played with that. And it was smart of them to do that, actually, because I remember when Elena, the booby trap scene, right? Where it's like, oh, shit, is she dead? And it's like, oh. And then when I got to the end, I was always in this consistent thing of, is Drake going to die? If Sam dies, I didn't give a fuck. But if Drake died or if Elena died, I was like, okay.
Oh, geez.
When Drake and Sam escaped, the boat, right, and they were swimming towards Elena, there was a part of me that still kind of thought, imagine if Nadine shot her from far. And I'm like, I was still in that situation that she's gonna die, she's gonna die, she's gonna die. It's like, nope, nothing happened. And
Or the
all
fact that
happened
they're all
after.
bloody and beaten up and a shark attacks her.
Yeah, but it's like I was always in the assumption that she was gonna die, man. Like someone's gonna die, and nothing. It's like Uncharted 3 with Sully. They did the same thing there. Like, oh, we shot Sully. No, Sully died. Sully died. And it's like, nope, he didn't. You just hallucinated. It's like, oh fuck. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that was an annoying cop out. I hated that.
That was plot armor too, and it did bug me that they went that route. I hate. Okay, so I was good with Joel's death, and I'm okay with people dying and because like look at Game of Thrones and these other series where it's like, shit, I don't know how many episodes in, and they kill fucking the main guy of Winterhold, the father, and fucking. They behead him right in front of his daughter, or daughters and shit. So I'm accustomed to big characters. Yeah, I'm accustomed to big characters dying, and I'm good with it because I think if you make a character impervious, it becomes a problem for the story. Now, so I was fine with Joel dying, and I expected it because it leaked, but it was the timing that bothers me the most, and that's the only thing I lie on is the timing because the gameplay. Good. The story was a good story. I just think it was in the wrong order. I think there were some things that could have been shifted. Maybe even give us, a little bit more about Abby. Shit, they could have done 2 or 3 more segments about Abby on the front, and I would have been fine with it. To know who her father was, and to have her fucking stumble into the fucking room and kind of feel like, oh shit, is this the Firefly scientist and shit? And then you're like, holy shit, that's why the animosity towards Joel, and I'd be more understanding of that and more caring for the character. But they did it after they already gave me a hatred for the character, right? And that's where I run into issues. But each their own, and that's why I say it's a divisive game, because there's going to be people who are going to see it somewhat like me. There are going to be people who see it that they just hate it because Joel died, and then there's going to be people who just love the whole story overall, but still kind of hate that Joel died. But
that's something I don't like. I don't like the fact that people overall hated it because of like one stigma of the game, which I like.
People build too much into a character, and but that becomes attachment, and we get attached to those characters in our media. And like a good example is how much hatred the George R.R. Martin got with the Red Wedding when when the oldest son of the
I hated Robb Stark. I never had a problem with that. Yeah.
Well, because he was egotistical, but they got a lot of hatred of that when he just got fucking murdered at his wedding, and you find out that his wife is pregnant.
Like, bro, you're marching into there like gullible as fuck. You're supposed to be this brilliant strategic leader. That's why I didn't give a fuck. He deserved to die. That was some dumbass shit. Listening to his mother.
Yeah, well, his mother was fucking going fucking insane, and the thing they didn't, and if you haven't read the books, the mother becomes the fucking
his mother becomes some shit.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is these choices are fine with killing a main character, but what really fucking hit me hard was the fact that his wife just found out she was pregnant, and it's like, oh god damn, dude.
That wasn't in the book, right?
No, it wasn't. It was just for the TV show. But that's why there was so much division around that situation and how brutal it was. And so I think people get super attached to characters because maybe we see a little bit of ourselves in that character, and we're not the perfect person.
Well, you know what? I get it, because this is an interactive medium, so you're playing as him. You're doing things with them, command prompts, etc. Talking to her using triangles. So I get it. But at the same time, you got to be smart enough to detach yourself that you're not a Texan. You don't have a lesbian stepdaughter. You didn't have Sarah as your daughter. You still got to be aware of that shit, bro.
Well, of course, but what is this ultimately? What is gaming? It's escapism. It's fucking getting out of your real world and taking on the role of someone you aren't and someone you'll never be. But you can still fucking get super attached to that. Now, there are people who get overtly attached, and you see them in fan bases like fucking the Sonic fucking fan base and the furries and all that shit. Those people get too far into the fan base, but...
I mean, they want to fuck them, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you put anything online, and it's probably wants to be fucked.
He banged that fucking hedgehog. They're fucking weirdos.
What is it? Rule 26 or whatever of the internet. It's if it's been on the internet, it's going to be made into porn. Like sooner or later, someone's going to want to fuck something. But the point is, I just fucking I felt attached to Joel, but I didn't feel attached to the extreme where I couldn't see him die.
Yeah, like what he did at the end, bro. I'm like, you know what? You deserve to die. When you're taking out a hospital, you're taking out doctors. I'm like, yo, whatever happens, whether they continue to do a game or not, this guy isn't a good dude.
No,
you know?
and I mean he deserved to
He's
die.
never a saint.
But I also understood his motivation, like because
when that lady was begging for life on the floor, he shot her.
But think about it this way, man. Your family member, you would give up a family member. Like that's kind of a thing. It's where it's supposed to.
No, you wouldn't give up a family member.
Okay,
But
cool. Then you would kill the people who would be willing to kill your family member. It doesn't matter.
Joel's daughter.
Okay, so you don't think anyone who adopts children or their parents? You got to get your head out your ass on that one, homie, because that's essentially what she became. She became.
Okay, what the fuck are you guys talking about now?
Were you asleep?
No, I wasn't asleep. I was on the phone and I'm listening to y'all, and y'all talking about adopting dolphins and shit. And it's just crazy.
It's a pit, bro.
Well, because I'm trying to get him to.
One thing I don't like, bro, is that it's a pit. This game is a pit. You go down it, you do not come back up.
Yeah. Well, it's an
emotional pit.
It creates great conversation, and that's what I understand what they were aiming for.
Feral, man.
But that's
I'm in the box of emotions.
That's
whatever
why
Neil Druckmann wanted to do, he accomplished it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, but
he
then
got people to consistently talk about this one game.
Yeah, because he hasn't come out with a new one, and we'll see how he plays out with anything else he comes out with.
I really hope he doesn't go for a third game.
He's not going to come out with a new one. He already said he doesn't want to make a new one.
Hey, Adam, I got bad news for you.
It's going to happen, I know, but listen, if it's going to be Abby and Matt, man, for the love of fucking God, for the love of God.
Hey, Sam has been telling you. Sam has been
telling.
telling. I think Sam said a good amount of minutes ago about. Look how many copies this game sold and how many awards it got. They're bringing Last of Us back.
No.
But look. How about this?
That's why.
How about they just bring back the remake, right? They bring back the remake and they bring the multiplayer, but they don't come out with a new Last of Us story until like at the end of the generation. I'm fine with that.
We all know Last of Us Part 3 is going to happen because again that game sold 4.1 million units, which I didn't expect to happen because I didn't think that Last of Us nearly had the same mindshare as a fucking game like Spider-Man, an IP that is, let's be honest, more renowned and loved than fucking that.
But you got to remember, it did though. What did the first Last of Us sell like?
Yeah, the remastered one was the one that did major numbers.
Yeah, it sold. I think they hit like 16 total million or something. So you got to see that there's going to be a huge selling base for it. I think that's also one of the reasons why people get so, up in arms about certain situations. But you also have to look at what's the viability for a third game. They're going to have Abby fucking become the Ellie and go on a fucking rampage, or
they could take the safe route and do a prequel with Joel as the main character.
They could, or they could
Snake Eater.
Or they could go fucking give us more about Abby's past, and fucking make it a prequel to 2. I'd be fine with that, because then you could do the Marvel thing and play them in the order that they were made to be played, not made to be watched. Like
that'd be pretty cool.
Series. Whereas like 1 and then Abby's story, whatever they would call it, and then fucking 2, and then it would be like, holy shit, now cool. Joel dies in the first 30 minutes. I just got a fucking 20-hour game before that. I'm good with that. You know what I mean? So I could see them doing something like that with her and the wolves and stuff. Maybe telling more about their life and shit. They could start right when her you could start out as her as a kid and her fucking finding her father dead and completely build.
Hey everybody, we had a
story.
red alert. So we have a sound bite, and this is coming from deep inside the confines of the Xbox community.
By the way, I just want to say, Sam, did you see the Jeff Ross replied about the thing?
I saw it.
Yeah, he's over here trying to be, he's trying to take the higher road.
I don't know, I do, but like I said, man, I feel like there are things in that article that were, again, like I said, right, in the article, I think there are things that are true, but like Jeff Ross said, right, Like there are things that obviously he's not allowed to say, obviously, because he's under there's NDAs in this situation. He hasn't got, like you said, right? He hasn't got the luxury to do what Jason does because he isn't held back by shit. But
he said it before the interview started. He was under NDA, so he kind of already addressed it in my mind.
Yeah, no, there you go, man. It's like, but I still think that, again, it's a 50-50 thing on Jason Schreier where, you know, he's talked about, because he got all this information from sources, right? And you're talking about a source comparing it to a person that worked on, was basically he's a game director or a game director or design director of the game. And it's just like, you kind, if you're Schreier trying to get people on your side, it's a very, you're in a losing situation. I'm sorry, my man, but like, and I saw his thread and I looked at it, right, the you know, the replies and Jason's thing, like everyone's kind of again against Jason, like, and it always has been that case. I mean, I remember when Jason went after, like I said, Neil Druckmann, and I mean, if I remember, Cory Barlog and Neil Druckmann replied to him at one point about the Schindler's List. I think Corey replied to him about that same thing, but also another thing. And Schreier is that sort of person that sometimes oversteps the line, and he kind of tries to brute force his way through things. Because again, out of all the journalists in gaming, he's the most respected because of what he has published, from, you know, sexual allegations, you know, crunch, that sort of thing. And these things were true. They were true. You can't sugarcoat it. And yeah. But anyway, Jay, you're gonna Red Alert soundbite.
Oh yeah. The soundbite of the power of that shit.
Don't say you didn't have a fucking soundbite.
Oh, I do got a soundbite, bro. It's
Go ahead.
So it's coming from the confines of the Xbox community, and this is from what people are saying. I think this was taken from the the RDX, and this is their response to any game going to Game Pass. Let's listen to this shit. Did you hear that?
No.
Lord have mercy, I'm about to bust.
It's crazy, right? Like they I think they're getting hard every time they hear the word Game Pass.
It's because they've had it marketed to them over and over again, and they fucking.
What I find funny is that they're not tired of it.
Well, they're not tired of it because they look at it from the purely consumer standpoint. They're like, "Ooh, I get all these good games for fucking $15 a month. I'm too broke to afford to live on my own, and I live in my mommy's basement still.
That's
and
illegal.
Have an Xbox she bought me, so I can play my games for cheap, and my mommy put it on her credit card."
Well, that sounds about right.
I'm still kind of confused as to why. I mean, and Xbox has it too. Why nobody ever tries to push game sharing, especially with Game Pass and all this shit floating around?
I don't get these Xbox things, bro. I just went on Twitter. I got someone telling me that you don't keep up to date. Xbox is killing the PS5.
How? But I want to know how. How is the Xbox killing the beat? I would admit it if it's really happening, but in what way? We have more exclusives, the exclusives that are playable on our platform with backwards compatibility have more awards, more copies sold. Like, why? How?
It's
crazy.
The Xbox Series X makes the PS5 look like a joke of a machine. It's barely better than the PS4. I'm like, what the fuck?
I mean, we're talking about like Game Pass, and because again, we got the sort of this we got this little article from Game Rant, this Game Rant article, which currently right now I'm retweeting, and I'm going to share my thoughts on it. But it is a situation of, I asked a few people this yesterday. I've asked this question to a few people even before the Bethesda deal happened or got finalized. That being, why do you think they bought, Bethesda, apart from the most simplistic fucking answers? And I rarely got an answer that was close to what I was, thinking of. And, let's just say, right, they didn't get Bethesda, right? what would they be lacking in that sense, right? It's not RPGs, that sort of thing. It's not genres. I'm thinking on perspective of like game releases, right? What would they be lacking?
News.
Exactly. Well, that being
Did I get it right?
Well,
Oh,
no,
damn it.
it's in some degree, yes, you're right. But it's what I was kind of going for, right, when I asked this question was that if they didn't have Bethesda, what would be filling in the gaps between game after game, right? Because if this again, I've already heard from people that I know that Xbox exclusives aren't going to be arriving after, if Halo does come out this year, right, and not 2022, games like Hellblade, Everwild, Forza Motorsport, those sort of games, Avowed, you're not going to be seeing until maybe, quite possibly, maybe early 2022, or at the very least, right, I don't think it'll be 2022, I think it'll be 2023. That's when you're going to start seeing their games start to come up and appear. But if, like this article saying, right, is true, where a mid-gen refresh, right, that's where Bethesda comes into hand, right? Yes, you got you bought them. People think they bought them for Game Pass, their catalog of games. In some theory, yes, of course. But at the same time, they can fill the gaps where Xbox, the studios that they got before them can kind of again take their time and throw in certain other things here and there. And it's also the sense of as well, what's it called again? They keep the subscriptions of Game Pass up as well, being that main factor. I think because Sam, we talked about this, right? Imagine if this was true and the mid-gen refresh happened and the only game they got was Halo Infinite. From that point, Halo Infinite came out this year and we didn't get another game of theirs up until, let's say, late 2023. That is not good. And then you've got PlayStation releasing God of War, Ratchet and Clank, GT7, Horizon, Spider-Man 2, maybe Naughty Dog's next game, maybe Insomniac's next game. But that's not good.
This is another year without them having a Game of the Year contender while the competition does. That's the way I'm looking at it, man. There's no notable, extraordinary experiences for another year after like 6+ years of waiting. We're being told we're going to get these experiences. So how am I happy as an Xbox consumer?
Yeah, exactly. And one of the things that I'm writing down right now, and I basically in my retweet, I'm basically saying how I'm not surprised if this news is to be true, because the thing is, what did Xbox do the whole last generation? Obviously, PlayStation fans be like, they did nothing. Well, that's kind of false. They did do something. It was just not in the terms of, games. It was more in the terms of, we are going to be building up Game Pass, backwards compatibility, and then the aspects of starting to acquire studios within the final years. And we're going to get these chess pieces up and running by the next few years of the next generation, that being Series X and S. And then maybe, just maybe, you start to see the wealth, the growth on the wealth, or whatever you want to call it, of those games that those studios that they acquired the past few years come into effect. And that's if they're successful. And I mentioned this before. When Bethesda got acquired, if I am people like Compulsion, Double Fine, Ninja Theory, was it In Exile? Well, In Exile maybe not. But, there was a couple others in that sort of mindset and mainframe, right? I am going to be looking at that thinking we need to pull our weight, because I know for a fact that we don't. We most likely will not be funded by Xbox, and we will probably be let go. And if that happens with Xbox, I can tell most people right now, if Double Fine get like the situation of they get shafted, or even Rare, they get shafted, that's not going to look good on Xbox. I mean, people will be like, oh, yeah, we can't blame Xbox for that. They didn't make good enough games. But it's like, but didn't you guys say years ago that Xbox had endless amount of currency and money to give them freedom, to give them time, and all that bullshit you want to say? Oh, yeah, that's a lie. Because Xbox have said this shit for how many years? Come on. Like, when I hear people say they give them the creative freedom, the budget, that sort of thing, right? They have the creative freedom, They had the budget last fucking generation, and they cancelled games like Scalebound. They gave fucking Crackdown free. They didn't even like report the situation. I know that they tried to, but they didn't try and push the narrative of going for an Insomniac. They didn't go for the notion of going for a new IP, that sort of thing, because they played it safe too much. But then again, apparently they had the money. And then also the sense of acquiring studios. It took them the whole generation to then start acquiring studios. Why? There's no sense of it. And again, like, I go back to it, Game Pass backwards compatibility, them building that up was their main focus, setting those pieces up for this generation and the acquiring studios. So now that we're in this situation, is this generation going to be the building of them making those games then, and we're only going to see them at the end of the generation? If that is true, if I'm an Xbox fan, I mean, at the end, I'm happy. But if I'm a person that bought an Xbox day one, I'm kind of pissed. Like, I'm not spending $500 or £450 on Xbox Series X to then wait 3 to 4 years to get X game. Obviously, Halo Infinite could be a good game at the end of the year if it comes out.
I mean, I'm rooting for what is it called again?
Starfield.
Thank you. I was gonna call it StarCraft. I mean,
Star
hopefully
Horse.
they do that same shit with Fallout 4, man. Give us the game later this year.
Yeah, and again, I hope that is an I hope that what every Xbox fan says that's an exclusive is to be true. Because if it isn't, I would like me personally, I'll be front row sitting here, and I'll be enjoying my popcorn because every Xbox fan said, Phil said, oh, it's exclusive to Game Pass or wherever Game Pass is. And I'm always in that situation of, listen, one thing I did not like about that whole TED talk of his was that why couldn't you just say exclusive to Xbox? I understand that Game Pass is your selling point. I understand that. But why couldn't you just say, just Xbox? Simple as that. Just say exclusive to Xbox. Why couldn't you say that?
Because it's not.
It's a simple answer.
Because it's not.
He's giving himself that safety net you were talking about.
Yeah, I think he is getting that safety net. And again, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait and see what happens. But if that happens, man, and that game, for instance, right, if that game gets announced and it doesn't say exclusive to Xbox, or we see coming to PlayStation maybe next year, or basically they get that game a year before us or a few months before us, or even worse, I don't think it will happen. But imagine if PlayStation got that before Xbox people. Imagine if that happened.
I wonder what the news will do.
Bro, that shit will be the most biggest fucking kick in the nuts to Xbox fans. But I don't think it will happen. That won't happen. I'm paraphrasing that shit, but again, I can't wait for their showcase in, June? And then I don't know when Bethesda are going to be doing their thing, whether, because I know they do a QuakeCon, but they do a E3. And they have a lot that they can talk about, understandably. So I can't wait to see what happens with Xbox E3, because as we all know, right, last year we were told in May and June how amazing their showcase was going to be and how many great games were going to be announced and how awesome they were going to be. But did that happen? No. And every year we get the same sort of mundane fucking thing from Xbox fans and Xbox, how amazing their show is going to be, how we're going to get X, Y, and Z. And it never happens. So is this going to finally be the year where we get that showcase from Xbox? And like I said, they've been building this shit up for a whole generation. So I would be inclined to think, yes, they have got those things ready to go this year. If it doesn't happen, and PlayStation do what they did last year, and they have one of those big fucking showcases, and then Xbox go off. But the thing is, Xbox go afterwards, and they have another mundane showcase. That's not good on them. That is not good on them.
Yeah, but they'll spin it with Game Pass and all this other shit they've been doing.
Yeah, it's not good on them. It really is. I mean, it's just. I hope for Xbox's sake, I really do, that they fucking nail it this year, because every year it's the same fucking shit over and over again. I'm sorry, Phil Spencer, he's all good and fun and dandy, man, but if you're Phil, you must have this shit in the back of your mind, wait until when you say wait until next year, right? And then, you know, PlayStation fans troll Xbox fans in that situation because again, it's rightfully so. But if you're
Hey,
Phil Spencer, you're saying
Xbox
that
is
shit.
killing PlayStation. Don't forget
Hmm?
that. Xbox is killing PlayStation, bro. Don't forget that.
They're not killing PlayStation. Far from it.
No.
Nah, he's joking.
It's just.
I know you're
Oh,
joking.
is my
but
mic on? Okay,
that's-
yeah, my mic is on.
that's-
I
that's-
Yeah,
just think it's just the fans. The fans like, hey, bro, we don't have anything to talk about. We're losing. Nah, bro, that's not
No,
how that
but
shit
that's the
goes.
thing, though. This is the problem about that narrative that people want to bring up. Like, why are PlayStation so quiet? Why are Xbox so vocal? Because what happened last generation? They were not vocal. They were not there. They were dead. They were fucking lifeless. But now they are really full of life because of, like I said, they built up Game Pass, backwards compatibility, all these different policies, all these chess pieces.
Damn, I forgot Need for Speed had fucking copyrighted music
They-
and this shit. Fucking bitch.
This game looks good though.
Oh, it looks great.
They literally set up all these little chess pieces ready for the Series
It's
S
a lot
and
of
X, and now
popping.
they're putting,
I'm not liking that.
and now they are putting all those little pieces, right? They're putting into effect. Now they're putting them into effect.
Look at all those
You
trophies.
now have the situation of when we are going to see the fruits of the nature of Xbox, and we don't know when that's going to happen. You know, but again, like I go back to it, right? The reason why PlayStation so good, I just hate the factor of that, right? Why are they so quiet? The answer is because you know PlayStation whole last generation fucking bitch slapped them across every fucking known fucking surface. Whether you're and again, Xbox fans are like, oh, that's a bit cruel. It's like, no, it's true. They got bitch slapped the whole last generation. But then but once that was happening, they were in there. They were in their little corner. They were thinking of things that they could plan, do to get when it came to this generation. Like, okay, we can implement this, and that. And then you're looking at it now. Game Pass is the main vocal point within the new situation because they built that for fuck knows how many years. Backwards compatibility with smart delivery thing. They built that, and it's a vocal aspect within the news. Maybe not to the extent of Game Pass, but it's there, right? People know this. People can see this. But then everyone's like, but why is PlayStation not retaliating? Why are they not talking? Because they don't need to talk at this moment. They just don't. They literally have one of the best
They got a
generations
$1
last
trillion
year.
company they got a $1 trillion company that can't beat a $1 billion company. Come on.
Hey, Crash,
Watch
hop in the
Sony
Discord. We gave you an invite
Sony.
yesterday.
Oh my God, Crash! The Legacy of the
back?
Fallen is back.
He's back.
You're right there. You're right there.
Come on, man, hop in.
Let's see what we gotta do. We playing some Need for Speed on
now and Game
itself.
Pass, man. Like, listen, like when it comes to Game Pass, bro, like at the end of the day, they are, like PS Now. There is aspect. Well, I mean, everyone said it right. That Plus is the comparison to Game Pass. Sorry, comparison to Plus is Xbox Live, but then Game Pass's comparison is Now. And I understand that, but then when you think about what they're offering,
Now is better.
it's kind of backwards, man. I feel like it has to be Plus and Game Pass, and then PS Now and fucking Live. Even though Xbox, PlayStation Plus and PlayStation Plus and Live is the online service that you buy. I understand that. That's the thing I feel like people would make a comparison of. But if we all say it right. If PlayStation were to double down, like really the Game Pass situation, right? PS Now will be the thing that they'll be concentrating on. And everyone knows if they were to do that, and if they were to do this situation of legacy games, implement legacy PS1, 2, and 3 games into that service, and they put up against Game Pass, it will be night and day. And Xbox fans, I know that Xbox fans are wanting it. I understand that. But in comparison, if you poke the bear too much, you're going to get bit. It's like PlayStation fans right now with Xbox fans. You poke the bear about how they didn't have games and studios, and look what happened. They went and bought Bethesda. They went and gone and bought X, Y, and Z. You poke the bear too much, you're going to get bit back. It's how it works out. And it's going to happen again.
But the thing is, Sony's not a bear, it's a dragon.
Sorry? Say again?
I said Sony's not a bear though, it's a dragon, so it's a lot more work.
I don't give a fuck what it is, man. I don't give a
Sony is a fucking bunny rabbit.
It could be the fucking fairy fucking animals from South Park that rape fucking people and piss in their eyes. Like, I don't give a shit.
Wait up, what?
You
What's
have to
going
watch that
down?
episode, man. It's funny. It's funny. It's funny. It's so fucking funny,
Bro,
bro. That episode-
okay.
Oh my goodness.
It's so fucking funny. But yeah. But yeah,
I ain't gonna
mean,
lie, Need for Speed looks amazing. Like this
which one are
game
you
looks.
playing?
The one I wanted, Heat. What was the Need for Speed Heat? God,
Oh,
this
Heat.
is the one I
it's
wanted,
nice.
and it was like fucking. What was it like? $15, $20? End up picking it. No.
it's
I
nice.
think I got it when it was 30, but on one of the sales it went even cheaper than 30. It's really good looking game, bro. Wow, this shit looks great. So wait up, they said they're skipping Need for Speed for this year, bringing out Battlefield, and then they're gonna put Need for
Well,
Speed
yeah,
next year.
Criterion. Yeah, so Criterion and
Okay,
Ghost
cool.
Games have basically been brought on to that project to finish it
Bro,
off. 'cause
I
they wanna get it out
cannot
this
wait
year.
to see what next gen shit looks like when it comes to EA, because yeah, they're a little lazy and they put out a lot of milk, but can't deny the games do look really, really good on next gen consoles.
That's the Frostbite engine. I mean, the Frostbite. I don't mind.
Woo,
the
this
Frostbite
shit looks
engine, but,
amazing.
yeah.
This shit looks
Yeah,
8
right.
times better than Forza. 8 times.
And the,
No,
and the map is bigger
I would
too.
like to answer. I would like to pitch this question though, because Sam, right? I was thinking about this today, right? With the whole Forza Horizon thing being announced this year and coming out this year, right? One thing I don't quite get, right, is that if I was to ask you which of the two is better, would you say Forza Motorsport is better than Horizon?
I would lean towards Horizon because I don't like simulators.
There you go. And
Yeah.
I feel like the vast majority of Xbox fans kind of lean in the same situation with that, because I feel like I saw more Xbox fans talk about the Horizon series than the Motorsport series because of how more popular. Also, the case of like the driving simulator thing compared to like the arcade aspects to Forza. So I kind of got in the situation for myself, like, why would you go ahead and announce more Motorsport that won't be coming out until maybe like 2022, but then again keep Horizon that's a more popular. That's obviously that will get a more better, like, let's just say, vocal boom than what that game did.
Yeah, you know what I figured? It's just because they're doing the new Fable, and maybe these guys, maybe they had a choice and they just felt comfortable just doing what they've always done.
I don't.
Probably just
it's like I just don't get it. Like, you announced Forza Motorsport, which again it ain't coming out this year, but then it's like, oh,
No,
but they're releasing.
but
they haven't announced
Forza.
it.
It's just called Forza. It's not called Forza Motorsport.
It's called Forza Motorsport.
No.
Yeah, you gotta go
Forza
back and look
Horizon.
at it. It's called Forza Motorsport, bro. No number.
There's no number. I didn't say a number. I said Forza Motorsport.
That's all. That's all it's called.
Yeah, because they ditched the number. Because
You know, again, I find it funny the media will not talk about what you're saying, Adam, about all these games being shown off with no update at all and no release date at all. Not even a release window was given for any of these titles.
But
They had talked bad about Sony all day, night. But there's no updates on, oh, we missed the Forza. Forza normally comes out every other year. Where is it? There's no fucking, oh, I'm worried about Forza. Where's that type of fucking bullshit?
See, the thing is, I don't understand this. They had almost 5 years to get all of this ready.
Shit.
Where is the preparation gone?
Sorry?
I'm gonna lose this motherfucker race.
They had almost 5 years to get all of this ready. Where's all that work gone? Where did all the preparation?
So I want my Jason Schreier article, True Witty.
That's
You're not getting that one.
I want an article on that.
But that's the thing, though, True Witty. I said this earlier on. They literally spent the whole last generation building up backwards compatibility, Game Pass in the background, slowly implementing those things, and obviously right at the end, right, they started acquiring studios, right? They started acquiring studios within the last few years. Then it's a situation of you going to this generation, right? You're seeing the effects of Game Pass, you're seeing the effects of backward compatibility, right? But then you look at the situation of studios and their games that they're making. How long is that going to be? Because again, they only started acquiring studios within the last few years of, that the last generation. So it's like, so when are we going to then see those games? And that's if development goes well as well. That's the other thing. Xbox fans think that development is going to go hunky-dory. That is never the case. We don't know. Like Avowed, right? It got announced. State of Decay 3 got announced. Perfect Dark got announced. All those games that they announced, right? Okay, cool. But are they going to, again, are they, when they get dated, are they going to get delayed? Yes, they are. Will there be development troubles? Most likely.
But here's the thing,
Everyone's got
though.
to understand this. When it comes, I said this shit in a tweet that I put out yesterday fucking night that took me fucking 2 days to write because I want to be hunky-dory on it. And one of the things that I said was that when it comes to this industry, right, it can be interesting and exciting at times, but sometimes it can be daunting. And when in the situation of as well, it can also be fucking special and scary. Very fucking scary for developers. And I'm talking about developers in general. And people seem to forget that when it comes to this industry. Shit can change in a matter of moments. Xbox could be the talk of the show right now, but then, like I said, last year, right, when Sony were quiet the whole, from December 2019, Xbox owned the conversation, right, all the way up until that May event where they fucking buckled because they said how they were going to be showcasing next-gen games, right? And then what happened afterwards? PlayStation's their showcase in June. The first time that they really fully talked about shit. And look what happened. Everything that they built up to from that moment in 2019, December 2019, to that point became redundant. People were shitting on Xbox saying, that's how you do a showcase. That's what we want to see. And then in July, when they did their showcase eventually, which was after the PlayStation showcase, it was worse. The fact that if it wasn't good, you know, it was bad, and it was bad. They showed some they showed some good games, but no one wanted to see CGI trailers and some other things because again, Xbox fans were hyping up and saying, and even fucking Aaron Greenberg and Phil Spencer made it sound like they were going to be getting gameplay of these games. And you got some aspects of gameplay, little tiny tidbits. But again, like, you know, people were thinking Hellblade was going to get gameplay. Did it? No. Got a little Vidoc. When's that game coming out? Most likely next year. You know, Forza Motorsport. The fact that they dropped the name kind of gives the narrative of they are going to be continuing that game over the course of time, which I don't disagree with. I think that's what they should do. They shouldn't be making sequels of that game. But again, when's that game coming out? Most likely in 2022. You then got Avowed. You then got Everwild, which doesn't know what sort of gameplay they're going for. You've then got all these other things, like State of Decay. And again, with State of Decay, let's be honest, it's an okay game. It's a fun game for what it is when it comes out. But is it one of those games that I see Xbox fans bitch about? Well, yeah, I do. Because I saw that with State of Decay 2, and I was one of them. I didn't like it. I hated it. I didn't like it whatsoever. Like, you know, I don't know. I just, again, like I said, people just like think that, like, you know, shit just works, right? You know, like, you know, people say about smart delivery, right? It just works. Yeah, of course it fucking just works. But then again, it's only just gonna work for a year or two until we go to full on next gen games. Then is smart delivery a viable thing? No, not until 5 years later when they bring out the next Xbox console. That's if they do. You know what I mean? Like, I can. It's not me digging. I'm not shitting on Xbox. I'm not saying they're fucking shit and blah blah blah. But some of the things that they're doing, like, you can either see it at face value, right now, currently, or you can look down the line and think to yourselves, you know, we'll look down the line and also see in the past, right, like what's happened and how that can be implemented, you know, in their situation right now, currently. You understand? People understand that shit. They don't, though. You know, I see. You know, no offense to the RDX guys, right? But they like to splooge shit left, right, and center, right? I mean, recently I've been seeing a lot of people screen grab Colt Eastwood saying about Death Stranding and Crackdown 3, and that guy, He's a fucking moron. Don't want to say it, but he's a fucking moron. He is. For saying what he does. Same thing, and he isn't the only one that does that shit. There's loads of them that do this, including PlayStation fans, to be honest. And it's like, if you think that you can say that shit on Twitter and be like, that's not going to be brought up, you're wrong. You're fucking wrong. And it's just like, Colt Eastwood, he is the embodiment of deep throating the fucking shaft of Xbox. He would fucking do that day and date, like as if it's fucking Game Pass, for fuck's sake. And again, this is a guy that says he's a neutral gamer, but then in theory, you're not a neutral gamer. Don't fucking lie. You're an Xbox gamer. Yes, you play on other consoles. You can say that, but don't fucking lie for your teeth. It's like me. If I was to say to some random guy, oh, I'm a neutral gamer, I'm fucking lying to you, for fuck's sake. I'm lying. I'm a PlayStation gamer first, but do I have an Xbox One? Yes. Do I like PC? Yes. Do I like Nintendo? Yes. Because I want to play all the games that interest me. But I'm not going to go around fucking bend my word saying I'm a neutral fucking gamer. Cock.
My french fries right there. Yes.
I just hate that guy, man. So I just don't. I just Twitter over the years, like I only got into Twitter. What was it, in 2015?
Adam,
I think it was.
I heard what you said about Colt, and it's true, but there's so many people that believe it. That's what's so crazy about it.
Well, yeah, of course they do. I mean, look at, like, I've seen his following, right? And it still to this day surprises me that people believe a fucking word that guy says.
So I wanted to ask you a question. I know you probably don't know, but I just want to ask. I mean, I don't really pay attention to him that much. When he comes on the radar, it's because he said something stupid, like it said Xbox is the market leader. So is he officially getting paid? No. We're not asking about that. Is he officially getting paid by like Microsoft? Because he's.
I hope he is.
Because if he's not on their payroll at this point, like there's a problem with what he's doing, bro. Like
it's not healthy.
It isn't healthy at all. But obviously, I know he's making a lot of money off of YouTube, giving
it's
quote unquote really good fake news to his Xbox brothers and sisters. But if you're not getting paid and you're doing all that capping, it looks weird.
It's not healthy, bro. It's not. And I see this consistency of it all. And because I talked to a few people that were, being on their podcast. They've talked to the guys. They understood them to a degree. But recently, they've kind of getting to the point more and more where they're like, actually, you know what? I don't like this guy anymore. And they've been blocked by Colt Eastwood because, again, they found out very easily that guy is full of fucking shit. He's full of fucking shit. Doesn't know again, I've seen a fucking couple of his videos, and I don't give a fuck what I'm about to say. He doesn't know jack shit when it comes to the fucking industry.
Yeah, I thought he was a paid promoter, though.
I mean, I'm getting the word that he might be a paid promoter now, but I don't think he always was.
Oh, okay.
I hope he is, man. Because, like, listen, bro. Like, I'm not gonna say the whole capping situation, but you're saying these things for a company like that, and then you're calling no.
So they're just paying him for being himself. My bad. I thought he just
They gave him a fucking console, so I would hope so. I mean, to us, they give everyone a fucking console. You fucking suck their
I mean,
yeah, that's
gargle their balls like fucking. Was it Jack Black says? Cradle the balls, stroke the shaft, work the pipe, and swallow the fucking gravy. That's what they all do.
Free $500.
They would gargle the shit out of the gravy or fucking Phil Spencer. Man.
Oh shit.
Or Greenberg, I'd say in this instance, man. It's just
my car
man.
fucked up like a bitch.
It's not, man.
It's supposed to be more fucked up than it is right now.
I just don't know how you can trust that guy. I think I went after him I went after him about the Dying Light situation of them like going like they were going to be bought up by them, and then they came out and said no, we're not being bought up by them. And then I basically said how you would I basically said to him like in some factor or sense. What he is doing is destroying, like, he's upsetting a lot of things, and he's like, how am I doing this? How have you got to this situation? And it's like, well, mainly because I've heard from people, from others, that have told me, you are doing what you're doing. Because when that news came out that they were going to be acquired by Xbox, and they came out and said, well, it was the marketing guy, the PR guy, said, no, we're not. Colt was like, "Oh, but he's a market guy. He doesn't know shit." And then it's like, he was basically undermining a guy's position, and he then I remember Colt replied to me saying, "I do this for a living." I'm like, I don't give a fuck what you do for a living. And to be honest, your job description, I read his job description, has nothing to do with that guy's job description. So how the fuck do you know, you fucking prick? You know, this guy, and again, I have never heard of Colt Eastwood. I never heard of, Dealer and all those guys are over there, right? They randomly sprouted
They
up like
they came out of the sewer when they saw Crap Gamer wasn't gonna defend Xbox anymore, and they said we might as well take over, and that's what happened.
I don't know who I listen. I've only just come into the fray of who the fuck Crap Gamer, Colt Eastwood, all these motherfuckers are, and I'm like, the fact that I didn't know these guys for fuck knows how many years, and I would gladly, I just like, it just proves me how much they're fucking nobodies.
I mean, they were all on the show at one point.
Well, yeah, I know that, but that's before. Like I'm saying, I'm talking about like way before that, Sam. When I did, eventually find out who the fuck these guys were, the only person that I have some sort of ideology is Dealer. That's literally it. That's as far as I go. Cole, I just couldn't bear a fucking word. Same thing with Tim Dog. That fucking guy that. I remember when someone showed me a picture of some fat fuck in the front row. I'm like, who is that? That's Tim Dog. No, it fucking isn't. Yeah, it is. He fell asleep. I'm like, oh my God.
Fat shaming.
Yeah, you are fat shaming. You're fat shaming.
I don't give a shit. I don't.
He's an adorable porkster.
Yeah, he is.
I know I said yesterday that I call people fluffy. When I just again that sort of people where and again the reason why I call him a fat fuck. The reason why I call him a fat piece of shit is because again, like.
Bro,
it's just a situation of he has. I've replied to things like I remember what was it dual consolidation and monopolization, right? And I didn't specifically say Xbox. No, I'm not. I'm talking about Tim Dog. I put out a tweet. I put out a tweet this year, right? Talking about consolidation, monopolization in the situation of PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo. And for some reason, I think Optimus retweeted my thing saying like, I really like this piece, right? And then because he retweeted it, then xCloud Tim Dog saw it and he retweeted it, giving a snarky fucking reply, and also people within my mentions in my thread literally giving a snarky reply saying, "Oh, why are you so talking about Xbox? Why are you directing this at Xbox? Where does it say Xbox only?" I said PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, and it's like Xbox is the first thing that comes to their fucking mouth because everyone else is saying it. And again, yeah, the reason why people are saying Xbox is because they're the ones buying up shit left, right, and center. So yes, of course people are going to think that. But in my tweet, I'm not specifically saying it, am I? You fucking retard. But again, Tim Dog only sees in the situation of fanboyism, even though he goes, "Stop with the fanboy shit, PlayStation fans. What about gaming? Meh. Fuck off, you prick."
But he's a fanboy himself.
He is a fanboy himself. Look at his fucking ideology. Cock. Parts of Twitter I really fucking despise. Really fucking despise, where people put words in your mouth thinking that you are talking about that specification of a fucking company. No, I am not. I'm talking about everybody, you prick. Oh, God, bro.
Hey,
Get on
Adam.
my fucking tits.
Adam, what's your thoughts on Dirt Griggly, another Xbox guy?
I don't think Adam even knows who that guy is. Cause I didn't even know who he was until either last year or the year before, bro. Like they're just Dirt Griggly.
I've seen his name around, but I don't look at him, no.
That man is something else.
I did not know there's no damage on this game. I've been wrecking the shit on my car. It's just mud
damage.
marks.
Yeah, man. I think I said this shit, man. Like one of the tweet that I put out yesterday. My last part I kind of stated was that people got to remember to not lose sight as to why they play these fucking, as to why they enjoy video games, because that is the situation on Twitter. There's a lot of people, whether you're a PlayStation, Xbox. I mean, Nintendo are thrown there and PC people as well. So I don't want to be biased in any way of the stretch of imagination. But people need to understand that when it comes to Twitter, you should never lose sight as to why you fucking play video games. Simple as that shit. But then when you see people like that, where they go, oh, enjoy games 1 minute, and then the next thing you know, you have Colt talking about some bullshit, hyping some bullcrap up or hyping his own video up, which I can understand why, but even to the extent, don't be a fucking mong or a cuck or a fucking douchebag.
Well, he's never gonna stop doing those things.
They're not real though.
Be real with fucking things. I just don't. It's just seriously.
You want to know what I want to ask Adam? But I know he doesn't have the answer. But I like asking him shit like this. Hey, bro, out of the people that you are irritated by, like Colt Eastwood, how many of them have actually played Outriders?
I think Dina and Colt both. I know Colt and Dina played it, but I don't know if it was Colt or Dina. One of them said they don't mind the game, but it's like not their cup of tea, basically.
But they love Destiny, right?
Well, yeah, but Destiny's not the same game.
I know. I know. But a lot of Destiny people seem to like this game. And again, if that's not your cup of tea and you love guns, like, what is your cup of tea? I mean, they were capping it. That's a big W for Xbox, right?
I mean, if you're gonna use what you're saying, Jay, if you want to go through that sort of mindset, it should be more in the sense.
What I'm saying is, how many games do they have to give you for free until they find something they like?
I have no clue, man.
That's all I'm saying, Adam. It's like, you know how many games are on Game Pass? And he rather tell lies than play games?
Hey, but they hyped it up when it was coming in for free though. So
that's what I'm saying. Don't hype shit up because it's going to Game Pass if you're not gonna play it.
Listen. If my only sense of income was YouTube and I was an Xbox guy and I had to like
lie,
not lie, but focus or what's the word? Like rely, on Xbox for news. Game Pass is going to be the main factor of it. If Game Pass is failing, I'm fucked.
Well,
because I mean, it's a very simple question, right? If Game Pass didn't exist, right, where would Xbox be right now? Nowhere. They wouldn't be nowhere. They will be still in the same predicament they are in right now. Well, last generation, my bad. You know, they wouldn't know what the fuck to do. They'll be twiddling their thumbs wondering, what the fuck am I got to do? What am I going to do? Shit. You know what I mean? But because of Game Pass, it's definitely given them a platform to somewhat piggyback off of and shoot for the stars. Alright, cool. No. Again, I mean, you said it right that those guys aggravate me. I wouldn't say they aggravate me. It's just more in the sense of like it's just nitpicky shit. I mean, yeah, it's technically aggravating, but it's just like it's like I just can't. I can't stand stupidity like that. Like, you know, you mentioned what Colt said. Was it they're leading the industry, whatever? Right? I saw that shit. How like oh my god, no, like oh my god. That just hurts my head. That honestly hurts my brain, man. Same thing with like Paris Lily saying that if Kojima and Xbox thing is true, he will have creative freedom and a budget. And then you think to yourself, what did Death Stranding have? Creative freedom on like a fucking fair enough budget. Like, oh my god, like are these people like what are they smoking? What are you taking? Are you taking shrooms? What, like, please tell me. I want a piece of that. I want a piece of what the fuck they're having. Because it clearly is some good shit. Really is.
They hated Death Stranding, but they can't wait. They can't wait for it to come to Game Pass or see what Kojima can do.
Seriously, man. But they say that though. But then it's like they only say that because they know that game will probably go to Game Pass day and date. And again, like if they do this deal right with Kojima, that's the thing that they will most likely put in front of Kojima first and foremost, right? It's going to Game Pass day and date. Is that okay with you? And they'll be like, yeah, sure. But if it isn't, right, okay, I do wonder what's going to happen. I do wonder that. Like, are they going to completely fold on that deal? Or are they going to be like, you know what? No, we're going to keep that deal. We're going to keep it going. Even though it's not on Game Pass, we want to get your game on us. We want to be able to get more Japanese developers because that's what apparently they get. Because that's what the rumor is, right? They want to use Kojima as a fucking catapult to get more Japanese people on their side. And I can see what, again, it's a smart move in some ways, but does it mean it's going to work? No. If you want to do that, you go for Sega. You go for, well, yeah, Sega's a good point, to be honest.
Sega is a good point, but to be quite fair,
I mean,
are they really going to acquire Sega?
Hey, Crash Aussie, I don't know. That's a good question. Do they even Bloodborne, bro? I don't know. It's
Wait,
like
what?
fucking.
What did he say?
No, he just said, tell him, do they even Bloodborne, bros? Yeah. Right, ain't what's it say? That's it. Oh, on God, bro. No, I don't know, man. Yeah. My brain is fucking melted. It's fried from just stupidity these days, really. People, like, I love how Xbox fans, like, recently, like, they have the audacity to tell me, like, if I was to ask them, where is this news coming from? Jeff Grubb. It's like, okay, Jeff Grubb. Like, why should I even give a fuck? Because he's reliable, and we're gonna get Forza Horizon 2, and he said yes. Like, really? And did he say to drink your own cum? Wow.
What the?
Oh, wow. Okay, and did you do it? Oh, you know what? Congratulations. You listen to that guy. Thank God for that. Jesus. I mean, I know I was vulgar by saying that, but seriously, you know what I mean? Fucking, Jeff Grubb, man. A guy that no one knew about until last year that made Summer Games Mess a thing. That was why people knew that guy. Yes, he made articles prior. Yes, he was in the industry. Yes, but no one knew who the fuck that guy was until he made that Summer Games Mess fucking list fucking thing. Then people gave a fuck. In that case, I might as well make my thing called Shitstorm Mess, or I believe what Phil Spencer says mess, or I'm a fucking neutral fanboy. I don't know. It's just, oh God. I know it's COVID. I know we're all living indoors and blah, blah, blah. Well, to us, that shouldn't even be a fucking thing anymore. Because people are getting vaccinated. But, people still want to say it, I don't know. It's funny, bro. I don't know, man. Oh, I don't know, man. It's like fucking no. It's just funny, bro. It's just funny to see like people believe in like people like that over people that are like devs or like or in this or in another situation. Wait until this news comes out from the devs, from the people that are making these things. They'll rather believe like people like Jeff Grubb, Gila, Cole, or like an RDX podcast, basically podcasts. They would believe, Jason Schreier, journalists, whatever. They believe that's what they want to go with. Fine, that's fine with me. But don't go on Twitter and reply to someone saying that Jeff Grubb or this person, that person said it, so it must be fucking true. Oh God. Because I mean Jeff Grubb, and that's what I remember. I said I replied to every person that said to me about Jeff Grubb saying shit. I just instantly say the same guy that said that Xbox was going free. Okay, cool. Yeah, fine, whatever. No. I forgot what's that guy? Isn't it? It's like Mikkel. Some guy called Mikkel something. It's this kid. I see him a lot of times. and this guy. First of all, I guess his first language isn't English in the sense of sentence structure and English, just general like literature and English. But like the amount of typos that guy has on Twitter is fucking beyond me. And I feel like I want to be a dick and just like correct him every time, but I'm like, I can't do that. He might have some disabilities. He might be dyslexic. I have no clue. Which I am. I'm dyslexic, but even then, like I make sure that my shit is like, fucking spelt right. Just like, Jesus Christ. I don't know. Anyway, apart from that, I don't know what else. I don't know what you guys have talked about for this week, Jay. I have no fucking clue. Apart from the situation of, what happened within the article.
Is he asleep?
I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know. I mean, again, I can list off a few things. Resident Evil has got a showcase this week. Showcasing more Resident Evil. Going to be getting a demo for PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5. Also, PlayStation owners are getting a free theme and avatar, which is pretty dope.
Oh, yeah, I saw the avatar.
Yeah, maybe hopefully we get a teaser for Resident Evil 4. Maybe the film would be pretty cool if that's true. We got Deathloop being delayed till September, which just means that Xbox fans will have to wait until September 14th now. Or sorry, September 14th, 2022. We obviously got the Kojima thing with Phil Spencer, and also the fact that as well, apparently there's a GoldenEye thing that's being revived. That's why Phil Spencer teased a fucking Switch. Again, more bullshit that people want to fucking say is true or not. I don't know personally.
Hold on, the rumor is for GoldenEye?
Yeah, they're bringing back something to do with GoldenEye, and they're working with Nintendo. Yeah,
if they do that, I'm gonna buy it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, I personally would.
Isn't that studio that that made the Hitman games making a James Bond game?
Yeah, they announced that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Wait, so it's GoldenEye that they're working on?
No. We're talking about GoldenEye, the classic game. They're working with Nintendo. Apparently, they're working with Nintendo to bring it somewhat forward. I need to go back and grab it, but that's the assumption basically. Yeah.
They can just bring it. They can bring it to all consoles. It's not that Nintendo owns the IP.
But you know what? A good way of going about this is obviously, I mean, no one probably, and obviously we got the information about E3 this week as well. We know obviously Sony, EA, and some others are not going to be happening there. We all understand that who's going to be there, and that being Nintendo, Microsoft, Xbox, Capcom, Ubisoft, Take-Two, WB, and Koch Media. And obviously, we know that obviously Xbox are doing a showcase. Ubisoft probably doing Ubisoft Forward. Capcom, I don't know what they're doing there because they've never really done a fucking showcase. Obviously Nintendo will be doing a direct. Take-Two, WB, and Koch Media will be. I know they won't be doing a showcase, so it's gonna be interesting to see like how this all goes down, how it looks. Obviously. Hopefully it's good. Hopefully it's a good E3 for the ESA because, I mean, we saw it last year, right? I was quite surprised to see how many people are actually going to be there. But, I mean, again, like I just said, not all of them are doing showcase. So I would say, like, what is it? 3 of them, yeah, are doing showcases. The rest are not. Like, I can guarantee you that much. Yeah. It's weird. But, again, cool. E3, it survives a little longer. But, I mean, ultimately, how long is it going to be breathing? I have no fucking clue. I mean, if I'm Xbox, man, like, I just don't know. I just don't understand why Xbox are clinging on to the ESA so much when they know for a fucking fact they can carry their fucking own. To be honest, they already are. And I just don't get the... I understand why Phil Spencer wants to be tied in with the ESA. He wants to... listen, he wants to support shit. He wants to be the friendly guy and not be the person that says, fuck this. But listen, you're not the first person. Sony, EA, Activision have already done it. So you might as well bite the bullet and say, fuck it. We do our own showcase. We can survive on our own. We're big boys. We're adults. But, it's their decision, I guess. I mean, they're down the fucking road for crying out loud. You know what I mean? I don't know. See what I mean? It's like they're at the the Nokia Theater, right? Like, you're nowhere near the fucking center, but you can just but because they can slap the E3 name on their fucking thing, it's like we're a part of E3. Yeah, cool. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, that's all it is. Apart from that, no. What? I'm just having a look real quick. When did well, I know that Returnal went gold last week actually. Obviously I saw that Digital Foundry had like a little video as well to their podcast talking about PS5 outperforming Series X. Again, this consists of thing of them being surprised and shocked by it, maybe because again they got hands on that console before PlayStation, and they thought that it was an easy no-brainer thing to be discussing. No. Maybe eventually, maybe, I don't know, but no. Oh well. Yeah, is what it is. I think that's pretty much the news read this week, isn't it? That wasn't really like.
Yeah, you can just get JTech to wake up and end the show. It'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, I'm alright just talking. I'm alright talking. Like, talk about anything, man. Talk about Returnal, how good that game's gonna be, and how people
don't want
go
to
out
buy
and
it
support
because
you.
they complain about $70.
And listen, how people listen, bro. Like, people are so fucking hell-bent on the situation of creative freedom and the whole Sony situation and not supporting other games. Then here's the factor, right? Listen, if you can't buy that game for $70, that's fine. In a month's time, that game will probably go down in price. Buy it then if you've got a PS5. But for love of God, when people say to you that it's a bullshit narrative of that, like, supporting your games, right? It's not a bullshit narrative. It's factual sense. Go out, support the fucking games.
What's going on, Adam? What's happening?
No, I'm just talking about people going out to buy Returnal, whether it's day one or months down the line. Because again, if you're like basically why the reason why I say this, Jay, is because again, people were so hell bent on the situation of PlayStation go for big blockbuster games and X, Y, and Z, and I discussed this to you, right? Like, if they do this, I hope that it fucking backfires on them, because if it does, it makes them learn that lesson quicker, very quick, very, very fucking quick. And again, like, I discussed this, I kind of touched on it a little bit, but like, I'm kind of glad that Sony Bend sussed the bullshit that fucking Sony and Naughty Dog were trying to do, making them fucking Naughty Dog North. Because listen, everyone knows my opinion on Naughty Dog, right? I don't mind Naughty Dog. I'm a fan of their work. I like their games. But if you were to tell me, right, that they are not the fucking silver spoon privileged motherfucking child in PlayStation, you're fucking dead wrong. And that needs to fucking change. Because there are other studios within their infrastructure that are fucking way more fucking better than them at somewhat. Let me backpedal on that. They are way better in other scenarios than what the fuck they are, and they need to make sure that they continue. Places need to understand and continue that in that mindset, because Insomniac are pulling their weight more than Naughty Dog. Sucker Punch will be doing the same thing. Guerrilla, Santa Monica. And also San Diego, whenever that happens, meaning Molecule, they have so many great studios in their back pocket, and it isn't just Naughty Dog anymore. And I'm so fucking happy that whoever it was at Sony Bend said, "Nope, we see what you're trying to do. Fuck you. We're not doing it. We want off this project. We want to make a new IP." And I'm glad that they've done that. If it is true, because that's a Schreier article. Gotta remember that. Gotta remember that. No. Not saying he's telling the truth or he's lying. If he's true or false, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing on that. It's just that, again, I'm happy that they sussed out the bullshit, even though it's not a bad thing, because Gluck sort of went over it, right? If they did get merged, it isn't a bad thing, but it's a case of, like, I think there will be a narrative where if Sony Bend, it came out like Sony Bend is merging with Naughty Dog to create Naughty Dog North. You can imagine the amount of fucking news outlets that will try to. I'm not saying they will completely, but there will be a part of the article where they will try to make it a bad thing, because it is in some sense. And it's also the case of, I don't know if it's true. I don't know, because I need to go back on this. But I'm pretty sure Sony Bend has been around longer than Naughty Dog in being acquired. So that to me even would be more fucked up if that happened. Say Jay loves Xbox, that'll wake him up. Yeah, no, he's already woke, mate.
Hey, Crash. We invited you yesterday, and then you disappeared. Do you want to jump in here and talk? We had a Nintendo guy on earlier that also had a
What's
PC.
up?
So
Still in here, bro.
Yeah, so perspective, right? I mean, I haven't got a lengthy thing. I have not seen this, right? This Michael Pachter thing. To be honest, I haven't really listened to Michael Pachter in a long time, mainly because, well, I think a lot of people. I mean, he comes up from time to time, right? But he's not as when he basically, when he was a part of game trailers, the Pack Show, that sort of thing. That's when I watched him, but now I just don't because there was a few things that were like I think it was like Last Generation, where he said a few things I just didn't like, and I think a lot of people in the same mind frame. He isn't who he doesn't say how to put it. He isn't as he isn't on the point, right? Like I don't think of him as a reliable source of shit anymore because he's basically right. We've heard Michael Pachter say stuff in analytics, right? That was completely false, right? He said like how certain things were going to sell other things, right?
I'm trying to figure out, like, he was so wrong that there was no reason why he should have even said it out his mouth. And I was just wondering why. Like, you took so many fucking L's.
Yeah. I mean, like I'm trying to say, I just I can see it, man. I'm currently watching.
No, I'm not talking about Xbox, True Woody. I'm talking about Michael Pachter. He was an analyst just like Jason Schreier, and but I was like, why do you keep fucking talking?
Yeah.
So what's where he's hoping one day you'll get lucky. Like,
you've been doing it for generations.
Again, by the way, so perspective. I can see the chat, man. It's that I'm watching the Call of Duty CDL competitively, and I'm sort of going back and forth between Jay and this, just seeing what's going on.
Just pop out the chat.
I know. So when it comes down to the Michael Pachter thing, I used to listen to him, used to kind of watch his sort of stuff because I liked some of the things that he said. But over the course of the Last Generation, there's a lot of things that he mentioned about like analytic aspects that were just wrong or false, and he was just far off the mark, right? With that said, you mentioned about has released about the state of Sony Entertainment and their decision to sell $70 games and thing, right? I've already said this, right? Currently, right, it is for me personally. It is the situation of if Xbox continue to be very aggressive on, like, for instance, what we've seen recently, right, with MLB The Show and Outriders, right? They get games like that, or like, for instance, they get a Battlefield 6 at the end of the year, right, on Game Pass day and date, and more games that are like that going day and date to Game Pass for a few months, right? I know it's only for a few months, but they get those games on Game Pass. That's always going to bring up the $70 price tag on games, right? It always is, right? And it is the situation of, will that ever rub Sony the wrong way or PlayStation the wrong way, where they start to reconsider that price tag? Let alone the fact that what I've mentioned today and yesterday, that being if Returnal comes out at a $70 game, which it is, and it doesn't sell a certain projection of numbers, like, what are they going to then bring it down to as a selling point? And then again, like I just said a moment ago, are they then going to reconsider certain games being $70 compared to games like God of War, Horizon, Spider-Man, where they can be sold for $70 because people are going to buy them, right? And again, like, my stance on it is it depends on how Sony go with it, right? But it depends on how aggressive, Microsoft continues to be. Because again, Game Pass deals that they're making aren't worth tens of millions of dollars, they're hundreds of millions of dollars. Right? Obviously, smaller games, maybe the smaller games are like within the single digits, the double digits of millions, right? But when you look at like Battlefield, yeah, I've already stated this. Battlefield, if they want to get that game on Game Pass day and date, even though they have EA Play, like in the situation, but again, that doesn't count day and date games. They are going to have to pay at least, I would say, probably a couple billion. And I'm not joking. A couple billions of dollars. I would say $2 to $3 billion to put that game on Game Pass for, let's say, 3 to 4 months. That's a lot of money. And people, I remember when people were talking about, like, why would they spend $7.5 billion for Bethesda, right? The reason why they did that was because, again, they are making their games permanent on Game Pass instead of buying them for hundreds of millions of dollars for a few months. It makes sense why they did that. Complete fucking sense. And also, there's the other caveats, right? You know, they can make their games exclusive because they own them and all these other factors. And again, I've said this before, I'm waiting to see what's going to happen down the line when it comes to Bethesda games being exclusive. I know that Phil Spencer said where a Game Pass is, where they're, you know, if wherever Game Pass is, they're exclusive to Game Pass, whatever he said. But like I mentioned this earlier on, why can't you just say Xbox? Why do you have to say Game Pass? Like, if I was Phil Spencer, I would have said exclusive to Xbox, just to not cloud that judgment or to not muddy the waters. I just didn't get that.
Doesn't go on the PC. That's why he said that.
Because it was already on PC, so they didn't have to
That's what I mean. Like, we already know that it's going to PC. We already know, like, Game Pass is with PC, Android phones, and whenever iOS gets it, and console. We already know this. So it's like, why Game Pass? Like, not unless, you know, people start bringing up the aspects of like, will Game Pass go to Nintendo or PlayStation? And like I said, within this industry, you never know what may or may not happen. We never know what can happen in this industry. Shit can change within a matter of moments, and we
because
just like
Game
we
Pass
get
is
stuck
starting to
by
go
it.
everywhere.
Well, exactly. I mean, we talk about it, right? What they like, you know, Gluck talked about, right? What they need to do to like start to profit revenue. They need hundreds of millions of subscribers. They're only in what, the 20 million mark. Whereas
they're at 18 million combined with PC,
million,
so
right?
that ain't
Okay,
shit.
cool.
Almost 19.
Yeah, exactly.
Almost
But the thing
19
is,
million. Yeah.
even though you mentioned that, right? They're behind schedule, right? Because
I
in
know they are.
February, their projections for Game Pass in February or late January was 20 million. I mean, they're only shy a couple million. But that's still a lot. And then you look at Disney, right? Disney Plus, that's been out for lesser time than it's been been brought up like what, like free, like, but again, it only has recently come out, right? Game Pass has been out for I don't know how many years. It's been out for more longer though, and it's already got nearly 90 million. Was it 100 million fucking people? Because obviously the content, obviously, but again. I mean, I'm comparing apples and oranges in some way. I mean, kind of, but again, looking at the price of Game Pass compared to that, I can still. There's a comparison you can be making that. You know, it's just. I wonder how long is it going to take for them to get to 100 million? You know,
what subscribers? Game Pass?
Yeah, Game Pass. Like, I feel like it's going to be at the end of the generation, right?
No. They'll need to do a hell of a lot more to get to 100 million.
Maybe if they're successful with the cloud on the phones and shit.
What's this here? So, 1 minute. Perspective. I heard Michael Pactar and what he said. There's no real reason for any companies to raise the game retail cost to $70. So he's in fact contradicting Sony's Jim Ryan explanation and justification. But then again, like, you say that, but then what about Call of Duty, 2K, Madden, FIFA?
The only blame is Sony, but everyone raised their prices.
Everyone's done it though. Yeah, exactly.
The only reason why we can't say that about Microsoft because everything's in Game Pass.
So
their game also $70.
It's also the sense as well. Before last year, I think it was in like mid 2019, there was literally, I would say, like at least like a handful of articles talking about game prices going up within the next generation. and they didn't specify how much by, but you knew it was going to be going up by $5 to $10, right? To even make it somewhat different, right? So yeah, I mean, again, like we talked about Pacta, right? It like again, I don't hate the guy, I don't mind the guy, but like that situation, it's that this is another thing of like him, right, saying that, but then it isn't just Sony, it's a lot of people. So yeah, Game Pass has been out for 2017. Yeah, so Disney came out in what, 2018, 2019? 2019, right? Yeah, 2019. So, oh no, it was 2018, late 2018 for America, 2019 for rest of the world, or something like that. So again, they've had it for less, right? And they've already gained those subscribers.
Wow, they always have to.
They've already got to 100 million subscribers. That's crazy.
All right, let me ask you PlayStation fans a quick question. Crazy leaks on a train who leaked, a couple things, right? He leaked Kingdom Hearts for PC, Noah Collection, Ninja Gaiden. He's been right, he's been wrong here and there. He just came out with a leak saying that Persona 5 Royal coming to Xbox and PC announcement soon. Game Pass at launch too. How do we feel about that?
That makes sense.
Wait, who's
that? He says crazy leaks.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah, I don't doubt it either, because Sega's already on that train of making.
But who's saying this though?
Crazy leaks.
Crazy leak. Oh, it's general leaks.
Oh
no, it's called Crazy Leaks. It's a dude. His name is Crazy Leaks.
Oh,
and I'm guessing you're saying, Spring, that he has a lot of things right, but I already called that.
Right. He had some wrong too, but
yeah, but I called that, so I'm not surprised, because you can ask anybody. I've been waiting for Persona to go to fucking every platform, and I've also been waiting for Yakuza. Yakuza took a long time. Judgment took a long time, because I was like, oh, they got English voice acting. Yakuza's already on Xbox. When are they gonna announce fucking Judgment? I knew it was happening, but these are things that are obvious. Sega is going all in on multi-platform, and again, if they go get the money for the contract to put the game on Game Pass, that benefits them. They've made their money from PlayStation fans. PlayStation fans, I don't think we should be that pissed off. We did play the game for over 2 years now. Royal been out almost 2 years. Persona 5 probably been out a good amount of years now. It's on the PlayStation Plus.
I don't know about the Persona thing.
I could see it happening. I won't be surprised. This is.
You can't blame Sega. They're struggling, bro. You can't blame.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't blame Sega. But at this point, this is what I want to ask you though.
Party company anyway.
The best publishers in Metacritic.
Hold on. What did you say, Adam? Repeat that.
I know. I just said Sega were one of the best they were named one of the best publishers on Metacritic.
Yeah, but they're going multiplat, they already been multiplat, but they're Japanese games that have just been for some reason exclusive to PlayStation.
The thing about the whole multiplat thing, Jay, is that are they I'm not trying to conjure up bullshit in the sense, right? But if the situation of did they want to go multi-plat, or was it just Xbox that kind of gave them a money bag and they were like, oh, you know what, we'll take it.
They already bought Shin Megami Tensei to PlayStation.
I can see Xbox giving them the money bag.
But listen, we can't turn around and not say that Xbox is not giving out the money bag left, right, and center.
Yeah, but this isn't new for somebody like me. I saw them giving out money bags to Japanese developers during the 360 generation, and they got a lot of Japanese RPGs on the Xbox 360 because of the same tactic. I'm not surprised. So him saying, hey, I heard from Crazy Leaks Persona Royal is going to all platforms, bro, why not? Didn't you put Joker in Smash Brothers? Didn't you just put all these Yakuza games on Xbox? It's pretty obvious that, like we were talking about weeks ago. Well, they already been multi-platform, but I'm talking about.
Yeah, they were already multi-platform.
Yeah, Sega's already. But when it came to Yakuza and Persona, it was like, maybe it was a loyalty code, maybe it was a paid contract with PlayStation over the generations, that every Persona game was exclusive. Maybe it's just a sign of the times. Look at Tekken. Tekken was exclusive to multiple PlayStation systems for generations, and then it just stopped. So it might be just, hey, bro, it's just a sign of the time. Why not go
I know.
multiplat? Now
I mean,
I
the thing
don't think
about
they're gonna make any money. So as long as they can keep a lucrative Game Pass subscription contract for every Persona game, that'll probably benefit them a lot in the long run.
I mean, you put it on Game Pass, right? Obviously, we like what was it? Persona Royal? Persona? Was it 4?
That's
Right? I
5.
got yeah.
Persona
So
5 Royal.
yeah. I mean, again, like, I'm just trying to figure it out. So again, the thing is, right? If this is true and they put it over on Xbox, like yeah, then you kind of got to be in the situation, right? How much of an impact is that going to bring? Right? I know that Xbox, they say that they don't care about it, but again, you don't spend money on games to put Game Pass if you're not thinking to yourself, if this is going to give us more subscribers.
I'm not gonna cap. If they do that, I'm buying Game Pass for a month until I beat that game. Not gonna cap.
Let me ask you a question though. Like if they're making a game multiplat and you're a PC owner, right? You're PC, right? You're PC and Nintendo?
Yeah.
Why not play it on a Switch or PC? Like buy
I mean, if it comes to Switch, I'm buying it on Switch day one. But I don't know if it's coming to Switch. It only says Xbox and Game Pass. So
what if they possibly could.
I play my Switch over my PC any day, bro. Even if there's frame drops in resolution, I just enjoy playing it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. I think. I mean, if you're a Nintendo fan, you might be able to get a benefit. Like they might put that on there.
I'm trying to give
and get like a Smash Brothers crossover.
My assumption on these leaks, right, was that if you were to tell me that those games are going to fucking Nintendo, I would absolutely say I can completely fucking understand that, because it just makes more sense for a Nintendo situation, especially with like the games we just mentioned, let alone the fact that like you just did Switch in general. Whereas with Xbox, like it's like, okay, it goes to Xbox, let's say Xbox go and they give X amount of money to individual titles to put on Game Pass, to put them on there for, let's just say, 3 to 4 months, right? And then obviously you have to buy them, and then you have the little discount thing. But like I said, right, like how many, like, what's the percentage that they're gonna get? If they're putting that money out there, they are obviously wanting to get people, more like Xbox guys, obviously, to resubscribe to Game Pass or subscribe to Game Pass in this sense. And it's like, let's say, right, if they do that, they put on Game Pass, like Persona 5, right? They put game on Game Pass, and let's just say Persona 5 gives them. Let's say it gives them like an additional 3 to 4 million subscribers. I think obviously that's a bit of that's justified enough, right? If they can get that game on Game Pass, and then that's the result they get, I think Xbox will be happy with that, because that's definitely a positive. But if it's like we're talking like maybe just 1 million, or maybe nearing 2 million, and then or like 100,000, it's not really, based on the money they spend, it's not really worth it, if I'm being honest.
It's not worth it. You know what's going to happen, right? They're going to put Persona 5 on Game Pass. There's going to be about 1 million people who do that $1 subscription, and then they're going to let it lapse, just like me.
Yeah, and again, you're not going to
wait, hold on. Let me tell you something. One sec, I'll be like just.
That's the thing, isn't it?
So no. Hold on. Let me cut in here because we're gonna be cutting the show off in a little bit anyway. I got a phone call.
Yeah, cool.
But look, I agree that that's a really, really smart thing to do. Dollar Game Pass, play Persona. I don't think it's gonna happen the way you're saying it. And as a gamer knowing hear me out. As a gamer and knowing everything, I know the Nintendo community wanted the game way more than Xbox fans. Xbox fans will use that on the internet. Listen, Xbox fans will use that on the internet to brag and to tease PlayStation gamers, but I don't see them playing Persona more than Nintendo Switch fans. Remember, Joker was already in Smash Brothers. They already were accustomed to it. That is the type of game that they like, though.
Yeah.
It's gonna sell good over there.
I don't want to bring this up, but I mean, I have to. A prime example of this is fucking the factor of Gears 5 Hype Busters and how many people have actually completed that fucking.
That's what I'm talking about. We don't have statistics, but we might be able to get some off of GameIndustry.biz for the second week or the first week of how many people played Outriders on individual systems. All I'm gonna say right now, it looks like PlayStation is gonna lead the charge. Look, just because you gave a game away for free doesn't mean it's gonna do good. They need that money though, because Xbox fans ain't buying that shit. But I believe in Nintendo fans. They gonna support that shit the way that I know they would. Look at what they did with Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter was good, but it got a real popularity boost with Nintendo. Came back to both consoles, did good on PlayStation 4, more so than Xbox. I mean, went back to Nintendo. That's just how it's gonna be. I want all the Personas. I hope this rumor is kind of out of context. I'm hoping Persona 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 end up on Switch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 end up on Xbox. Don't drip, drip, drip. If you go on multiplat, give them everything so far. Square Enix did the same fucking thing. Every Kingdom Hearts on Game Pass. All the Yakuzas almost on Game Pass. All the Final Fantasies on Game Pass. Do it right. If you're going all in, go all in.
Go all in.
Don't dip your feet in. You made your money from PlayStation gamers. We don't have to really lift you up anymore. That's what I really love about this shit. If you want to buy a game, you got to buy a game. Other than that, the whole industry, the whole community can now support Persona. So you might think I'm being sarcastic. I'm not. Think of it this way. PlayStation fans don't have to feel that if we don't buy the game, it won't get a sequel anymore. Because guess what? It's everybody else's responsibility now. PC people gotta buy games. Xbox people play the game off Game Pass or however you do that shit. Nintendo people gotta buy games. So at the end of the day, the developers either gonna find out this was a good decision or this was a poor decision. Nintendo fans will do their part. Depending on the asking price on PC fans might do their part. We can't talk about Xbox because we just can't anymore. Like when your game's going straight to Game Pass, there's no way to measure that success.
I disagree with nothing, man. You nailed it.
I mean, it's the facts is the facts, man. But I'm happy for Nintendo fans to finally get that game that they want because I know they could support it.
I think people got to understand though, man. Is that like Xbox? I say it every time, man. They're not in this industry anymore to sell you on that box. Either yes, they made it, and it's like why? But why would they make a box? It's like it's just a shell. It's a platform to put Game Pass on. Their main function is Game Pass.
Thank you.
They don't want to sell you on a fucking console anymore. And eventually, there will come a point in time where that thing just becomes a fucking dongle, like a Fire Stick, like an Amazon Fire Stick.
See, right there, that's what I respect about my boy Crash, right? See, I don't have a problem with PC fans just as long as you pull your weight. If you want to know why I don't like PC fans, there's so many of them I've had conversations with, they haven't really made their promise a reality, right? You get a game on there, right? You're supposed to buy the game. You tell the developer you really wanted that game on your platform, but instead, I'm still here. Instead, you really don't buy the game. So you kind of fuck them over on some money, right? But we have the three pillars of the gaming industry, and who's holding them up right now is PlayStation, Nintendo, sometimes PC, sometimes Xbox. I'm going to go replace the big three and take Xbox out of the equation and put PC there. Because even though you do have the option for Game Pass, it's not as pushed as it is on a console. So PC fans will buy their games if they really have to. So PC fans, do your part, man. Do your part with this Persona shit. Because if all the other three people buy it, they might not even put that shit on fucking Xbox no more. What you
unless it goes to Xbox, unless it goes to
It can go to Xbox Game Pass PC, but most of them still gonna want to own the game. I can tell you that. A lot of them have been waiting for Persona, just like Nintendo fans. Those two communities will support Persona. Like, yeah.
Yeah, Nintendo and PC on Xbox.
Yeah, Nintendo and PC will. Xbox is not gonna be given an option to support the damn game. It's going straight to Game Pass. Like, let's be honest, though. Let's be really, really honest. We shouldn't even get bent out of shape because we know they don't like this game. We know they don't like Yakuza. We know they don't like Kingdom Hearts. And we know they don't like Final Fantasy. I remember many years ago.
Not even on their top plate list.
Yeah, but I remember years ago where they said all the characters on Final Fantasy look like fucking females. This is like 3 generations ago. Like I know they don't like those games. I just want to know what the fucking what's the angle for this? Like you're giving games to your community that have told you for multiple years or generations that they don't really care about those games. Like why give them something or why waste your money to try to give them something that they really don't want?
Because their Mark Phil Spencer is giving them the bag, bro. You gotta realize money
No,
talks.
no, I'm not talking about third party developer. I'm asking why is Microsoft wasting money to secure content for Game Pass for a community that doesn't really care about those games?
Because they're trying to get into the Japanese market.
Do you think this is gonna work? You think Japanese gamers are gonna go into a store and say, "I'm gonna buy an Xbox because of this," even though I already played this series?
Bro, I lived in Japan for 6 years, bro. I didn't see a single Japanese person have Xbox. You want me to tell you who's buying the Xboxes in Japan? The people who are buying the Xboxes in Japan are the military people living on base.
Yeah, I heard that before. But this is what I want to say. When they get games on Xbox that are Japanese, they have to understand that some of these Japanese games were in Japan before they got localized for the United States and Europe. So you're getting these old ass games that they definitely have already beaten. So you doing this why? Like I don't really see a benefit. Like you can't try to get a foothold in Japan trying to resell them games that they already played.
The thing is, though, Jay, the reason why they're doing it is because, again, their way in isn't to do with the situation of their consoles. It's to do with the situation of the xCloud situation, right? You know, Japanese people, what are they mostly on? Mobile phones, and if they've got a Nintendo Switch, that's what they're on, right?
They play on the go.
That's their way in. I've said this shit since when Snow Bunny was on our fucking show. I mean, we had endless discussions about this. The only way I see Xbox jumping into Japan or having a sense of presence in Japan is through their xCloud format of, you know, phones, right? And again, who have they partnered up with recently? A couple of years ago,
Samsung.
There you go.
So okay, well we gotta try to get up out of here. I gotta remember this last.
I'm just gonna clarify. I know that Samsung not a Japanese company, right? They're a Korean company. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty sure, right? Yeah, I know. So yeah, like obviously that's like kind of.
But Korean is Asian. Korean.
Okay, I'm straight. Okay.
Yeah, I know that, but like that. Yeah, again, I'm just clarifying that. But again, like they partner up with Samsung, who do TVs, mobile phones. It's a perfect way of trying to inject xCloud into those things, and obviously, is it going to work? Is it going to work? We don't know. Like nothing's for certain, but it's a good way of trying, I guess. You know. Yeah, it's definitely a good way of trying. Not gonna lie.
Look, I think this is gonna be.
Oh yeah, fuck! I forgot. Fucking Final Fantasy VII Remake was the anniversary, wasn't it?
Okay, Adam. That was the question. Thank you so much. God, I don't even want to say I love this dude, but this dude's a fucking legend right here. Adam Core.
The reason I brought it up because fucking Umar said it.
No, that's what I was gonna ask you, and then I was looking at this beautiful chick on the phone, and then I couldn't fucking think. So
sorry, I interrupted. What were you gonna say though before?
That was what I was gonna say. I was like, bro, Final Fantasy 7 anniversary came up. Why didn't it get announced for another platform yet?
Well, like I said, if it isn't gonna happen now, we're gonna have to wait until June when they do the Integrity.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think PlayStation extended it, and. Yeah, it'll go to Xbox. Yeah, it'll go to PC. But I expect Microsoft to be spending Netflix type of money. Because every game that comes out, big or small, has to go to Game Pass. Because now we know their gamers won't support these games. So you don't want the developers to feel like it's a waste of money to put a game over there and then eventually don't put games over there.
But the thing is about it is that like one of the things I do wonder about this situation is that of what recently happened with Square Enix and Xbox in terms of the Final Fantasy online game, right? where it came out that they have stopped what's it called again? They've stopped pursuing an Xbox version of the online game, right? Whether it's called like Versus or was it Final Fantasy 15, something like that, right?
14.
14. There you go. They've stopped pursuing that for Xbox. They're not doing it anymore. They've put on. They've scrapped it.
14. Yeah. See, that right there is not that. See,
So
that's
what that
an
means
L
is-
for Xbox, but nobody will say that's an L for Xbox.
So what does that mean for Final Fantasy 7? And again, like we talk about this, right? But this is only part 1 of 7. Like, what happens if like this is? I'm not saying it is the case. What happens if this deal stretches out all the way through until they finally finish Final Fantasy 7 Remake and then they put on Xbox, which is, we don't know when that's going to be.
I gotta ask: Are y'all copping Intergrade?
Well, I think that's an automatic for me because I own the game and I can't buy it.
Goddamn right, I'm comping that day one. I don't care what
I can't buy it either.
Yeah, so I guess I think
know.
it's already included for the people that got the game already, right?
Oh, you mean I just get it?
But you still have to
Yeah,
redeem it.
well, I got mine digital and they didn't give me the option to buy or pre-order it, so I'm guessing.
Yeah, but you have to redeem it when the time comes.
Oh, I'll redeem it.
Sorry,
I'll redeem it.
Can you clear it up for me? I got the deluxe edition, but I got the box, so I gotta go and actually redeem it.
No, just I
think so. You still can get it, but it's just that you would have to redeem it via code on PSN for the disc.
Bet.
You can still upgrade, but you'd only.
I'm still waiting to see if King of Fighters 15 is going to Xbox, because I know they have made it more Americanized, but I'm interested.
Who's making King of Fighters?
SNK. It's been around forever. It's been a much better game, like for PlayStation. But bro, when they added the texture packs, I don't know if you could see this. Hold on, let me zoom in real quick. When they added the texture packs that you guys are about to see right here, like that shit looks amazing.
I tried to play it on PS Now. Like the older one.
Okay, but hold on. Look at what I'm about to show you right now. Let me take the chat off and just watch. See if you can watch this live stream in 1080p, bro. Like this shit looks. You gotta remember when they first released the game, it didn't have the texture pack. I don't know if it was 60, but then they added the texture pack. It obviously was 60. Shit looks amazing, and part 15 looks amazing too. I mean, what's so awesome is they've been using 2D sprites forever. This is the first time where they like, hey, let's use a mix of 3D, and it looked great.
Look at the character. The character looks nice.
I'm just gonna say
nice. I ain't gonna lie.
Uma, I'm just gonna say, by the way, I have a very, very strong feeling that Part 2 might be releasing next year. By the way,
Part 2 of what?
Final Fantasy 7. Because the only reason why
I don't think so.
Because the only reason why it took them so long to create the Final Fantasy 7, like in general.
Yeah, but you gotta realize Square Enix takes forever to release games.
Well, not really.
Yes, they do. Especially Final Fantasy.
Well, I wouldn't say the reason why I say no, man, is because you look at the last generation, the amount of theoretically the amount of shit they had on the palette, right? You're talking about a remake. You're talking about Final Fantasy 14. You're talking about Final Fantasy. What was the last one? 15. You're talking about the remake. You're talking about Kingdom Hearts. You're talking about
PS3. I'm a huge JRPG guy. I think Final Fantasy 7 Remake, the second part is going to come quicker because they took Nomura off the director role, and he holds shit up for years. I think it's going to come out sooner.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, bro. Like, why? What was up with Square Enix taking so long to put out games? Like, what was it?
Nomura got like he's always on like 4 or 5 projects at once. They love that dude, and he has trouble trying to balance all that shit. I mean, he's on The World Ends with You. He's on Final Fantasy. He's on Kingdom Hearts. They got to let that dude rest.
Yeah.
Bruh, that dude needs a vacation. I ain't
That's the
gonna
thing,
even lie.
man.
That dude needs a vacation.
That's why I bring it up, man. Because like they last generation, they just had too much on their plate. Like, how long did it take Kingdom Hearts 3 to fucking come out? It's like
80
Jesus
years.
Christ.
That's why they should have used that damn
this
Luminous
nuts.
engine.
Yeah, they should have, man. And again, like what they used with the Final Fantasy 7 remake, was it Unreal, right?
Yep.
Yeah, exactly, because it made it easier for them to just go off that. And also, don't forget, like with Final Fantasy 7, we had the original announcement, then we had the 2015 announcement, which was when they actually changed the team, right? They went with the first team, right, the main team, and that's when it started progressing at a quicker rate because they knew what the fuck they were doing. And now that again, now that all the fucking bullshit is out, like Kingdom Hearts is gone and done and dusted. They got that done and dusted. Final Fantasy, the multiplayer, was it 14 now done dusted? They've done Final Fantasy, 15, and now they're making 16. Like what they do currently, what they're working on right now is Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy 7 remake, and then there's some other things maybe in pipeline, but that's less than what they were doing before, which is good.
Yeah, and let me while I got an opportunity here on Jay's stream, let me pressure you guys into jumping on that The World Ends With You. That game definitely needs its second chance. It's a real good game. If you like JRPGs, you might like it, so give it a try, y'all.
I am going to pass. It looks great, though.
You can't do that, bro.
I will pass. Because guess what? I don't got to support that game. Isn't that shit multi-plat?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I'm
Switch
good.
owners are going to support that game.
They going to support that shit.
Saying.
Because, see, remember the first one was it on DS? They going to
DS,
support
and
that
they
shit.
got a remaster to Switch.
So, how many platforms is it on?
Well, the first one, it got remade over to Switch. So, it's just on 3DS and Switch. The new one's going to be on PS4, Switch. I don't think they said Xbox.
PC? You think it'll be on PC? Is he there?
I'm sorry, PC, PS4, and Switch. My bad.
Okay, that's the big three. I mean, sometimes PC is included in the big three. Sometimes they switch it out for Xbox, but it looks like the big three is gonna be PC.
I don't be a dick, but when we say that PC, PlayStation, and Nintendo like Switch, I feel like that's all we really need. I'm not gonna lie. This feels like that's all we really need.
Hey, why do you keep saying? Why do you think I keep saying that's the big three, bro? That's the big three.
No, but the thing is, it is a dick move because like Xbox, they have provided a lot of good things with it.
They did, but not anymore.
But again, Game Pass right now is their sort of the main pillar, right? It's right now, and it is raising a few eyebrows in the situation of like how we perceive, digesting content in games, right? How we get content in games. I can understand that, but it is one of the things. I mean, a perspective, I just see what you wrote, right, about, obviously this is like one of the most important E3s for Xbox, and I agree with that. And obviously you mentioned about them communicating the industry, what Game Pass vision of the future. But I'm just general, question, do you think that it should be more than just Game Pass? Because I feel like it has to. I mean, Game Pass is a factor, but I feel like you have to have something else other than Game Pass. I just feel like you have to.
Well, let's put this in perspective. PlayStation, Nintendo, when they have their events, they don't have to knock out of the park, right? Microsoft has no choice but this to be their best event. They don't have a choice. So they have a lot of pressure on them. So they got to come with Xbox games. They can't just come with Game Pass.
Yeah. So I think Perspective brought up earlier on about how PlayStation and PSVR 2, right? And that being their special weapon. I don't think it's their special weapon, but I do think that, the fact that they are investing in VR, again, but, they are made, they clearly have an intention for it, right? This isn't just a niche thing for them, right? People think VR is niche, and I can understand why. But after VR, PSVR, the first VR system, the only thing that was obviously, the games they gave people were, were somewhat good. You had your good, you had your bad, but again, there was some really good, special games. And then you get to the PSVR 2, which is going to make a massive improvement in the sense of like, like motion sickness, for instance, with the frames and also the quality, like, also the pixels of that, the resolution, also the controllers, right? And the wiring situation. There's not going to be too much wiring. So we get into that point of, with that all being sussed out and sorted, right? Hopefully, like, whenever we get to see that the actual thing and what it looks like, we then get into the point of like, so what games are we getting on this, right? Obviously, we'll probably most likely see London studios continue with some VR stuff as well as making their AAA game. We also got Camouflage that are presumably working on a AAA game as well as a VR game. You've also got Asbros or whatever it's called, Asibo, to make Astrobot. They'll probably be making something. And then who knows? Maybe there is some others that come into the fray of this all. But, one of the things that I said with PSVR 2, if they really, really want to, like, when that thing comes out or it gets a date, one of my things I feel like they could really nail it, really fucking nail it, is going to Valve and asking them to put Half-Life Alex,
yeah, I know. You've been talking about that for years.
Because that game off the rip is a good enough reason to get fucking PSVR. Depending on how much it costs, obviously, but that would definitely be a game where you would like to have that right there and then, like, 'cause it's definitely like a, and then obviously whatever else, kind of comes up. I mean, Insomniac's a good way as well. Like, Insomniac have made some VR games as well. Maybe they want to make a VR.
That's what I'm saying. It's a lot of besides Half-Life Alex, the world is open to the PlayStation community next year when it comes to VR, because there won't be a single VR game that they produce on PC that the PS5 won't be able to handle. I guarantee you. I mean, that's how I feel about tons of games that used to only be on PC. There's nothing really locking them away except for the developer. Like, this system, the Xbox Series X, can handle anything.
Wait, when was there a situation where a PC game couldn't go to PS4?
A lot of developers didn't bring.
Yeah, the developers, but
what I believe is they either thought that they couldn't do the frame rates they wanted to. Let's say like an Armor, or fucking Counter-Strike, right? I'm not saying it's impossible, but for some reason they didn't do it. So I'm guessing they have some sort of excuse that they have given out on why some games weren't going up. Like a World of Warcraft, right? World of Warcraft shouldn't be limited from coming to any console, because I'm pretty sure any and every console can play it. There was a time where people thought that consoles couldn't do Battle Royale games, and look at the fucking landscape now. It was like that last gen, I admit, but more so this generation. There should be no developer saying, hey, I'm not bringing it over because it can't do this frame rate. Well, these systems are doing 60 frames, so, you can't really fucking say that. So, I mean, I expect to see more games on PC eventually come to consoles. I don't see anything stopping it.
I mean, Valve just keeps their games on their store.
Exactly. Yeah. Like those games, Sony might have to strike a deal to get that, or they just gonna stay over there. Like a Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike came over to consoles a while ago. But I don't think they ever come back to console.
Oh wait, you're right. We did have the orange box. Yeah, there's definitely a future there.
Yeah. I mean, it depends. It depends on them. Frostbite, Insomniac will definitely make a PSVR 2 game. Exactly. Man,
it'll definitely be a bit easier as well to make a VR 2 thing.
Those guys are legends. I'm going to say right now, if Insomniac announced in June that Sunset Overdrive is in the works, or remaster, or, is in the works for the PlayStation, I'm going to be like, bro, you guys y'all doing too much, man. Y'all making everybody look bad.
Again, like they've got the. I mean, I think they got the teams though. You see, like when they got acquired, they got they got an incline of money, you know, from PlayStation to. It was to renovate their studio to make it bigger, and then with Sucker Punch, they were already in the situation of being built up because of the somewhat reception that they were getting from Ghost behind the doors before it came out, and obviously, you know, Gorilla being Gorilla, they've got a brand new building which is also with their old building. You know, Naughty Dog's another one. Santa Monica, you know, in 2014 they got into a new building, but then also that's been presumably built out a little bit more. Like PlayStation, I say this all the time. Like they could acquire. Obviously, I would like to see PlayStation acquire studios. Of course, I would in some great, in some ways, right? But the things when it comes to PlayStation, like building up studios, acquiring studios, they always go for the situation of like this slow build of like we want to build up an organic partnership, like what they're doing with Jade, what they did with like again, I was hoping to do with the Kojima thing, but like recently, I do wonder if the thing of like Jim Ryan saying no to his game might be true. And again, there is probably a reason as to why he said no. Because again, Sony they understand these things, right? They do, honestly. But at the same time, it's like fans' perspectives are different to those guys' perspectives. Because again, we don't see what they see, but then eventually we do, like when they've released the game or they announce the game. So, I hope I mean, listen, like with the Jay Raymond thing, like they what they're doing there, I think is a good idea. They're giving her the money, they're giving her a lot of space and time to to do what she's got to do. And then obviously, I would think Sony will have some sense of like we wanna, if the game comes out, gets received well, they have a lot of like. Again, they've already got respect for her because of what she's done in the industry already. But like, if this game comes out and it is what they expect it to be and what she expects it to be, and she's happy with the model of like what PlayStation have done for her, then I think that will be an acquisition situation. Same for with Ember Labs. Like Ember Labs is another one with Kenna. When that game comes out, I feel like is that going to be the catalyst as to when they like, okay, we're acquiring you. Same for with Returnal. Like maybe they've already done these deals already, but like maybe they're waiting for these games to kind of come out and see what happens in that situation. Then like, okay, we're gonna go for you. They shouldn't have to. They shouldn't. They should just go for them. But it's gonna be interesting to see when PlayStation pop their head up, because I don't think they're gonna wait until June. I feel like they're gonna talk in some factor or in some sense before June. I don't know in what way, but they're gonna talk. But June is going to be around the time where you're probably going to get that big showcase, as it always has been. Like, they always do the big showcase in June.
Anything y'all excited for from the showcase?
I want to see something new. I don't know what it is, but I want to see something new.
Yeah.
Something I don't know about.
I want to see that game on Xbox.
What's that?
From Insomnia.
You talking about Sunset Overdrive?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do want to see if that's gonna happen, because I think they know that's one game they can bring over, and they can get that success that they want it to get.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I can't say. I'm surprised by this, especially when it took. Especially when it took
I think I'm on track to almost getting I was almost about to get 200,000 points on Tony Hawk just now. Oh, that sucked.
Yeah, I think that's right. I'm just reading it out, really. So I can't say I'm surprised by this. It's true, especially when it took an Xbox the whole information. Setting up pieces like Game Pass, backwards compatibility, and last day finding studios to own now and start seeing them take form. Yeah, I think that's good. It's all good, hopefully. Yeah. I think I mean I have to watch that David Jaffe thing. I definitely will be watching that sometime. I mean,
I think that this is an important week too, Adam, because it on Thursday it's gonna be the very middle of the month. It's gonna be the 15th. This is the week that Horizon is being given away for free, so maybe they give us an update on part 2 or a 60 frames per second patch. Tomorrow is Monday, so news could fly, or we could end up with a dud of nothing happening. But I don't think that Sony's going to be quiet this week, so even
I feel
if
like
it's...
if there's anything, I feel like something will come out for Horizon. I don't know what. I feel like there probably might be an announcement for a state of play for Returnal, maybe, and then also you got.
They don't need a state of play though.
They covered the shit out of that. I'm not gonna lie.
They don't need a state of play.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt True Witty, but I do agree. Also, they have covered the shit out of it.
They have covered it, but at the same time, like based on how much they've covered, like what they've given us, right? It's only like little tidbits. It's not like for instance, like when Demon Souls came out, right? They randomly on the weekend gave us a little state of play thing where they did like a little deep dive before it came out, right? So I can see them doing that. Like, just give us. I'm not saying like
Frostbite.
Hi.
I'm waiting for that too, man. That acquisition for Blue Point.
I'm not saying that they're gonna like have the fucking embodied voice saying hi and welcome to State of Play. I'm just talking like in the situation of one of the guys from Housemark saying hi, I'm da 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 from Housemark, and here's some gameplay, enjoy, and they talk about it. Right? Because again, I read the article. There was a blog post that came out recently about all like the sort of like different things they've got implemented into the game, like mechanics, guns, how the movement acts, and it's all fine and dandy to say what you're to say it right, but I want to see it in motion. I want to see them play it and be like, this is what I'm talking about when there is like repercussions to picking certain modifications and like the pros and cons of picking this modification.
Personally, I think Returnal needs a demo, bro. Look at what Nintendo's been doing with their demos.
I mean, yeah.
Rise got 2 demos and then came out and launched crazy. I really think they need a demo. For
okay,
Returnal.
let's talk about the demo situation. This is really, really great. Okay, name the PlayStation exclusives that have gotten a demo or it didn't get a demo and sold 10 million copies. Like Horizon didn't get a demo, 10 million. God of War didn't get a demo, 10 million. Spider-Man didn't get a demo, 10 million.
Well, I mean, I get that, but to be fair, you kind of know when you get Spider-Man and God of War.
If you look past those games, I can go to a ton of other games that didn't get a demo. Like Uncharted 4, I don't believe it got a single player demo. I think it got a multiplayer. Did it get a multiplayer beta? Yeah, it got a multiplayer beta. Yeah, but it didn't get a single player demo.
Let's put on our casual hats right now, right? If I'm a casual player, which I am a casual PlayStation, I do have a PlayStation 4 by the way. I'm a casual PlayStation fan. If I see God of War, if I see Spider-Man, if I see Uncharted, I see a little bit of gameplay. I'm pretty much knowing what I'm getting. I want to do is jump into Returnal a little bit.
What about Ghost of Tsushima and what about Ratchet and Clank? Those didn't get demos.
Yeah, I know where things leaning towards, and I kind of feel like it could be a good benefit for them if they were to bring out a demo for Returnal, especially when that game's $70. We already talked about this, right? How many people are going to go and buy that game if they bring out a demo, a very small segment demo, right? And again, this is a roguelike game, so if you die, the map changes every so often, right?
Right. And I'm not even saying like a demo with story elements. Throw us a little bit into the gameplay. Let us play around with it and see what it's all about. And I get what you're saying about the other games, but as a casual PlayStation fan, I look at those games. I know what I'm going to get from those.
So there are tons of games I was naming that are new IPs, and you're telling me new IPs, just excluding Returnal. Returnal is a special case for everybody. I don't know why, but every other game I named, there are tons of new IPs that were released that did not receive a demo. Bloodborne did not receive a demo. Ghost of Tsushima did not receive a demo. Ratchet and Clank, Infamous Second Son, Killzone. I could go through the whole list. Returnal is special.
Yeah, man, I still hold my point on that though.
I know
because
you
like I
holding your
said,
point, but why
Horizon? You look at Horizon. I know
why
what I'm gonna get when I
Returnal
buy
but
that.
no other game? Why has nobody else said these other PlayStation exclusives, most of them also new IPs, need a demo because I don't know enough about it?
New IP, AA dev, like he said, roguelike gameplay, which I mean you're not used to that much on PlayStation. That's a PC thing,
They
really.
released
Roguelike gameplay.
5 games during the PS4 generation.
They
5.
have released like games, but I mean, how many PlayStation fans have really
I'm not saying a lot of people on PlayStation know the games, but I'm just saying you can't say that we don't have the game. We got 5.
No.
And we got 5. We got 5 from that specific developer. We have 5 rogue type games released on PS4 from that developer.
Nowadays. It's very rare to get demos nowadays. It is very rare.
That's all I'm saying. Like if we had PlayStation fans saying this like a month ago,
why did Demon Souls not get a demo?
That's what
why
I'm saying.
would Demon Souls get a demo? I played Demon Souls on PS3.
Yeah,
it's the same as Dark Souls. It's the same as Bloodborne.
Why didn't Bloodborne get a demo?
Because it's a FromSoft game. You know what you're getting into, bro.
Yeah,
but
like
True Witty, like he doesn't care. I just named games other than titles that are similar to games he might have played.
The thing is, though, Jay, the reason why is that situation. When we look at Housemarque, we've already seen the general assumption of like Housemarque, right? People or Returnal in this sense, right? And I've seen people like from Remedy, right? People from Remedy Studios literally come out and say, "Pete, listen, we understand it's one of the guys actually came out and said, we know it's a $7 game, but please go out and get this game." They've literally had to come out and say this, right? And basically say to gamers, right, you definitely got to play this game. You definitely got to go and get this game. And it's like, okay, cool. But like, how many people are going to listen? Not a lot. Like, so, I know that obviously, why didn't this game put out a demo? And it is a case of, we kind of already, like Sucker Punch, we already know what they've done in the past, that and this and that. And obviously when it comes to Housemarque, they've been around for a bit of time, yes. But like, how many people like really talk about Housemarque games on a general basis? If you're a PlayStation podcast or you're a person that's just on Twitter talking about PlayStation, not a lot. Like I mean, after the whole thing that happened on Friday, I saw a bunch of people, obviously talking about Sean Layden, I best was, but in like the sort of the shadows of it all, right? I saw a bunch of people say, go out and support Returnal, and I'm like, fuck yes. There was so many people that were saying that. And it's like, one of the factors could be, right, like things mentioned, I agree with it, putting out a demo, like just a simple demo would.
So look, let me just say this, right? Tons of PlayStation exclusives, new IPs, games that are not familiar to you, games with gameplay elements that are not similar to anything you've ever played, have released and been hits without demos. What I'm saying is, if people really wanted a demo, people should have been bitching about it months ago. This is a new narrative. You know how much I invest in Housemarque, so you know how much I've paid attention to everybody. Hold on. You know how much I've paid attention to every little thing about this fucking game. From people bitching about $70 to now, hey, the game needs a demo. I'm gonna ask you this question. Spring, Adam, why hasn't anybody said Returnal needed a demo after last June? Now, let's just say from June to December, that's 6 months. Nobody said Returnal needed a demo.
Probably because.
But hold on.
I didn't even know people were talking about a demo.
But nobody. That's the thing. Nobody has been talking about it until just now.
Well, no,
now the game is about to come out.
Cared.
The game is about to come out in less than a couple weeks, and now you're telling me the developer should hurry up, let's produce a demo, even though we had no fucking demo plan. I think if people really wanted a demo, y'all should have asked the developer months ago so they could develop one.
The reason why people wouldn't do that, though, this is the thing. There is we already kind of touched it, right? Again, we don't really get demos from games anymore because that is another thing that they have to go away from development. They have to take their time away from the development of the game, and then they got to concentrate on.
So what makes you think this game is going to get a demo when fans weren't or gamers were not asking for a demo until the last 2 weeks before the game comes out?
But that's the thing, though. No, that's the thing, though, Jay. We're not thinking that. We're just It's just an idea of it, right? We know it's not going to get a demo. We know this for a fact, but it's that case of
I
when you look at
think that you guys are right. There are a lot of casual gamers that don't go outside of their comfort zone to play amazing games like the ones created by House Marquee. And yes, House Marquee should have produced the demo for Returnal. But if the people that are so fucking casual that, oh, I don't know how this game plays, if you guys really wanted a fucking demo, January, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. That's 7 months, right? Or 6 months. And then you got like 3 more fucking months, right?
Yeah.
So, now the game's been around for 9 months or 10 months. We've known about Returnal. And people waited until the last 2 weeks. I think that the gaming community, if you got
what I don't understand is what you just said there. Like, I've not been hearing anybody talk about demos whatsoever.
No, I just recently started hearing people talk about it.
Demos.
Like as far as last week, I've been hearing people talk. Hey, I don't know about this game. We're gonna need a demo. And I'm like, hey, bro, that's cool, but I think y'all should have spoke the fuck up a little sooner. The game's about to come out.
I think I know where you're coming from now. Cause
like if you're not gonna buy the game because the game doesn't have a demo, then just don't buy the game. That's cool. But I don't think that, like Adam said, they're gonna waste time to develop a fucking demo right now.
No, it's too late now.
Yeah, it's fucking too late.
It's too late, man. Like, I mean, obviously, theoretically speaking, they could take a chunk out of the game, right, and do it. But then also the case when it comes to demos, what do people tend to do with demos?
Shit.
What do they tend to do?
Play them and don't buy the game.
No. They obviously, playing them, of course. What they tend to do is they tend to rip them apart, data mine them, find all the nitty gritty shit, because you can do that. And that opens up possibilities of spoilers to the game or some other things where shit can get leaked. It's also the case of as well, like, people talk about crunch and stuff like that, like additional time away from it. It's like, for instance, take the kitchen demo as well as the maiden demo from Resident Evil 7 and 8. They did that because, again, they wanted to showcase, obviously, a visual aspect of the game, which, again, they thought of, like, off the rip, right? And obviously, they already did this with the kitchen demo, yeah? But then, like, it's already in their mindset in the development. When it's Returnal, it's a completely different mindset. Like, they didn't think about that. They were like, we just want to make a game. Like, and it also the case of Returnal wasn't their first pick, right? The initial aspect was that they were making they had a lot of projects, but they steered away from some of those projects to go with Returnal because it was a brand new idea. It was something out of their comfort zone, right, in some degree, because again, it's like over the shoulder. It's not like what you're playing right now with Matterfall or Next, right? So it's their own little thing of like, let's see if this works. If it does, then we know we're going in the right direction. And if, like, again, one of the big things for them is that. And now I hope this really works out for them. If the narrative format of the game, right? Because this is the big thing for Returnal. If this game hits in a sense of like a narrative way, it's gonna definitely be a good thing for them because it means that they can make a narrative game. They're like, I mean, I'm not saying that they can't. They're shit at their job and they can't make narratives in the game. This is the first time they're doing it. So it's like if it hits, like, okay, people like our narratives. All right, let's go for this. And that, and this, and that. So, yeah, like, I think, when it comes down to demos, it's just, again, no one's expecting demos nowadays. Back in the day when 360
I'm not saying I don't expect it. I just think that the people that want it should...
Wasn't the whole thing about 360 that you couldn't have a game come out on 360 if you didn't have a demo, right?
Yeah, I think it's something like that.
That's all right. So, yeah, I mean, demos are a thing of the past, right? They are a thing of the past. It's very rare that you get a demo. But obviously, like we're mentioning, yeah, it's like, games like Returnal will benefit from a demo, or if they don't have a demo, like, what we've been talking about with Game Pass, right? That's the whole thing of Game Pass. Like, when it comes to Game Pass, it's a situation of everyone brings up, yeah, how, I don't know about this game. I don't want to invest X amount of dollars or pounds into this game. Oh, but I can get Game Pass for $1 and try it out for a month, and if it's good, fuck yeah, I'll buy it. That's the whole thing about another thing about Game Pass, which again
they're not buying games from Game Pass though.
Well, I don't know that because again, they don't bring out numbers. That's the problem. They
Yeah,
didn't bring
that's
it out.
like we won't know. We don't. Yeah, we don't know how
It's
good a
like
game is.
Outriders, right? Outriders is on Game Pass, right? But yet in the UK, it sold fucking really well on PS5 and PS4, and that's not Game Pass. That surprised me. That really surprised me. I know that obviously, but PlayStation had to buy that game because there's no other way. Yes, true. But it is surprising that game sold, was it 51% on PS5 in the UK, and then like 31% on the PS4, and then PC. I think it was made up the other bit. So it is interesting, and I would like to know how many people played thing on Game Pass. I actually would like to know because it's only Xbox One and Xbox Series consoles, right? So I would like to know. I would very much like to know how that came out. I really would. I mean, the servers went down, yes, but that's like all you got to understand is it is one of the best. It was the most concurrent user players on Steam ever. It holds the record now, so that's a part of it. It's on Game Pass, which obviously is a part of it. Also on PlayStation 4 and 5. So that obviously isn't the whole sense of it. There's a lot.
All
of things.
I'm gonna say, bro, I hope that Returnal has this armor set because I thought this armor set was fucking awesome. Like this was fucking dope.
Sorry, 1 minute. Sorry, I mean somebody. I just came back in the chat because somebody's saying to me, "Please correct this dude." Again, I'm sorry if I'm not looking at the chat. I'm watching CDL, Call of Duty. I'm watching the esports. I'm sorry. My bad.
Adam,
I'm sorry. I'm not.
Adam,
I'm
Adam, it's as simple as this. Gamers have just gotten cheap.
I'm not gonna say demos mean gamers are cheap. I just think that. What I'm
saying is that everyone from PlayStation to Xbox are calling for a Game Pass. Why? Because they don't want to buy the game. They want to try the game out in a service. They want a game in a service.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying with Returnal, I know the arcadey rogue type game that it is, and I know that.
Sorry, 1 minute. Somebody just said I'm mad of. Yeah, sorry, it's Housemark, right?
Yeah.
Housemark. Sorry, I mean, if I'm saying Housemarque, my bad. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I say it too. I say that shit too.
Sorry about that. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I am very sorry. But that I'm sorry. It just happens. It does. It's like when people say that Game Pass is free. No, you're paying for it. You're paying for it.
We just keep calling it Housemark, then.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, sorry, yeah, I mean, no, it's like I can.
Housemarque, there you go.
I mean, I could have been a dick and be like, I don't give a fuck what you say, but like, it's Housemark.
I mean, we could call it Housemark. I call it Housemarque. I don't give a fuck what you say.
Yeah, it is Housemark.
It's one or the other. It's cool. It's one or the other. But let me put it this way, guys. Right. So people are like, hey, it's a rogue type. I don't know what it's about. Blah 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 blah. There's more gameplay for Returnal than Scarlet Nexus, and more people are excited about Scarlet Nexus with only one gameplay video.
Wait, hold the fuck up. End of who? If you're talking about me with Housemarque, right? Me say that. I played every single one of the games, and I platinum a fucking fair bunch of them. I played the shit out.
There's actually a 5-minute gameplay of Scarlet Nexus.
I'm sorry, bro.
Let me check it out.
There's a 5-minute gameplay. There's a 5-minute gameplay.
I'm gonna go check that shit out. But look,
Returnal. There's no character creation, Jay.
Oh, that's a pass. That's a pass.
I looked it up. There's no character creation. It's
I'm sorry, bro. I gotta put my foot down. I gotta put my foot down that shit, man. I've got to put my foot down on that, man. I've played every single Housemarque game. I've supported them through thick and thin. I've platinum a couple of their games already. I play a shit ton of Next Machina, which I fucking adore. Go fuck yourself.
Tell him.
I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm sorry if I don't mean in an aggressive way. It's basically it's just a simple fuck you in a good way. Like go fuck yourself. A friend way. I know I pronounced it wrong.
All I'm gonna say is, I appreciate people saying that. Hey, I don't know anything about Returnal. We need a demo. but the game comes out in 18 days. You had like 9 months up until this point to educate yourself about the game. If you're on a PS5, I'm going to name off the different videos, all which have gameplay in it. 1, the announcement trailer. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 different videos with gameplay. Telling you about the story, telling you about what the game's about. Don't act like they didn't fucking try to sell you on this. And that's that's what I'm saying. There's 10 videos, and among those are 4 developer diaries.
So is it a lazy community? Is what you're saying?
I think the community's lazy. I think the community's
fans
lazy.
have no excuse.
I like it.
If that
They
game
have
doesn't
no
sell
fucking
well.
excuse.
I just ordered it yesterday. So
I'm not telling them to go buy the game for $70, but I am telling them not to say that the developer has not tried their ass off to make sure you see the game. Unlike other developers, they actually showed you nothing but gameplay from start to fucking finish. They have not shown any CGI gameplay, any CGI shit at all. Everything has all been in in-game. Gotta give them a little credit, bro. If it's not your cup of tea, I'm telling you right now, don't buy it.
All right, wait. Just hold up real quick. Just because, yeah. So, all right. So, just real quick.
But I'm just saying, if people want a demo, and I'm hearing a couple people saying it ever since last week, I think that you should have not waited until it says 18 days away in 2 hours. I don't think you should have waited until the game is 18 days away to say, I don't know enough about the game even after 10 videos, and I think I need a demo so I can know more about the fucking game.
You can't ask for a demo this late and expect one.
You're not. So if you say, hey, without a demo, I'm not going to buy the game, I accept that. Don't buy the game.
If $70 is what they're complaining about, just wait 2 weeks.
The thing is, there has been a handful of games that have done demos or like free trials where they give like 30 minutes of the game, right? There has been games that have done that.
I would not want PlayStation to do that because they would get murdered.
No, of course not.
They would be looking like a bad guy. Why you put a time limit on your demo? Like PlayStation has to give you unlimited access to a fucking demo.
No, they don't though, because everyone remembers the fucking one-shot demo for Resident Evil 2. Go fucking
That's them, bro. PlayStation at this point is on everybody's shit list. Everything they do is wrong.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll crap on their doorstep. Thank God for that.
Well,
anyway,
don't do that. Please, don't do that.
Just one second. I need to do this, right? I need to do this, right? Everyone, just quiet for just a bit, right? Just to calm down the two guys that are in chat. This is how apparently you pronounce Housemark, right? Everyone, ready?
Housemark.
Okay, cool.
That's how you do it? I'm going to call it House Marquee because I like it. I like saying that.
Housemark.
Yeah,
House
Marquee looks
yeah,
hey,
I like doing that.
What if Sony did this? What if Sony did like did this basically like using PlayStation Plus? If you have PlayStation Plus, you get a time trial of the game.
Oh, that would
be good on PS3. Remember?
That would be nice. Yeah, they've done that before.
I did that on PS3.
Yeah.
I know I took it out.
I mean, let me put it this way, bro. House
Mark.
Mark.
So, by the way, Jay, he was talking about you, not me.
I know.
Okay,
I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna keep calling it House Marquee because I've been doing it this fucking long time. So fuck it. It feels weird to call it House Mark. No, fuck that. House Marquee.
I said fuck you to that dude. I'm sorry. I take it back. My bad.
I'm gonna keep calling it House Marquee until your ears look like foots. No, so let me put it this way, right? If you watch all 10 videos.
Oh shit! Ultra beat phase. Oh fuck!
No clue what he's talking about. But if you watch the announcement trailer gameplay all the way to House Cast for 10 videos of Returnal, and you say, I still don't know what the gameplay is. I still don't know what this is. Then maybe this is just not for you. So, we got 60 people here. Let's go watch all the fucking videos. Because y'all don't know what it's about, so we gotta go watch all the fucking videos.
Oh my goodness, Jay.
That's great, bro.
Nope. Y'all don't know what. Nah, y'all don't know what it's about. Nope. Y'all don't know what it's about. So we gotta watch the whole fucking every fucking video.
Just real quick, man. I'm already seeing articles popping out about that interview with Jaffe. By the way.
Uh-oh.
What are you talking about?
Sony gonna have to come out and say something, bro. So this
So
is
they,
a
so
bit out.
again,
Yeah,
no, well,
they're gonna
no,
have to
no,
say
it
something.
isn't in a bad. It's not in a bad way. It's
I
just in the
know, I
situation
know,
of,
I know.
it's just the situation of the director confirmed they pitched the idea, but won't verify if Sony rejected it or not. Because again, the rejection reports from Schreier, he didn't say yes or no to it. Because again, he left, so they could technically be working on it after he left. Like, because again, but it's that's like I say, man. That Schreier article, man. Like, listen, it could be true, it could not be true. Again, but at the end of the day, he's the only one in the industry that people would give a fucking look at, because again, the stuff that he's put out in the past.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder
I
if
mean,
we're gonna have vehicle segments in this game.
It looked
what's
like
that?
it would fit nice.
Yeah,
Would-
maybe with
yeah.
the spacecraft.
I see
I
shit.
would
It's
like
a
to-
car. It's
I
a
would
car
like-
driving on the road. I don't know if you got any control on that.
I would
shit.
like to know. I would like to know the multiplayer values of that game. Just,
Me too.
talking about that.
I think that shit might blow people's minds because, every last one of their multiplayers is either like couch co-op or definitely you're teaming up with somebody else. So that would I think a lot of people would be like, oh yeah, I'm definitely buying that shit for $70.
You talking about Returnal multiplayer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
No, that would be dope.
Yeah, that would be dope. But I mean, anytime they add multiplayer, it is always co-op because their games are difficult, so they do have like a co-op. Normally it's couch co-op.
I mean,
This time it
one of
shouldn't
the
be.
things is, man, like when I heard that they were doing like a roguelike, because I didn't think this was gonna be like a roguelike situation. I never even, that wasn't even in my mind.
Okay,
when I was
here's the next video. This is the very first
But
developer
the fact that
diary.
the fact that they are like they have roguelike elements in this game, I'm really happy about. And obviously, I'm one of these people that is fucking championing. I'm like, or capping, should I say? I'm capping for fucking Hades to come to fucking console. I know it will happen, just whenever the fuck that Nintendo deal is done, please.
Yeah, I'm playing Hades every day on my Switch. I'm just saying, bro.
Dude, yeah, I know, bro. But, like, that's the thing, man. It's like they made a deal with them, and listen. It's a smart deal because it's benefited them so much. And if I had a Switch, man, I will be doing the exact same thing that you are. But like, whenever that game does pop onto PlayStation and Xbox, man, I'm fucking there.
It's probably a year. It's gonna go to everything, bro. That game's so easy to port.
Because the thing is, right, like they're done with that game, right? They're not updating it still, are they?
No, I haven't gotten an update.
Yeah, because obviously when they were leading up to the Switch release, right? Because it was in alpha up until the Switch release, where they fully launched the game, didn't they?
Yeah, and I just played it 2 days ago, so I haven't seen an update for it recently. But I mean, that's one of those games I'm sure that has like a year of exclusivity. It's gonna be everywhere.
That's what
that shit's gonna be on a phone in 2 years. I mean, it's gonna be everywhere.
Because they literally were just delivering content. Because when they were in early access, they were delivering like these big patch updates, which were basically implementing more content, like basically like DLCs, right? And then when the Switch released their version, that's when, that was when the full game came out. It was done. But I was wondering if they ever added more DLC or updated content to that. I mean, I'd like to know. Because I do like their games. Like Supergiant Games, they are one of those studios that I really like always.
Adam, the developer looks just like Greg Miller. What does he do? Is he the main developer, like the lead guy?
Who? What?
The guy that's talking right now.
Oh God. What's his name?
This is the ultimate payback, man. As much as I hate him, I love this developer, and their lead guy looks just like Greg Miller. You can't make this shit up.
You know what the guy on the right looks like? So the guy on the left looks like there's a show that was called IT Crowd in the UK, and there's like.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he looks like him, bro.
He does look like him.
What you guys talking about? You talking about the house marquee?
Yeah, I'm really the house marquee thing.
Yeah, thanks. See, he's saying house marquee. I got him saying house marquee. You know what I like about the You know what I like about the developer diary? They go over their whole history of PlayStation games. So you can't say that if you watch the developer diaries, you don't know what type of games they make, because they actually told you in the first developer diaries the type of games they make. I mean, they covered all their bases. If you don't want the game, just say you don't want the game. If it's the price, say it. Hey, bro, that price is too much, man. I have to wait. I'm fine with that, but I'm not fine with people making up fucking excuses. Nah, bro. No. Just be honest. Reasons why you don't want to buy the game. $70
That's all the
too
complaints,
much.
dude. We're dumb.
Yeah, $70 too much. I don't know about the game. Both of those are bullshit. You bought Call of Duty for $70 on a PS5, and I'm pretty sure you paid $70 for fucking Madden or 2K. So yeah, it's definitely not too much. You gotta buy.
Like, they were up in arms about the lack of a new IP. This is literally a new AAA IP that's risky, right?
That's what I'm talking about.
Looking at it, you can play it April 30th, you morons. It's right there.
No, not only is it a AAA game off the bat, it's a different game. You know what I mean? It's not. Returnal looks great. I just hope it sells well.
Me too. I mean, look at this shit. House Marquee's arcade shooter. Resogun got a lot of awards. It really did. Got a lot of praise, and people keep forgetting that was a House Marquee title. And that allowed them to make more of these better games that kept getting up to the level of Returnal. Like, Matterfall was the game they made right before Returnal, and if you looked at Matterfall, you can see, like, oh, bro, they are really advancing in their visuals. And I was like, bro, I hope the next game is like third person or something. I've been waiting for them to go third person because I was like, I know they can knock it out the park and people can see like what I see all along. Like, these motherfuckers are fucking awesome. Fucking can't wait, man. I know a lot of like hardcore gamers are gonna buy this shit and be able to just play the fuck out of it, like Jabari and Sick and, you know, me and Sam and Adam. Like, I know a lot of people gonna buy this game and be able to just be able to play it, you know? Call it Play Pack.
Yo.
Yeah, we're going through all of these fucking videos because people keep saying they don't know what the gameplay looks like. Again, PlayStation is not Xbox. They showed no cinematic. They went straight into showing you gameplay. Even when we talking about this brand new IP we never even knew was in development called Abandon, they didn't show us cinematics. They showed us fucking gameplay. You can't sit up there and say you don't know what you're getting yourself into. They show you what you're getting yourself into.
You know, tell me if I'm wrong. How smart, you know, I haven't played their games or anything. They look like they could make a pretty good horror game. Looking at their enemy designs and stuff.
Yeah, with this game, they really gone deep into the story. I know there was some good story elements in Matterfall, or it was a nice setup. But yeah, with this game, they really deep in the story. They always had good gameplay, but again, this is different. Like, it's like, yeah, you had a gun on Matterfall, you had a gun on NX Machina, but this is a little bit different. You know, it's like got weapons on this game, melee weapons. You got upgrades that are permanent to your suits and shit. Like, they really are gonna do a great job, man. Every time I see this fucking game, I am also noticing one thing I don't think a lot of people notice. In this gameplay, right? I'm gonna just go back a little bit. In this gameplay, she's going through the alien world, and I see the vines on the ground are attaching themselves to her. I don't think anybody called that shit out. That's pretty dope. So it looks like that area might stop your movement a bit.
Yeah, they're probably forcing you to move in whatever direction.
You see this right here? This is the scene I'm talking about. You see the vines from the ground? They're attaching themselves to her. And I think that it might not have you move as fast in that area. That's interesting. Again, this is the very first gameplay that they were showing off in the developer diary. And then they got some other stuff. I mean, if you like guns and you like shooting aliens, which I'm pretty sure a lot of people do.
I love shooting guns and aliens.
This is your game.
I love aliens. It's so fun. Please let me touch the aliens.
So we're done with that one. We're going to the next video, which is Endless Combat gameplay video. Yes, we're going through every single fucking video. Every single video. And it's not illegal. Not within the United States. To force you guys to see what this fucking great game is. Now, one thing I want them to be very, very comfortable with is to tell us what that resolution and that frame rate is. I know the game has already went gold. This does look like a game that will be updated.
You know what's going to be getting that way in that sort of format because of their previous games. There's no way that game is not going to be running at a high frame rate because if it isn't, then that's a problem.
Oh yeah, I know.
It has to be 60 frames. I don't know.
I just want them to verify it before people try to speculate. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I saw that shit again. Like the vines on the ground are attaching themselves to her and stopping her mobility. Oh, this shit just looks fucking crazy. Oh my god, bro. Every time I see this shit, and I'm 18 days away. The only reason why I would agree with people that I want a demo is because I can't wait to play the real game. Like, I can't wait. I already pre-ordered it. I'm cool. But I really, really want to play that game.
Well, again, we saw. I mean, again, I know it's only a maiden demo thing, right? But the maiden demo of Resident Evil was a good little way of going to. I mean, it was only a visual piece, but it was a case of it definitely worked in a way. Like, definitely got people excited for, like, you know, what that game's gonna look like, right? Because everyone was talking about how amazing that game looked. You know, the graphics of, the visuals of. No, I don't like saying graphics. Like,
let me ask you a question, bro.
Listen, let's be real. A demo can also be again go against the game, because I played the Resident Evil demo, and after I played the Resident Evil demo, I don't want to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, I've done that too, True Woody. Like, did I tell you a story about Uncharted? Like, the first Uncharted, even though it was available, I didn't purchase it. I kept playing nothing but the demo. Look it up. Uncharted. The very first Uncharted had a demo on the PS3, and you could do that little trick with the water and shit, and that's the only thing I liked about Uncharted, and that's all I kept playing. I kept the demo on my hard drive just to play that little part over and over and over again. I think it wasn't until a year or two from then where I said, you know what, let me just go buy this game. I think it was when they were talking about part 2 about to come out. Yeah, sometimes people will just play the demo and won't buy the game. I know, because I've done that shit before. And Uncharted's not the only game that I've done that with. Right here, when I saw this shit, I was like, yeah, bro, this is day one. When I saw her walking through this valley and shit, it looks all mysterious and shit.
No, what got me was the sword gameplay is what got me is the sword
gameplay. Yeah, the sword gameplay. Yeah, that shit's fucking dope, too.
My cousin did that with Madden.
Which is something that they could have just saved for people that went out and brought the game, but I'm glad that they did show, hey, you got this, you got this. They really showed a lot for this game. They show more for this game than most other developers show for their games, man. Like, they showed a lot. Yeah, so they're talking about psychological horror, action. This is different for them, man. I mean, if they hit this out the park and this game is successful, if Sony fucking says, hey, bro, we want to acquire you, whatever the fuck you want to make, make that shit. We got it. We got you, man. We gonna pay for all your fucking bills. Like, bro, House Mark, a.k.a. House Marquee, will be able to make some of the best fucking games known to man. All they need is the backing, bro. This proves it, that if they have the financial backing, they can produce games that will make you look in their direction.
I don't think there's a possibility Sony would let them slip if this game was successful. They'd pick them up real quick.
Well, what I'm looking at is if the game isn't successful. Like, are you still going to acquire them? Like, me as a fan of them and the games they make, and knowing that they can make some better games, I want them to be very successful. I need them to be acquired.
How do you feel about it being it is only PS5, right? How do you feel about that?
I got a PS5. I'm cool with that. I mean, I think it could reach a lot more people if it was on PS4, but the things that they wanted to achieve, you know.
And they
I don't.
probably going to hit a steady 60 on PS4. I don't know about that.
No, I don't think they will be able to do that. No, it'll be all over the fucking place. I do believe that PlayStation expected them to be at a higher amount of PS5s produced before some of these games come out. I mean, yes, there is a reason why games are getting delayed, and that's because they want them to sell good, and there's not enough people that own these systems. I just really am interested about the history, like with the House Marquee games. Almost every single minute of their games, there's action. There's fucking lasers and bullets flying at you. It seems like for the first time, they're going to make a game where it seems like you have an area where you won't have to fight. You know, you'll be able to discover and find out shit. And I like that.
I'm just mad I got my Series X like 2 weeks ago. I can't get a PS5 anywhere, man.
That's illegal.
Got a wrong system.
No, I get every system, every generation. No, that's just
yeah, I know. It's just it's sad, bro. Like there are a lot of real gamers really want the PS5 and they can't get one even if they could if they wanted to, man. It's so sad.
I get every system too. I got an Xbox One last gen. It's probably wasn't the best gen to get an Xbox.
I'm gonna tell y'all. Oh my god. Okay, so this is one thing I'm noticing. Let me just rewind right there. I have not noticed it except for right here. I'm gonna pause when we get there. She has what I.
Yo, was that a gravel hook?
Yeah, that's what I was about to call out. It looks like she has a graveling hook.
I gotta get a PS5. I'm about to get mad, bro.
Yeah, it looks like she has. Not only does she have a graveling hook. Let me. We gotta go forward. I think it's almost at the halfway point. This bitch has a graveling hook, a sword, multiple guns. It seems like she got an arm cannon, kind of like a War Machine. You know, War Machine got that little cannon on his arm. Like it seems like she got something. It might be a scanner because I saw that on No Man's Sky.
Did you see when she shot that gun and created a fucking triangle slice of cake in the air?
Yes, I saw that. Yeah, I'm really interested in the type of weapons because it's just not like, hey, this is House Marquee, these are weapons, you know, like no.
They said you ain't got no excuse to kill everything on this map, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh my god, it looked like she crashed down on the ground and created a material a mineral that's popped out of the ground and stabbed the enemy. I want you to look at this. It was purple too. Look at her crash down. I'm telling y'all really gotta look at this shit. See, this is the shit I was doing with Destruction All-Stars. That's why I was more passionate than most people. I analyzed, I reviewed all the little tiny bit of gameplay that we got. Look at her. She about to crash down and then she create that fucking shit right there. That shit was dope.
Like that purple wave you talking about?
Yeah, man. It's still gonna be a lot of fucking shit going on. Yeah, there's a graveling hook right there. Push triangle to do it. You got dash attack. It seems like you got this booster on your back that you can dash around and temporarily glide. Pretty dope. Oh yeah, they put their heart and soul into this game.
It's the enemy design too, though. The enemy design too. This is amazing.
Yo, this.
So they got a fucking graveling hook in this bitch.
that actually works.
Oh man, that's nice.
if you know where I'm coming from with it.
Yeah, I know. I think there's gonna be some real hidden, amazing parts in this game. It's gonna really make this shit stand out. I was wondering though, when are the review codes gonna go out for this game? Because I don't need any of the journalists bitching. I hope they can get this game whether they suck at it or not. Get those review codes out at
They're
least
not
by the
gonna.
end of
They're
the
not
week.
gonna beat the game before they even
Game
put out a
journalists
review.
don't play games, man, like that.
I
I
like
know.
that. That's true.
Oh, they gonna get shitted on this game, and it's not. It don't even look like it's hard, bro. Like you just gotta be able to shoot shit.
Bro,
Like that's all you
hey,
really gotta
you
do.
saw? You remember that journalist? You remember that journalist that couldn't even beat Cuphead or level?
Oh
Couldn't
yeah,
beat
he couldn't.
Cuphead. He couldn't jump over the first block.
Yeah, he couldn't jump over the first block.
Yeah, that man's gonna be a meme forever, bro.
Those are the people that I hope don't play this game because they might have a more difficult time than normal gamers, and then they set the tone for the narrative of that game. Oh, it's difficult. Well, bitch, it's difficult to you because you don't play games. Cooper Clips is in the fucking building. If Kenna would be released title in between Returnal and Ratchet and Clank, I think would be been better. I think no. I think that
Bro.
Returnal and Kenna need their own month
Yep.
to
Kenna is
spread
my
their
most
fucking-
anticipated
Yeah.
game. Yeah, that needs his own time.
I'm like that PlayStation has the luxury of saying, hey, we're going to put our AAA games a month apart from each other. Like, bro, Xbox can't do that shit, bro. Xbox can't do that shit because they don't even have that many games.
Hey guys,
Bro,
I'm back.
I'm actually,
What's going on,
I'm actually
Attorney?
looking at. I look at
Mr.
Kenna,
Lot.
and I see an RPG, man.
Hey, Cooper Clips, what's going on with this? How you liking the Returnal, bro? We got to watch all the videos because people keep telling me they don't know about it, but that's the more I'm looking at these videos again and I'm getting excited and I am spotting things that I did not see. Like I did not pay attention to the grappling hook. I did not pay attention to the ground pound, which again never has been in any of these type of games. So you have a ground pound attack, you have a laser that you can draw through the level and it'll cut people. So if an enemy tries to walk near you and it trips over that red laser, they get hurt. There's a lot of upgrades. Like, there's a lot of upgrades.
I'm curious about the roguelike stuff. Did they go over that? Like, what happens when you die? Is it upgrades kind of like Hades or?
There's like a recorder device. You start over in your spaceship. There's a recorder device. You get the recorder device. You get every fucking thing that you already unlocked and shit. And then you go through the level again, but the level is different. It's like, you know, enemies might be placed different.
But one thing I'm actually curious about: how do you get a story out of that? Though? That's what I want to know.
Oh, you could do a story. I mean,
You
Hades
can
had
do
a
a story,
story
yeah.
to it. You could do a story.
You can do a story.
No, but if you when you die, you go straight back to a ship. How does the story continue?
Well, you gotta make sure you're good enough to get past the fucking game. Like that's any game. Like, bro, if you play classic games, like you play classic games, you die, you get started all the way over to the front of the fucking level. You got to make sure you're just good enough to get through that level.
Yeah, I think the idea is as you die, you get stronger and you're able to progress further. And
Exactly, and it's like you're gonna learn. It's like Dark Souls or fucking Demon Souls. Like you gotta die a lot, but eventually you gotta figure out how to defeat this enemy and what to do.
Who they got over there at Housemark playing this right now? How he dodged that?
I'm looking at this dude play, bro, and it's like
who they got over there playing this, bro?
Fucking a legend.
9:30.
Probably, bro. You know Mark Cerny go fucking platinum this game.
Oh, yeah, it's Monday, ain't it? Monday tomorrow.
He platinum the Witness. Yeah, I know, but Ratchet and Clank need his own month because, you know, Ratchet and Clank for PS4 was good, but I think it should have sold more than what it did. And I know it sold enough to get a fucking sequel, but maybe that's not even the case. It's just Ratchet and Clank, so it was guaranteed a sequel. Obviously, Insomniac did very good with Spider-Man, so they made enough money to do something like that too.
I think Ratchet and Clank will always get a sequel. I think it's that big that even
Yeah,
if
it's
it doesn't
just
sell well this
it
time,
took a break though, True Witty. It did take a break. God of War did the same thing. Like God of War and Ratchet and Clank had like 5 games or more in a PS4, a PS3 generation, and then they got downsized to only 1. like Ratchet and Clank, and then God of War 2018.
I think Uncharted, God of War, Ratchet and Clank, and what else? Nothing. Those are it. Those are Sony's like and Gran
Stardust
Turismo
was a great game, bro.
are Sony's staple games that will normally come out every generation.
I don't know, man. For me, Final
Hey,
Fantasy was
Rollo, I was stuck on that shit too. I gave up, bro. And if I would have finished that shit, I would have had the platinum. You already know Mark Cerny is a smart motherfucker if he got past that shit. There's no way to cheese it either. Okay. That was a lengthy episode too for the developer diary. So like let's just say the state of play, right? People say it might need one. No, it don't. Because they got 4 developer diaries and they're going over a lot of fucking details and showing you gameplay that is completely different from each and every other video. So we
You know
are
what's funny?
going.
You know what's funny, Jay?
Mm-hmm.
A state of play is not for a game is normally what 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Their dev diaries are a lot longer than freaking 10 minutes or close.
And we're going to developer diary 3, and then after 3 there are 4 different gameplay videos including a state of play. So people are asking, state of play. Well, they posted one on April 31st, 2021. So they already posted a state of play. So let's go to episode 3. Oh, that's a nice fucking picture.
Yo, I really hope that these Returnal devs don't like have their confidence wasted in this game, man, from these gamers.
Me too, man.
So-called gamers,
Me
yo.
too. I mean, they got a massive upgrade. I don't know if Sony acquired them behind the scene or not already, but they changed their logo. They definitely getting financial backing. They were able to put out a better project than any of the other projects. The only thing that's different is COVID. You know, it would have been awesome for them to be able to put out their game and not have to delay it if they were in the offices and make it better and shit like that. But just the traditional game development way. I think it's still gonna be a great game, and I can't wait to play it, man.
Yeah, they're trying their best to
They
make
look
sure
like some
everybody
cool
knows a
dudes,
lot about
bro. Like they look like some really cool guys. Like they look like some guys I could chill with.
it.
I see the dude.
Some talented developers.
I see the dude over there, bro, on the left side. He got a classic arcade. Look at his fucking camera, and he got a classic arcade to the left of him. And I'm like, oh, okay. See where you get that shit from. I mean, yeah, it's a roguelike game, but it's also like one of those classic arcade games.
Kicked in the face. Got kicked in the mouth. Watch this. Watch. What? That's how I got.
It looks like the maps are pretty fucking big. You'll be able to run around and dodge shit.
Looks like there's a little part blocked off over there in red too.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm not sure if you guys wanted to hear the audio, but we could definitely put that shit on if you guys want to.
hook shot. So how does
Okay,
that
so they
play
did
into the
confirm
bigger
it's a
scheme of
hook
things?
shot,
I'm
aka grappling
assuming
hook.
you get to traverse a lot of different levels.
Man, you know what people about to be doing now.
Yep, that is definitely a
Tell me
grappling
about
hook.
the
You can get
controls.
to
We'll get
areas
into
you're
levels
not
next.
supposed to go to.
Generally, with all our games, we have strived to make the
Nah,
controls
man, all these
feel
YouTubers gonna
as
be up here playing this game,
responsive
and you got
and
these people in
tight
the
as
chats
possible,
watching,
right?
and they're
Yeah, I
trying to
see.
talk
I see. That's gonna be one of
And
the.
they're gonna say, see, I know the story of Returnal.
And that is
nah,
something
that
that
game,
always
that game's
demands
trash, man. I
reverence,
hadn't even played
right?
it. Like,
And
bruh.
in my opinion, a good
I hate that
control
shit, man.
scheme is like a good camera.
If people say this game is too difficult, I'ma
You know,
ask
players
them, what
should
do you
not
call
have to
Dark
be
Souls,
that
Demon
fully
Souls, and
mindful and
Bloodborne?
aware of
Motherfuckers
what their
keep
fingers are
capping for
doing.
those
It should be
games,
a
and they
natural
difficult as shit.
extension, an intuitive action that comes from just translating what you want to do to seeing it.
Obviously, you gotta have grenades on here. It looks like you got a
One thing that's
handgun,
worth mentioning
bazooka,
here is our
homing
use of the
missile
adaptive
gun,
triggers.
shotgun style
So
gun.
clearly, we're
I saw a
always
lot of
very
different types of
excited to
guns that
jump
are
on
A lot of
new
weapons.
features
Yeah,
that come
lots of
with
weapons.
new hardware, possibilities, of course. And very early
Got
on,
melee
we
weapon,
identified an opportunity
traditional
to go with
third
the adaptive
person
triggers
AAA game.
to allow to have this dual functionality with one button, right? Because you have pretty good
Hey man, they
tactile
stepped up. They
feedback
stepped
there,
up, and I
and you
like.
can press it halfway to do the
Oh, they're talking about the haptic
focus
feedback.
aim, and
The
then
haptic
it
feedback
clicks
will be crazy
over
on this bitch.
the outfire mode. So that's something that's been designed to be again
Yeah, I think a
very
lot of people is gonna
intuitive
probably
and
turn the haptic
seamless.
off too.
That being said,
Yeah,
we
because
do
there's about to be a
understand that
lot
a
of
lot
shit
of
going
players
on.
might
I might have
prefer
to
a
turn
more
that shit off too.
traditional color.
Yeah, I might have to. Even though
And
I hadn't
for that
experienced it
reason,
just
we
yet.
do have support for fully customizable
I'm gonna
controls,
experience it
so
first
players can tailor the
before I even
experience to
consider
suit
turning it
them
off.
as they see fit.
Yeah, for sure.
Very good to hear about the customization options. I think all of the new things are very cool.
So they talked about
As we are
customization
getting
just
used
now
to
too.
the new controller now. It's
Yeah, I hope
very
you can
cool
get
to
like
have the
good
option
things.
of
You can get
adaptive
like different
triggers and
colors for your
haptics
costume.
and
I hope you
Yeah.
get
placement.
a new
be
suit.
good.
And I know
I
the
know.
Housemarque's
No, they
very
confirmed
mechanically
multiple
driven, so it's
suits.
cool that we're
Because if
testing
you
these
get the
things
digital
out.
No,
deluxe,
Well, going
they
into the
confirmed
last
that
part
you're
here,
getting multiple suits with the
Housemarque
digital deluxe.
is
Yeah,
known
but no,
for
but
that
he
intense
says
bullet
if you can
hell
color your suit.
type of action.
Oh, I
Have
don't
we been
know.
able to
Let
translate
me
it
go
now?
rewind and
What's
see
your
what he was
take
talking
on
about.
it?
Because
Is
I'm
it
pretty
possible
sure
to
he was
bring
talking about
that?
weapon customization, like your loadout. But let me go see.
Right, because you have pretty
I didn't
good
watch all the Dead Diaries.
tactile feedback there,
Yeah, I don't
and
know
you can
much
press it
anything about that.
halfway to do the traditional
Oh
focus
no, I
aim,
think he was
and
talking
then
about the
it clicks
customization of the
over and
controller
enters the
layout.
outfire
Yeah.
mode. So that's something that's been designed to be again very intuitive and seamless. That being said, we do understand that a lot of players might prefer a more traditional controller layout.
Yeah, he's talking about
And for that reason, we do
customizable
have
controller
support for
layouts.
fully customizable controls, so players can
Yeah,
tailor
so
the
you'll be able to
experience to suit
customize
them
your
as they see
controls,
fit.
and you have customizable
Very good
controller layouts. Yeah, that makes sense.
customization options. I think all of the new things are
Me and
very
Plain
cool.
Jane should be having a lot of fun
As
at
we
the
are getting
process.
used to the new controller now,
Yeah,
Call
it's
her
very cool to
Plain
have the
Jane.
option of adaptive triggers and
Plain
haptics
Jane.
and the new placement.
All I'm
And I
gonna
know
say,
that
bro,
House
when
is
Sony be
mechanically
making
driven,
these
so it's
games
cool
like
that we're
this,
testing
they
these
need to
things
go
out.
all in on
Well,
that DLC,
going
bro.
into the last
Like
part here,
put some fucking Horizon Zero
Housemarque
Dawn outfits
is
in that
known
bitch
for
or
that
something.
intense
You know what I'm saying? Like go
bullet
all
hell
in.
Right?
type of
Put a
action.
Kratos outfit in there.
Have we been
Like,
able to translate
hey,
it
it's
now?
your
running
fucking
around with
IP.
an axe.
Take on it. Is it
Yeah,
possible
it's
to
your
bring
fucking
that
IP.
to
Do
this
what
new
you
type of
want.
experience, or is it
They
something
be
different?
so shy to fucking
A lot of our inspiration
like, and it's
has
not
come
bad
from more
DLC.
traditional
This is
kind of
fun
bullet hell
DLC.
games
Like
that
you
are
guys are
mostly
PlayStation Studios,
2D
right?
in nature,
Everybody's
just
under
like
the
our
same
previous
umbrella.
games
I
as
don't
well.
see why other
And
games
with
can't
that
get,
2D kind
you
of
know,
playfield
crossover
comes this
content.
extra
No. That's
simplicity
cap. You know
and
what?
of
Give me the
course
Buster Sword,
immediacy
bro.
with the gameplay.
Buster
You
Sword
have a
from
bird's eye view
Square Enix.
usually of the
Yeah, go
the
straight
gameplay
up
field.
close,
You can
huh?
see bullets coming
That
from all
would be
directions.
genius if they
You have
did
this
that.
intuitive understanding of kind of the threat
Damn
and
it, Sony.
the avoidance gameplay is very
They can give
clean.
you the
You know, you can kind of visualize
Murasami,
all these
Yeah.
pathways opening up through the bullets that you can
They
navigate
can give
through,
you the
and
Murasami,
it creates a
man.
really really satisfying kind of avoidance experience, right, with all the bullets.
They can have a crossover.
Yeah, so now we have, of course, the third dimension, and we have a lot of verticality in our levels, which means that any bullet pattern that could be shot to you in a traditional manner, you know, you could just
Oh yeah, Monster Hunter had a lot of crossover content.
So there's a lot of ways to kind of eliminate
I don't know
that
how to
traditional avoidance gameplay,
access the
and that's what we've been trying to recreate in this 3D space now.
the Horizon Zero
And
Dawn.
it's like we'll be trying to
content
find a unique kind of
from
flavor
freaking-
of bullet hell or a unique challenge that every enemy
It looks
can
like you have a
embrace and
scanner
embrace,
mode, and that's
and
what
then
the shit
finding
is on your
tasteful
shoulder.
ways to
That means you'll be able to scan
combine
the environment for
levels.
different types of enemies and
One other
materials.
thing here to be mindful of is also the player's awareness.
That shit looks like a boss battle.
So
Headshots are on.
it's like the player's
what did you
attention
say?
is almost
Maybe
like
it
the
was
most
unlimited
valuable
time
currency that you
for
can
that
spend
shit.
in
Okay,
an action
maybe
game,
they-
right? And you have a finite amount of that.
You heard me, guys? It looks like
And
headshots
if
are
player's
available on
attention
this
is
game.
spent
So if you
like
shoot an enemy with
100%
in
of
the
like,
head,
you know,
you can kill
killing
them
the
what? I
automatically.
didn't
in front of them, they
Headshots
don't
are
have
in the
any
game,
attention
so if you
left
shoot
for
an
the
enemy in
enemies
the
that are
head,
coming
you
to
can
their sides.
easily just kill them.
And
You
this
don't gotta
translates,
keep like
of course,
shooting them
to
and
all
shooting
of our
them.
other
Yeah.
gameplay systems.
It does look like enemies are gonna
Oh
have
well,
weak
I mean, there
points.
goes the journalist right there.
Awareness
Then.
of
It's
Yeah.
incoming threats from all
Yeah,
directions.
they're gonna have weak
That's
points
been
too,
another
like
new
heads.
challenge
It
for
looks
us
like
to solve.
arms. You'll be able to shoot off different
And
parts of
yeah,
their bodies.
we
and
do
stuff.
we rely
I
a
ain't
little
never
bit on
seen a journalist
indicators,
get a
of
headshot.
course, and design with the 3D
Back of the
elements has
Rambo.
helped a little bit
Yo,
with this
they're
too,
gonna be
just
like,
bringing
this
that
is hard, man. I want
that
to
Yeah, he
easy
killed
mode.
that
spatial
motherfucker
awareness
shooting him right in the
and
head.
pinpointing exactly where everything is
They're
coming
gonna be
from,
asking
like
for
above or
easy
below
mode,
you or
Jay.
from the side.
I think that's pretty
But
casual
ultimately,
because there
it
was
does
no.
come down
No,
to
I'm
just really
saying it was no
meticulous,
real weak
meticulously
points on
crafting
any of the other
challenges
games.
and
Like
iterating
they
over
have
those
the
until
weakness
they
to certain
feel
weapons on other house
until
marquee
they feel
games,
right.
but not headshots.
With our
Jay,
previous
Sekiro is so
traditional bullet
hard.
hell
I need an easy mode,
scenarios,
man.
You
the
know,
that
majority
pissed
of
me
isn't
off,
the
it? Wait up, wait
fairly,
up. That's a nice point you brought up
structured and
over there
predictable.
eating
You can learn
Cheerios
it,
and shit.
you can build over time, and
They
there's a satisfying
praise
growth
the
you can have
fuck
with
out
that.
of Sekiro,
With a roguelike
and I know
formula,
most of those
we've
journalists didn't complete
exchanged
that
that
game.
for
No,
a
they did
feeling
not.
of
I
If
completed that
Sekiro
game.
isn't
surprise that you will get in a way.
a
So every time
problem
that
for
you play
you
the
as far
game, it is
oh the
going to be
game's too
different.
hard, I don't like it anymore,
Even the
bro. I'm
bullet hell
telling y'all, I
challenges
better
are
not
going
hear
to be
nobody say
layered
that.
in
I'm
slightly
gonna
different
go
ways.
in every
That's
journalist's
been
history
another
and see
interesting
if they
Yeah, but
reviewed
Jay,
so it's
Sekiro.
not
it
like
is
you
it
just
is
have
it isn't the same
one
journalists
biome or one
praise Sekiro
environment
that
to
ask
just make it feel
complain
good.
and ask
You
for
need to have
for
potentially
easy
thousands
mode.
of these permutations
You said it is or it isn't?
being combined
It
gracefully
isn't.
to create a consistently engaging
It isn't the same journalist.
There was like,
So wrapping up, Harry,
recently,
thank
I
you
remember seeing
again.
a lot of
This has
people
been
talk
very
about
interesting
how,
hearing about what
like,
this
you know,
housemark
people,
transition
I
has
think it was
been.
reviewers, right?
Can't
Reviewers,
wait to see
I
it
think it was like a reviewer
take full
came out and
flight
talked about,
when Returnal launches on
like,
PS5.
you know, like easy mode being a part of games and like how they shouldn't be like sort of stagnated or like
Next video.
opinionated on the situation of they want an easy mode. It's like, well, no, not really, but at the same time,
But
don't
here's the thing, though.
about
Here's the thing, though. House marquee games do have different difficulties, so they can't complain.
Yeah, they do. They do.
The reason journalists are pushing for easy mode is because they get paid to play these games for 20 hours, get like a third way through, and then write a review. If they can't get a third way through, they can't write a review, so they need an easy mode. They don't care about these games.
You know, funny thing, when you mentioned that, man, the funny thing is, I think it was someone talked about it today about how with Days Gone, like why reviewers didn't like play the whole of Days Gone, and somebody came up and said that they, you know, it's also PlayStation's fault because they gave like, because obviously it was a long game, right? You would, if it's a long game, you would give review codes earlier. I can understand that, but at the same time, it's
a week.
You don't have to put. It's kind of it's a double-edged sword situation. They don't have to put out their reviews early, but they are fighting.
They gave them a week.
Huh?
They give them a week.
Not to mention, it's their job to play the game.
Oh,
so
I mean,
they can't
no,
do it in a week. I mean,
I'm not specifying. I'm not specifying of one game. I'm just saying in general, there are games that have been released right, like a couple of days beforehand, right? And the thing is, obviously, they don't have to release their review off the rip. It's like Outriders, right? They didn't get the reviews until a couple of days before, which I know that game's like 20, 25 hours long. So they could easily do that in one day or like within a couple of days, right? And right, you know, obviously play the game. Obviously, when it comes to writing up review, maybe give them a couple more days, right? But they don't have to put other reviews like straight away. They could wait, this is really why I'm bringing up Outriders, right? Because they have all had reviews in progress. They have got those things of like they review games in progress. They can do that, but again, they're fighting for, you know, that space, right? Of like, we want you to see our review, not the other way around. So it's like, okay, cool, understandable. But yeah, I mean, it's it is kind of, I don't know, it's like, it's kind of stupid in that sort of sense. Really, I'm not gonna lie. That yeah, it's hard. Actually, I'm kind of. Yeah,
I mean, I just don't fuck with game journalists, so I'm biased.
I mean, some like review. I read. For instance, when it comes to reviews, I don't really look at reviews like IGN reviews anymore. I mean, I will glance over them maybe, but like some. I mean, I go for like YouTube videos. Really, like this one. There's a YouTube channel. I think it's like Game Racks, which is like before you buy, right? And it gives you the pros.
Oh yeah, I like those guys.
Yeah, it's a very cutthroat, simple thing. Like, and obviously, they just give you their honest opinions and thoughts on it. It's like, okay, cool, no problem. It's like awesome. But when you look at reviews, like you look at some IGN reviews, some GameSpot reviews. I'm not saying they're all bad or anything like that, but there are times where like they say stuff, and it's like, why would you say that?
Damn, look at that red area. Shit.
I don't get it. Like, why would you do that? I don't know. I mean, it's also a sense of it. I don't know if it benefits them for having an easy mode because they get through the game easier. I mean, they all probably play on easy mode anyway to get through the game. Like, they all want a difficulty situation. They probably go for like the lower end difficulty, just make it easy. Yeah. I mean, looking at some of the enemy types in Returnal, there obviously are weak spots in the game, like because you can see them and the way they look. Like the arachnid with the red head. That's the the sort of the redness around the, not the body but the head. That's the weak spot, obviously. Then you've got like the sort of like rectangle sort of head that has like a slit down the middle. The slit down the middle, if you use a specific gun, you can cut it in half. So that's like sort of the house mark like aspect come into fruition. Yeah, I like the fact they're keeping the whole projectile thing as well. I like the projectiles in the game. No, it's gonna be cool to see that.
Yeah, my Housemark loves the projectile, so it's good.
It's gonna be great. I mean, if we get it day one, like no.
I'm gonna have to go rob somebody for PS5.
Rob these scalpers, man.
I almost got one last week, but no.
Oh, there it is. Where is this gone then? Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's what we've got right now, right?
You guys want to guess how much I have to pay for my PS5?
What?
Somebody take a guess of how much I had to pay for my PS5. It definitely wasn't retail.
900.
Nope, more like $8 billion. No, I'm kidding. Nah, it was 900. Well, damn near.
Damn.
You got it on eBay?
Yeah, eBay.
I might have to do that, man.
I got the digital. I got the disc. Because
I'm about to say, if you got a digital for 900, then some. Yeah, I'm like, yo.
Yeah, that would be really fucked up.
If it's gonna be 900, bro, it better be digital. Better be physical, man.
It's crazy, man.
Man, these scalpers ain't playing though.
For sure, man. And they're selling a lot too, because, like, for instance, I almost didn't get mine because somebody had bought one of them I was about to get, and then I had held off for a few minutes.
Yeah, but you know, yeah, but even this shows that no one wants the Xbox though, because even scalpers aren't selling them for that high. Even scalpers aren't selling them for that high. If you look at a Series X, they're like 700.
I mean, I got mine for retail
500.
price.
Huh?
I got mine for retail. I didn't really have that much trouble getting one.
Damn. you got yours day one.
No, I didn't get it day one. I got it like 2 months later at retail. I literally just saw it was on Walmart on the app, and I literally walked in and picked it up.
Yeah. You see, that's the thing. If I can get one retail, I would. But I couldn't. I couldn't. But I didn't spend 900 though.
That's crazy.
We got, I think, 2 more gameplay videos until the 4th developer diary, which would be 10 videos in total.
Damn. You've been doing that for a long time, Jay.
Because it just needs to be on record that they did their part by making sure they make you know about the game. They did their part.
Yeah.
You've been showing it off for a minute, bro. I'm like, yo, shit.
They did, man. They did.
And if you notice one thing, they got a lot of gameplay that's not the same that you've seen in the other videos that they've done. So they're showing you new gameplay almost every time.
They showed their part. Well, they did their part at least.
Like, what do people expect a $70 game to even look like? You know what I'm saying?
Wait, are people complaining about how it looks?
They saying they don't think it's worth $70. Like
they're saying it doesn't look like a $70 a AAA game.
What does a AAA game look like then? Because this looks incredible.
I don't know. Probably EA game.
It is a weird situation. It really is definitely a weird situation in that sense of like people.
The thing is it's zoomed out. It's zoomed out on a third-person perspective so that you can see more of the map. I mean, it looks like a AAA map. Just look at this shot right here.
The thing is about Returnal, I've seen it already. People think of that game as a AA indie game, that sort of thing, and it's like, and a few people that would say that I've spoken to just random people on Twitter, like you kind of like feel them out a bit, and then the situation of. You go, so what was Miles Morales to you? That was glorified DLC. And that's where I click off. As soon as someone says that, I click off because as soon as I hear that, I'm like, yep, you're an Xbox fan. And they go, oh, why do you think that?
All right, let me ask this. Nier Automata, is that a AAA game?
Huh?
Nier Automata, is that a AAA game by Square?
Yeah.
Tell me that this don't look better than Nier.
Oh, of course it does look better than Nier.
That's just nonsense.
You know what's funny? You know what's
Look
funny
at that
about
fucking
Nier?
water.
Yeah, it has elements of Housemarque games.
100% is better than fucking like that, man. Like the way it was based on the way it looks. Shit, my bad. Yeah, it's definitely better than fucking Nier. 100%.
Yeah, that's a nonsense argument.
Yeah, I like the development of the house. Like, I don't see them do a lot of buildings and shit in their video games, but this shows me that they know how to make different things, I mean, and inside the house looks awesome. Like, they're really flexing all types of muscles with this game.
Yo, did they go first person?
Yeah, there's first person in the game.
Yeah, it's first. Yeah, certain.
All right, I'm gonna buy a Scout PS5.
So that was a state of play. I would tell people if you can't get a PS5 the normal way, you might want to go get that Scout. So yeah, that was part of the state of play right there. So and then here's Salim's journey gameplay.
That's a fucked up part about this pandemic, bro. It's forcing people to go out their comfort zone.
And statues. The forest is a swamp now. That can't be here.
It's only just been recently where,
This must be the city created by the sentients.
Don't know who they are.
Scans show that the broadcast originates from the tower.
And,
This technology seems to indicate the designers were...
Well, I mean, the thing is about it is that, they had to go and make a game like this to get eyes on them, which is just so fucking retarded. I hate that.
Yeah,
Housemarque's
been good for a while. So.
It's just a type of game, man. It's like, you know, the games they made before were fine.
No, but
like, they were good.
But
they were great.
But that's not even it though. That's not even it though. It's not like they have to do this to get recognition. They always want to do those AAA games. They've always wanted to become a AAA studio. It's not that they're forced into this.
Yeah, I know, but I know what Adam's saying, bro. It's like they were going.
Well, no,
I know they were going to get to this point anyway. But if they didn't, like, people don't pay attention to any of the other stuff, but they're gonna pay attention to this just because the camera angle.
The thing is though, with this game, they literally chose to like stop other projects to make this game, because they even came out and said, I think a few years ago, that like, you know, arcade shooters or whatever I forgot what it was, right? The games they make were dead, right? And they were like, okay, we're gonna do something else. Thus, you know, them doing this. They chose to do this.
Oh, so that's the marketing director. Okay, so he's the one that had the idea to do these developer diaries. Smart man.
It's just that case, man. It's like,
yeah, this was posted Wednesday. Like, this developer does have the game playing in the background. Yeah.
Yeah, I can remember that. I remember when they. I think a lot of people. I remember there was like articles about like them coming out talking about them moving away from what they normally make, and some people were a bit upset with it because, like, you know, they really like those games, but then, you know, based on what they're doing now, like, obviously it's not a bad thing, but, you know, like, I mean, the child looks really good, really, really good. So, you know, no stretch of imagination is a bad thing, but, you know. It's the fact that they think they need to change their formats, which is, you know, is what it is.
I'm so glad I'm getting this shit day one. Fuck that.
What, Returnal?
Yeah. I finally get to see what I knew they were capable of all this fucking time. I mean, yeah, it takes long for people to get to this point, man, but they deserve it.
Yeah, but they were always going to get to this point because that's what they always wanted to do.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I'm happy for them. I'm happy for them. That's why I'm wanting people to support the damn devs. That's why I don't respect the oh, geez, never mind.
It's the same thing of like one of the studios that I literally just mentioned, which was Supergiant Games, right? They've only made 4 games, but like if you were to ask people how many have actually played their games, not much. Not as much as you would think. They should get more though.
Okay, so this is what's going down. When you die, you will be starting over in the cockpit of the ship and start it over again. But listen to this and watch this. So once you do that, you're gonna be, you know, in first person until you get to the door. Then it goes back to third person.
Basically like Hades, man.
So this is what they're saying. They said we do have some roguelike elements. So it don't mean the whole game is roguelike, but they do have roguelike elements.
No, it's not completely roguelike, no, of course not. But again, the fact they added those parts, people just thought of it as like their traditional game, right? You have different stages, you beat the bosses, whatever it is, and you move on. That's what people thought it was, right, initially. But no, there's more to it than just that.
So you think it's like you get to a certain part and then you start from kind of like let's say you get to like beat the second map, you don't start over from the first map. I mean, how do you do partial roguelite?
Well, it's like with the RPGs. How do you partially do that? It's, like was it of Horizon, right? People think of that as an RPG, but like RPGs for me anyway are like it's creating your own character, that sort of thing. Is role playing basically. You have role playing elements in Horizon, don't you? The dialogue, all that bits and bobs.
Yeah, there's
So,
role playing elements in Horizon, but Horizon is
yeah,
not
no,
technically a
that
role playing game.
So it looks like. Do you guys see that? This is right here is really really spooky.
It's a randomly generated levels, that sort of thing.
Yeah, you're gonna see your dead body around the fucking
that's dope.
map, and you'll be able to get salvage some updates from it or upgrades. It's interesting. It's really gonna be oh, there it is. Now this is the thing I was talking about, guys. This right here is basically a save card. So if you die, everything is gonna be stored here. All your upgrades to your guns, your loadout, all that shit. It's gonna be saved here. It seems like this card might be able to be a two-way portal gate to help you interact with other players or allow them to use your data or whatever for Celine. I don't know, but they're talking about it now. Hold on, I want to just back up real quick and see. Turn this shit up. See what he's talking about. Okay, let me go. Here we go.
Which obviously once again raises even more questions. Right, so corpse here, and on top of that, this same corpse will actually have a recorder.
Yeah, they said this corpse will have a recorder. So it might be a past version or a future version. Might leave a message or upgrades or something. It's gonna be interesting, man. Like I said, they went over so many elements of this game, bro. Like, they talked about every fucking thing when it comes to this game.
Yeah, it's a bit situation they're doing it in dev diary. So like, how many people are gonna how many people follow them, right? Because they upload like the people that I saw very consistently upload these sort of things were like Nebel, Benji, like people that cover like gaming news that are uploading this style of stuff, right? But not like I would like. I mean, I don't know.
Harley's in the Hall of Fame.
You need your
You're
need
the great Kali's in the Hall of Fame.
you need people want the coverage, don't they? They want the coverage, so.
Kane is in the Hall of Fame now. Oh shit! But Kane still wrestles. Kane still wrestles though, so why is he in the Hall of Fame now?
Sometimes he wrestles, but he's like what is he, like a mayor or something now? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, fuck, they gave Ric Flair Hall of Fame, and that motherfucker went right back to work the next week.
Just didn't want to go back to work. It's like Undertaker. How many times do you fucking go back to WrestleMania? Guy needs to go. Motherfucker needs to rest in peace. That motherfucker needs to rest in peace. He gonna learn today. Or he gonna learn today.
Molly Holly got into the Hall of Fame. That's good.
I'm really liking the outfit and how simple it is. but knowing that a game like this allows you to upgrade different parts, like see that right there, we don't see a lot. This is a new developer diary. Look at that weapon. That weapon is not the same as the other sword. So there is going to be multiple different combat weapons.
Well, you get swords.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
you got
one
swords,
sword that was shown off, but
See,
this
I didn't
sword,
know. See, I didn't know
There's
that.
loads of
See,
things, man.
that's new.
You've
That's
got
new stuff,
aliens,
bro.
you've got aliens. The thing,
hey
Nah, bro,
Adam, do
the
you see
sword
this
is what
concept
sold
art?
it, bro.
Do you see this
No,
concept art?
I told you
That's
earlier
just
on that
crazy.
there was a blog post they put out the other day. It was like last week, I think it was, where they spoke about the modifications, guns, how the game acts, how it plays, all those bits and bobs. And they talked about how the mods, right, have a pro and con to them. So they might give you more health, but then they also might like distinguish damage outputs. And it's also there's like alien sort of like tech in the game, obviously, right? Like parasites that leech onto your body, that give you special abilities and all these other things, right? It's all in there. I mean, the only thing is it's not a video, so how many people are not going to watch that video? It's like it's a bit bougie.
Yeah, it's sad that you got such a great game, and people do acknowledge that it exists, and they acknowledge that the action is interesting to them, but they don't care enough to learn more about it. It's like
Again,
if
it's
you
like you
didn't
said,
tell
like
me
because
everything
it,
in the
because
first
it's not
trailer.
because it's not coming from an EA or a Ubisoft.
Well, no, it's not even
Or
that, man. It's like
established developer.
how you're distributing this information, man. It's like no one's gonna read a blog post. Like it's very rare for any person on Twitter to read a fucking blog post. That's why you have people like Nobel, like that guy Nobel and stuff like Benji, literally have to read it themselves to then give you the hot fucking notes, so you don't have to read that shit. The amount of people that don't read these things is funny. It's like the Jason Schreier article. The amount of people where I was like, that wasn't true. Like the like who greenlit this presumable remake to Last of Us, and everyone said, oh, Jim Ryan this and fucking Herman Holtz that. It's like, no, it was when Sean Layden was there. He greenlit that, not them, him. Like, and it was like, really? Like, yeah, read the blog post. You know what they say to me? I'm not reading that. Give me a screenshot. No, go and fucking read it. People are just lazy, bro. Like you're indoors in a pandemic. You're telling me you can't simply go to a fucking blog post that, like a blog or an article and just read something. Like Jesus fucking Christ, man. It's just like, ugh. I never get that. You just don't like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's not hard. I read loads of fucking articles a day. Gamingindustry.biz, they do some good.
Yeah, but people don't like to read, bro.
Well, fucking, all right then. Well, clearly your fucking education's gone down the fucking shitter, hasn't it?
That's a fact, True Witty. That's a fact, man.
It is a fact. Definitely. But, like, shouldn't have to be, should it?
Can't say that about me though. You know what? I grew up playing JRPGs.
Oh,
You ain't never lie. You ain't never lie.
Final Fantasy, yo, imagine these niggas have to be playing Final Fantasy 7 on the old day, bro. Every turn you turn in the cutscene, you have to read the whole damn thing, bro.
Bro, I beat Final Fantasy 7 on my phone, bro.
Right? How many times you have to read every part of that game?
I had that game for PS1. I got that game for Switch, and I got my fucking phone
too. I have that game for my phone too. I don't like those games on the phone though. They need to do better with the controls, bro.
Man,
I've been playing that shit at work.
I'm currently playing this JRPG on my phone called Fantasian through the Apple Arcade. No voice acting whatsoever. Shit's dope though.
You got it on Apple Arcade?
But that's the thing though. With those games without no voice acting though, that's what I'm saying. Can these niggas actually play those games because they don't like to read?
You know, the funny thing is, we're talking about games like, you know, voice acting and stuff like that, right? One game that recently came out, Disco Elysium. They recently did a director's cut giving, they put like voiceovers in it finally. But before they didn't have that. I can imagine motherfuckers not even playing that game. And that was a good game.
I'm really liking how many times this game goes in the first person. I'm really interested by that.
Gentlemen, I just copped the PS5 for $780.
Are you serious?
Yep.
This dude really couldn't wait for the power of dreams to be in his hands. Impressive.
They better ship that motherfucker though.
Where do you buy it from?
eBay, $780.
780 is not bad though. That's actually a lower price than the motherfucking 1000s. They have to come down off those prices because Sony like what I'm seeing is a lot of gamers are successful enough to get a PS5, and I don't think they're doing eBay. And it's like if you went out and purchased a shitload of PS5s just so you could scalp them, well, some motherfuckers are not gonna buy that shit, so they losing money.
Hey,
on
when does
that
when does Returnal come out again, Jay?
18
At the end of
days.
this month.
I get my PS5 on the 19th, so
Okay.
straight.
You be good.
Oh, you straight. You straight. You straight.
There's a lot of alien technology on this shit.
Hey man, it's an alien world.
Look at that. She put something on the back of her jetpack.
Congrats on that
It's like
PS5.
kind of like a Venom symbiote.
That's one of the modifications that you have in the game. There's loads of different modifications that integrate new gameplay elements. It's kind of like in Next Machina where you had different variations of guns. You also had
See right here? Look, you
dash.
get to check the map, equipment status, data bank. Like that's some pretty cool shit on this game, man.
Well, that's where like another like sort of roguelike situation comes into hand. Because I know that with Hades, you've got multiple
And
different.
when you die, you keep your inventory, right? When you die, you keep your inventory.
Who played Hades? So who was it again?
I played Hades. I beat it.
Yeah, like like I'm trying to say, like with Hades, there was like different variation
What's the
weapons.
Hades only on the Switch?
You can basically spec them out in different ways, can't you?
Well, what happens is you get like I think 3 or 4 different weapons. No, maybe 5 or 6 different weapons. And as you go through the level, you beat certain areas. You talk to the gods, and they'll give you different boons. So yeah, you can spec out your spec changes every time.
Yeah, but it's like different. It's like kind of like different. Like everyone, somebody can have the same weapon as you, but they might spec it out in a different way.
Oh yeah, it'd be a whole different experience.
I remember seeing. I remember watching like when it came out. Dr. Lupo specced out the shield with a dash like sort of build, and he was just destroying fucking the final boss. Like damn, that shit was overpowered. I think they got rid of it though, or they like specced it down so that it wasn't that easy because that shit was OP.
Yeah, I used the bow, and I was running through that game.
Yeah, he used that as well. That was an OP one as well. Yeah. I'm watching a few people still playing this Outriders, man. I gotta admit, man, people, like it's definitely one of those games that story-wise, I can understand not being as much like of an interest, but like, I mean, when it comes to people can fly, they are really good in the situation of gameplay.
I'm giving up. I'm giving up on freaking what you call it, on Outriders, bro. They nerfed my character to the fuck, and it's a PvE game, bro. What the heck are you nerfing characters, bro? Like that makes no freaking sense. It's not PvP.
It could be, again, it's more to a future proofing of what they, because I know they've got expeditions, right? They probably might be implementing other things that.
Yeah, but expedition is not. Yeah, but expeditions isn't PvP. I just spent a whole lot.
Again, it's like Destiny. It's like, yeah, but the thing is though, it's like Destiny, right? It's PvE, PvP, right? But they still have to balance that stuff for like Destiny raids, because if they didn't balance certain guns and stuff like that, if like you'll be like, when it comes to Destiny just in general, right? When people like do raids, at first it's a hard situation. But once they figure out shit and once they start feeling around certain things and also like certain classes, work with certain subclasses, collaborating them together, they can take down bosses with a blink of an eye, and it happens all the fucking time with that game. Like
yes, but you gotta understand, bro. I work hard on my character, bro. My character My character wasn't exactly strong, but it was strong enough to survive, nigga. And then now the character's weak now, completely weak. I'm like, what the fuck? Now I can't get past a simple level. I'm like, what the fuck did they do to my character? Then I realized they nerfed my character to all hell.
Yeah, but then again, doesn't that? I mean, the reason why that happens is because again they got a tier system, right? Destiny hasn't got a tier system. There's nothing to do with like that.
Yeah, they got a tier system, but I'm on the highest tier. Well, not
Well,
the highest tier to the one.
Go. That's
to
the thing, though. There you go. So if
well,
you,
I'm not. But if I drop my tier, then I'm not progressing my character.
Yeah, exactly. You don't get the good gear. But that's the thing. That's the case.
Yes, but that's the thing. I built up my character to manage on the tier that I have.
Yeah, but
I don't have another tier to go up to because I haven't. I'm not.
But what are you doing in the game? I'm guessing you're playing by yourself, right?
Yes, I'm playing by myself because
and what are you doing by yourself? Are you doing expeditions? Are you doing the hard stuff?
No, I'm just going through the game. I've not gone to the expeditions yet. The thing is, I was unable to freaking use the co-op in the game because they wouldn't let me connect properly.
No, I'm officially that asshole who has the DualSense before he gets his system, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, but can the DualSense be used on the PS4?
I got good news for you guys. We are all caught up. We have finished every video, all 10 gameplay videos for Returnal.
I mean, also, by the way, True, from what I can remember,
Jay, that took an hour.
Pop them bottles.
It took an hour, but hey, bro, it is what it is. They posted an hour worth of fucking gameplay. I think I fucking dozed off on one of them, but yeah. It's been a long day, bro. I'm working on some more shit, and it's fucking hot.
It is a long day. It is a long day.
It has been a long day, but it's just showing that they did their part, bro. Yeah, they did their part.
An hour worth of freaking gameplay and telling you how the game works. That's longer than a state of play.
But the thing is, what literally just watched was a continuation of gameplay, was it? It was going from them talking to then going back. And how many people do you think will want to watch that? What Jay just watched?
Yeah, I'm gonna be the devil's advocate again. I'm always thinking the casual.
You got a point there, Adam.
People's attention. I'm not being like rude to a lot of people, but there's a lot of people's attention spans where they want gameplay. Like we see state of plays all the time, right? Where it's like people are expecting X, Y, and Z. When they don't get X, Y, and Z, they bitch about it. Like the indie situation, like everyone's like, "Oh, but I don't want indies in state of play. I want the big bangers." And it's like, well, you don't get them in the state of plays. Well, not often anyway. You'll get them during the big showcases. Yet people still think that they're gonna get them in the state of plays. And then they bitch about it later on, like, "Oh, why are we getting indie games? Why are we getting these PSVR games?" And then, like this week, what happened? "Oh, but what about the creative freedom? What about the developers? And why are you not supporting the smaller games?" "Oh, now you care." "Oh, okay."
Yeah,
Ain't that fucking funny?
Like they must have forgot that some of these indie devs are the ones that are going to become AAA one day. You got to support them in order to get that point,
But like I said, man, when it comes to this industry, man, people fail to mention and realize this shit is a cutthroat industry. It's not as simple as what it was back in the day, where you made a game, right? The only hard part of it was just getting a publisher, right, to verify your game. But then when they verified it, because it was like, it was early stage within video games, there wasn't like, everything was interesting, right? Whereas now it's a bit more difficult because there's analytics, there's the analytics and statistics, and what is the trend right now in gaming, and like, is that viable for them to green light and X, Y, and Z? Wasn't like that back in the day, people. It was not like that at all. Like, it was very simple and like, that looks like a fun game to play. We go for it.
Yeah, tell me why Jay posted a clip of a zombie running up and slapping the shit out of him.
Yeah, and then I chased that piece of shit down. Days Gone is still fun, bro. I can still hop on that game. Man, it looks amazing. Like that PS5 patch, like that shit looks amazing, man. It's really a beautiful game. I mean,
you have to put that game on the SSD though.
Yeah, I don't have it on SSD, but it's still benefiting. That's the thing. The only games that I'll show you what I'm talking about. People need to understand this. Um, if a game has a PS5 like patch, right? It's updated like 60 frames. You can still run that shit off the external hard drive and get the benefits of the 60. If the game is a PS5 game, those are the games that cannot be on an external hard drive. Obviously, they will get the benefits, but those are the games that automatically have to be on the SSD. Now, this, like I said, God of War, I'm getting the benefits of the 60 frames per second patch. Same shit with Ratchet and Clank. I got the whole benefits of the 60 frames per second patch. I did not have to have those games on the SSD. So if you're a PS5 game, it's gonna have that. Other than that, I'm still getting that benefit that they put out there.
What's up, JTech?
What's going on, man? We about to end the stream because we've been in this bitch all day. It's fucking 10 o'clock.
I see that, man. I was at work.
Oh yeah. Shit. Yeah, I mean, somebody told me the same thing. True, I had to put a couple of games on the SSD, but like Ghost, God of War, Ratchet and Clank, I get the full benefits of those patches.
The reason I say that is the loading doesn't exactly the loading the 60 frames. You sure that only capped to the. You sure that's only on that can be done without the SSD, without it being on the SSD?
I'm 100% sure because every time we got a patch, I tested it out, and these games are already loaded up on the external hard drive that I have. And I can confirm that I was able to play every last one of them at the new 60 frames per second, including Ratchet and Clank, which was the latest game updated. I can confirm that I did not need to have them on the hard drive in order to benefit from the new patch. Because guess what? If that was the case, they wouldn't have let me update the game. They would have told me, hey, you need to have it on this. You need to have it on the hard drive in order to do that. Trust me, I'm working on a 60 frames per second video where there's tons of games that have the 60 frames per second patch or PS5 games. And it's going to be a little montage video. I'm going to talk a little bit. I'm going to upload it in 60 frames. And you'll see. Every last one of the games are going to be at 60 frames.
Unless y'all know something I don't know, what disc you on doesn't really affect frame rate. That's I/O speed. That's not frame rate. Yeah. So you should be able to play it on an external or an SSD.
But if a game is being upgraded to a PS5 version, those are the games like Tony Hawk, Rogue Company, games like those. They are going to make me download that PS5 version, and that version is only on that SSD. It won't be installed.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, like I said, it's levels to the updates. It's update, version,
and then,
remaster,
and then
remake, and full game.
My voice is going, man. Damn.
Yeah, we about to go home. We about to all go home, guys. I appreciate everybody for being here. No, I'm looking at this shit right now, bro. I'm looking at this shit right now. This is a flawless 60 frames. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. It might not benefit from the SSD, so like the loading might not be as fast as if it was on there. I have not done the test, so I don't know if that's the case.
I am pissed. I am actually kind of pissed. It did when I load up the game, it doesn't have my new game plus. I'm like, oh, what the fuck?
For what game?
It doesn't have my new game plus. It didn't. It started me all the way over. I'm a fuck.
Oh, for Ratchet and Clank.
Started beating that bitch again.
Yeah, for Ratchet and Clank.
Did you have it saved to the cloud? Cause
yeah, it was saved. I transferred all my data before.
What you gonna need to do
on a USB.
Yeah, what you gonna need to do is delete that save data for Ratchet and Clank that you have right now, the one where you started over, and then go to. Hold on, bro. Cause they deleted it, but it's not gone if you have it on the cloud.
No, what I'm saying is I had it before. Once I got the PS5, I actually downloaded all of those save files to the not the SSD, to USB
Okay.
before, and then transferred it that way.
I don't. Is that does that work? Cause I didn't do that.
Yeah. Because I transferred all my data that way.
Okay, so well, why did Ratchet and Clank start you over if that works?
I don't know. Every other game worked except that one.
But your Ratchet and Clank original save data, is it stored on the cloud as well?
Yeah, it's also stored in the cloud.
Okay, well, what you need to do is delete the Ratchet and Clank on a PS5, that data, delete that save data, and go to settings and go all the way down to save data and game/app settings. Go to the cloud storage and then take it from the cloud storage and download it back to the PS5 hardware.
Yeah, that do work because that happened to me when I was trying to upload.
Yeah, because
Days
if
Gone.
your shit is there, it's just go to the cloud and go see what you got there. Because all my fucking data is here. So if something was to happen, I should be able to download all that shit again. And that's PS5, but when it comes to the PS4, I got tons of fucking cloud data. I got over 17.75 gigabytes of save data, which is a shitload of a lot for PS4. So yeah, check that out. Just check that out, True Woody, because you don't have to stay stuck starting over. Yeah, that data is still in the cloud, so check that out. Yeah, this shit's flawless 60 frames per second. It's so, and with the 60 frames per second, and you already have this Pixar quality from Ratchet and Clank.
Bro,
it's
I
like
swear,
this looks
it's getting me
great.
excited. It's getting me excited for Rift Apart, man.
This looks amazing.
It's getting me excited for Rift Apart because there's so much. I think there's gonna be so much more elements to Rift Apart that is not in this game. That is like, yeah.
There was a lot of elements in that game that were in the
I'm actually curious. Do you guys actually want Insomniac to do another Ratchet and Clank with a multiplayer? Because they did it before.
I mean, I didn't get to experience that one firsthand, but I wouldn't mind.
You didn't play Deadlock?
No. See, I wasn't with PS2 then. No. I know they remastered it, but I didn't feel the need to buy it. So
they didn't remaster it. They only remastered 1, 2, and 3.
No. Wait up! I thought one of the multiplayer Ratchet and Clanks got remastered.
No, that was Gladiator. The Deadlock. I know it's called Deadlock for you guys, but they only remade Locked and Loaded.
What is it? What is it called? What is it called in the UK? I know there's two different names.
Yeah, it's 2 different names. So yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was because America got one name, we got the other.
So you sure the PS3 didn't have a remaster?
No, it didn't have it.
Or a port?
Definitely tried that remaster. I'm pretty sure of that.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought it did. But I didn't get to play it. I mean, I think it could work if they do it right. I mean, I think any multiplayer can come back and work if they do it right. But
because Sony wants multiplayer, that's a great multiplayer game to have. It was fun back in the day, man.
I mean, they're gonna do a multiplayer game. You might as well just go for a fucking Resistance game.
Yeah.
I know, but if they want a lot of multiplayer games now, that's what I'm saying.
What True Woody is saying is like you have some multiplayer games back in the day for existing IPs. You might as well pull them out. I agree, but you got to get people comfortable with it. Like you see how people are acting like they don't know about Returnal. There are some people that are acting like they don't know shit about Ratchet and Clank, and I'm dead ass serious. I've literally heard it going around. Oh, why should I pay $70 for Ratchet and Clank? Do you know how long Ratchet and Clank's been out there? Like, the fuck are you talking about? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So, yeah, all the people that act like they don't know shit, you got to make sure that they have enough Ratchet and Clanks out there that they know and they're familiar with the characters and the story that you can justify putting a multiplayer out there. Remember, Ratchet and Clank only got one multiplayer. They tried it with Uncharted, and every Uncharted included multiplayer. So, Ratchet and Clank a little bit different.
They have two. They have two, but the other one was only a co-op multiplayer.
No, that's what I'm talking about. I already know 4 for 1. You talking about all for one? All for One, Ratchet
Yeah,
and Clank, All for One, the co-op.
yeah. That was the
Yeah,
only,
yeah, I
only other
know
one.
about that one. I played that one, but the other one they don't know about the competitive multiplayer. So you
No, they don't know. That's what I'm saying.
you
They don't
gotta
know
have
about the
to
competitive
get
one.
them hooked on to the universe and let them know the characters. Sadly, they should already know because Ratchet and Clank been out since the PS2. So if you don't know who Ratchet and Clank is, that means you just pretty
That
much
means
skipped a
you
lot of
want to play. That
generations.
means you want a PlayStation gamer.
Exactly.
You know
So,
what I mean?
it's hard, True Eddie. I mean, I want them to do these things that you want them to do, but it's just too many people to act like they don't know shit, and if they don't know it, they're not gonna be comfortable enough buying it. So then the investment is not a good investment. So, we gotta get these sales numbers up. I don't want to sound like a businessman, but that's how they looking at it. These games, they gotta sell copies. When these games sell a lot of copies, they can start branching out, try some different shit, which I definitely believe they will. God,
I
this
don't
game
even
looks
know.
good.
I don't even know why people hated Deadlock, but Deadlock was fun, man.
I don't think
It
anybody
was like an.
hated it.
It
I
was
think it
like
was just. I mean, I
no,
don't really
no,
have an
no.
opinion on it.
Problem, but the thing is, what we're talking about here, the problem with what we're saying is, when Deadlock came out, what other games was it going up against at that time?
I don't know.
I don't tend to
Sly
know.
Cooper, Jack and Dexter, which were more popular than Ratchet and Clank, believe it or not. Jack and Dexter was a more popular game, more spoken about game than Ratchet and Clank was.
It was.
But then when you went to the PS3 generation, when Jack and Dexter became an oblivious title, that's when
gonna be a
Ratchet and
good
Clank
thing.
became a franchise. To people like Ratchet and Clank was really good as a game. Why did I not know about this? Probably because
you were playing Jack and Dexter and Sly Cooper.
Jack and Dexter.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's good. I mean, this shit, it's gonna pan out, bro. We still got what, 7 more years? Oh, sorry, we got about 6 more fucking years of this generation. We gonna see some shit. I just need them to.
I hope we see another Ratchet and Clank though. I actually want one
After
more
Rift Apart, yeah, I'm pretty sure after Rift Apart and they do another Spider-Man and get Sunset Overdrive up and running on PS5, I'm pretty sure they're gonna swing back around to Ratchet and Clank. Ratchet and Clank is not going away. Like that's
no, it's a
mascot.
staple.
Yeah, and I know
it's
PlayStation don't have a lot of mascots, but Ratchet and Clank, I don't see them retiring that motherfucker. No. They retired Sly Cooper and Jack and Daxter, which I really hate that they did, but
it's like Mario, man.
Yeah, I know. It's just they haven't really found another studio that can do it. Who did one of the Ratchet and Clanks? No, Jack and Daxter. I think it was Ready at Dawn, Jack and Daxter, New Frontier for the PS2, and I think PSP. But guys, we got news that we got to cover tomorrow, if there is news. And we will cover it tomorrow. But today has been a great day. We have saw a lot of great games. I want y'all to remember that on, I think it's Wednesday, Horizon Zero Dawn will be available for free for everybody. This will be the complete edition of Horizon, including all the outfits and DLC, expansion pack, completely for free for all PlayStation 4 and PS5 owners. When it goes up, I'm going to let y'all know again. You don't have to buy it, so there is no reason for you not to tell your other PlayStation friends and fans and everybody else to download the game. They not charging you a dime. There's no strings attached. Everybody and their mother should be downloading the complete edition of Horizon Zero Dawn later this week. Okay? It doesn't do anything but benefit you as a gamer.
When's Horizon jumping?
I think it's the 14th, if I'm not mistaken, of April. Yeah, so that should be Wednesday. If I'm not mistaken, that's the 13th, 14th. Yeah, that should be Wednesday. So, I'm pretty sure Horizon, goddamn, I'm getting sleepy. I'm pretty sure Guerrilla Games should remind people, hey, we're giving you a game, like, go play it.
Yeah, I'm definitely downloading that. I mean, I've already got it on disc, but I need to get it because
digital. Yeah, that'll be nice.
I've yet to. Well, it's digital, but it's also the case I've yet to play the DLC.
Oh, that'll be a nice little. That's
I
nice.
never actually got around to
Oh
playing
my
it.
god, now that you're gonna love that shit. You're gonna love that. That was a nice
Never
little
got around
story.
to buying it. I should have bought it, but I never got around to it. And the fact that it's free, I'm like, fuck it, I'm just gonna comp it.
Yeah, I mean, some people want to keep that shit digital. Just maybe you might get rid of the disc, maybe you might break the disc. Who knows? You might
Oh,
want
not
to get
that.
that
I've got
shit
actually
digital.
plank on disc. I'll probably just keep the disc, to be honest. I think I always will, just because it's just there. Yeah, maybe if it was like a third party game, I might get rid of it. But like, because a PlayStation game, I'd rather just keep them. Simple as that. Yeah.
Guys,
Yeah.
have a good
How do
night.
I have 70
It's
hours in
hot
this
as
shit?
fuck. I'm about to hop in the shower and watch. Let me give y'all an update on what I'm gonna watch if I don't fall asleep before I watch it. I'll give y'all a little update on what I'm gonna watch. It is a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie. It's on Netflix. I never fucking heard of it a day in my life. I'm multiple years late. And the name of the movie is Maximum Risk, which is the name of the game that is the gaming industry. Maximum Risk. So for everybody, yeah, I want to watch this. Looks fucking awesome. So I'm about to go hop in the shower, get me an orange, get me some water.
All right, y'all. Don't be
Chill.
surprised if you see me hop in here once in a while for a different.
Oh, I don't give a
I'll
fuck,
see y'all
bro.
later.
You are always welcome. Thank you for showing up, man. Thank you so much. Shit about to be crazy, bro. Gregory, you're right, bro. I mean, it's the perfect chance. You're giving a game away for free. This would be the perfect chance to announce that you're either working on a 60 frames per second patch or the 60 frames per second patch will be available when
They need
you
to do it.
download
It's
it.
not. It's not. It's not an opportunity. They should do it.
I don't know what's stopping them. They heard from more people than just us on this small podcast and me. Like, they've heard from a lot of other people. I've watched the announcement that they were going to give it away, and I looked in the comment section and I saw that on Twitter, underneath the official announcement, people were saying 60 frames per second. So it's a lot of people that are telling them to do the right thing.
They don't need to even do a native 4K. It's literally just do. It already looks beautiful. Just give us freaking 60 frames.
Yeah.
Don't give them it.
Let's go to 60 frames update.
If they give us that 60 frames per second update announcement this week, I will hunt down Adam and give him a coffee cup mixed with donut grease. These are the things that I'm gonna help him do.
You ain't hunting down shit. I can tell you that much.
I will give you donut grease coffee for the next 8 days of your existence. Okay, guys, we really out of here. But before we go, I'm gonna plug the PlayStation Legion's Discord page. If you want to be a part of the chat, you want to see what we talk about off air. Maybe you want to just sit in on the voice chats that we might just have sometimes off air. It'll be there. Let me go see. Again, I've been very lazy producing videos because I want to know if I should just download all these videos to the laptop that are in 60 and just develop it that way. But I really want to develop it on the PS5 itself because I don't know. I feel more comfortable because it's doing the 4K 60. The laptop editor that I use is capable of doing 4K 60, but I don't know. I just felt more comfortable with the PS5. It's just sad that they have not updated the video editor at all. And the system has been out since November of last year. So if it is one thing outside of the interface and unlocking the SSD so I can upgrade that shit and have more space, Share Factory is one of those things I need them to really get on the ball with. It is just something that I think they really dropped the ball. Like, you have a video editing app that doesn't properly allow me to download videos that are on my SSD, which is a feature, of this application to download to the PS5 so I can edit high quality videos, which I can do. I just want to use my own intros. What's up?
What are the softwares for the Share Factory now? Is it still the same as the old one?
It's not exactly the same. It's much better quality. Some of the
I'm not talking about the features. I'm talking about this software, like the JPEG. What is it?
I don't know because none of it's always corrupted when I try to install it. So I can't give you an answer on that. Cause it'd be like videos and pictures, and I've been trying to transfer a lot of it over.
You still can transfer your old videos.
Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. Look at look. I want you to look at this, right? So they show me what the most recent is, and look at all of this. They say errors encountered inspecting video clips. Look at all these video clips. All these video clips are intros. Most of them are outdated, and they already changed the format of what my font and shit looks like. Right, but they won't even allow me to transfer any of these video clips. They're the proper files. Trust me, I know, because I was able to transfer all these type of video clips to Share Factory on my PS4 Pro. This is something they haven't fixed, and I don't know who to talk to about this shit. But yeah.
Probably there's a Share Factory Twitter. Probably there is.
Nah, they got rid of that shit.
They got rid of Share Factory Twitter?
They got rid of that last gen. Something about they made it a part of the PlayStation blog, but I don't feel comfortable asking them that question because there's a ton of people that ask the PlayStation blog questions. So yeah,
there's a lot they need to do with Share Factory.
Exactly. So what I was able to do, I was able to transfer one image, and I was able to transfer one video clip, and that's it. So if you want to know why there's a hold up of video content, is I don't want to put out anything generic. So I definitely do want to use my own intros. And
that's what
I feel like it defeats
right now,
the whole. Yeah, but it defeats the purpose if I got to transfer all of these videos back to my fucking laptop and just edit it on the laptop. What's the point of them having a video editor if it doesn't fucking work? So I really want to use this shit. Because if I don't fucking use it, I'm just never going to use it. I'm just going to keep transferring videos to the laptop and edit it the old-fashioned way. It's fucking stupid. Yeah, this is something they need to fix. So, they're telling you that you can import music, videos, images, and sound effects. But they're not letting you know the specific type that will be compatible. And then at that point, nothing's compatible.
Yeah.
So, as of right now, they still have the same 7 intro formats. They have not gotten a new intro format at all. And yeah, that is also another problem. So Share Factory was already being updated out the fucking ass with third party and first party creator packs. That's what they're calling it here. Or what we were calling themes. So again, very bare bones. It's just looks like they added it and they just didn't give 2 fucks. Over the coming fucking years. Because this shit been out for multiple months and it needs a patch.
Yeah, but the thing is though, when did we get Share Factory on the first thing? We didn't get it for
we got it 80,000 years ago.
Was it even viable? You know, we got
80,000 years ago. You heard what the man said?
Long ass time ago.
The thing about the UI, right? How long it took them to eventually, the UI evolved ever so often. They added things here and there. Wasn't straight away, was it? The main thing is the main construct of that.
Gregory, he is.
Gregory, what? Thought you were leaving, Jay. Man, I thought I was leaving fucking hours ago. I need to get the fuck out of here. Okay, y'all, let me plug the Discord one more time just so I don't fucking forget. I'll see y'all tomorrow.